My hair's sticking up. Got fucking alfalfa going on. Heyo, heyo. Let me go ahead and get the Discord sent out. Dude, I never really got super into Mega Bonk, which is crazy because you think I would, but I did not. Did I not update? This is definitely not Raccoin Coin Pusher. Did I not update? You know what? Doesn't matter. Should have tried out. Yeah. Should wait, which one? Oh, I don't know why on that. Wait, multiplayer what? Oh, yeah, Lord. I do want to try Lord. We're gonna try it. Like, don't you worry about that. We are gonna try that.
People lost everything because of that. How is that funny? What, people losing everything is hilarious?
Spare me the fake outrage. You responded to that by saying, "What's funny, Dean? People are dying." Moments after, in the last topic that we debated, okay, saying that this VA nurse deserved to get murdered by 12 shots in the back by a lawless ICE thug.
Welcome to Face Off, where
I'm gonna
two
turn
people
them down
debate
just
four
a little
claims.
bit.
One clock, no interruptions. Today, Dean Withers, a liberal political commentator and debater, faces off against Emily Wilson, a conservative media personality. The clock starts now.
The clock
My first
starts
claim
now.
is Donald Trump's mass deportation is anti-American.
I would say the most American thing would be protecting Americans. I don't see anything un-American about it. People are crying at ICE for doing their jobs. They're intervening with ICE doing their jobs. That's why they're getting shot and killed, rightfully so. I defend ICE doing their jobs.
Rightfully so that they're
Both
getting
those
shot and killed.
deaths of whatever their names were could have been completely avoidable. Probably better off without them, regardless. And yeah, I mean, Obama was like a what, 3.1 mass deportation. Donald Trump are not doing well, probably like 890. I mean, Biden was up there like 1.1, something like that. So it's just the hypocrisy of it all. It's like, if some people are against it, some people are for it. I want every single illegal out of the country, every single one, at any cost. And then other than that, I just think it's funny that when he does it, it's different. Kids in cages, all this stuff. I mean, they've all been doing it, so I just don't know why they care when Trump does it.
Well, there's actually a lot.
They have all been doing it. That's something that like a lot of people don't bring up, and leftists will always have a talking point like, well, this is the difference, this is the difference. It's like ICE has always been a thing. Like, you're never go it's the point isn't to abolish ICE. That's not something that you really want to do. The biggest because you cannot have unlimited illegals in your country. It just doesn't work. No other country does that. I mean, you can't do it because we have processes for a reason. A country can only handle so many people, and especially influxes of a certain amount of people at one time also is a bad thing, right? But neither side really tells the truth of it. Like, neither side really says like, hey, we're not doing this correctly, or we could be doing, like, the right is never gonna be like, the right should be talking about, hey, we don't want to abolish ICE, but we give it to you that, 7 weeks of training is not nearly enough. But then the left, like Dean and stuff, like, people who say nobody is illegal, it's fucking retarded. Like, that's not, like, they are, because like there's reasons every country in the world has borders. Like, it's just the truth of it. People always want to bring up like, well, look at what happened to the Native Americans. It's like, yeah, we look at what happened to the Native Americans. We don't want that to happen again. It happened to them. We don't want it to happen to us. Like, that's exactly the point. So like, because they'll always be like, well, the colonizers didn't care that this happened to the Native Americans. It's like, well, it's already done. Like, you don't, we bombed, Hiroshima. We dropped a couple nukes on them. I don't personally want to get bombed. It's just both sides have such fucking terrible arguments. And it's like, But if you say anything in the contrary, you're just a fence sitter. There's really no winning with people. It doesn't matter.
A lot that you said there that I want to touch on, and I'm sure that we will during this topic. And it's funny because you actually brought up one of the main reasons why is mass deportation has been so anti-American within your first breath. You said there's nothing anti-American about protecting citizens, and then you brought up an example of ICE executing a citizen on the streets of this country. Of course, you went on to say that it was completely justified and that we're better off without them. Let's go ahead and focus in on one of the 3 citizens who has been murdered by ICE, and that will be Alex Preddy. So first, you made a very bold claim. A man lost his life, a mother lost his son, a father lost his son, a hospital lost one of their nurses, and I think the world lost a good man. And your takeaway is we're better off without them, and that the shooting's justified. So Emily, tell me, what is the legal standard that authorizes an LEO in engaging in the use of lethal force, ending the life of an American?
I don't know. Go ahead and tell me.
If you don't know the legal standard that justifies a shooting, then why the hell are you sitting here saying the shooting was justified?
The shooting is justified because we see who they are. All the information comes out of it. Oh, he was a loving, same with the woman that got shot. Oh, he was a loving son. First of all, everyone was worried about him. You see the text coming out. Oh, we were worried about his mental health. He couldn't go to work anymore. He wasn't able to practice as a nurse. This whole thing of every time someone dies, the Democrats act like they're this amazing person. It's just not true. They even had to Photoshop the photo of him to make him seem normal so the public would react to him better. Why are you going to a protest? If people love you and care about you and you're a normal, productive citizen, you are not going to interfere with ICE protests, okay? Especially when they're getting death threats up like 5,000%, okay? Yes, you went in to stir up trouble. You're mentally ill. That's why you can't be at your job or with your friends anymore. Your family doesn't give a shit about you, or else you wouldn't be at an ICE protest because you're not a productive citizen. And other than that, when I see it, I'm like, it's justified. Guess what? If I thought someone was going to harm me or my life, I would choose me over them.
So to clarify, your claim is, I have no clue what the legal standard is that justifies an LEO to shoot and kill an American, but I think Alex Preddy was mentally ill, therefore I think it's okay, right?
No, I'm asking you, that's not what I do. What's the legal justification of it? Go ahead and please educate me and tell me, but I think it was justified, yes.
Well, don't worry, I'm watching the clock. I am going to tell you what that legal standard is eventually, but before I do, I just am trying to determine why you think it's okay a man's life was ended.
God damn, I hate both of them, dude. I just fucking, they're both awful.
So I asked you why you think it's justified, then you went on a 3-minute rant about how he's mentally ill and was at that protest when he shouldn't have been there. So to clarify, you think that his death was justified, his murder was justified, his execution was justified because he was mentally ill, he wasn't perfect like the Democrats say, CNN photoshopped his face, and he was at a nice protest, right?
I think it was justified because of his actions. That is why. Those are other things on top of it which led to this point. But yes, in my eyes, it is justified.
Perfect. What actions?
What actions? When you're going out of your way to go to ICE protests, harass them from doing their job, you're on camera. First of all, if you even look like you have he went with a gun, did he not? Did he not have a loaded gun?
Yes, he did have a gun on his holster, but you should know that in accordance with the Second, Fourth, and 14th Amendment, merely being in possession of a firearm does not authorize an LEO to literally shoot and kill you. So once again, I'll ask, what actions did he engage in that justified the shooting? You said he was harassing them. How was he harassing them that justified them literally killing him?
Okay, it's on video. You've seen the video and I've seen the video. That's what happened. You're going out of your way at a protest. He's been at
She keeps saying he goes out of his way at a protest. What does that mean? Are you saying he went out of his way to go to a protest? Everybody goes out of their way to go to a protest. Like, I mean, a protest isn't a job. Like, a protest isn't your home. Like, you're going out of your way to go. I go out of my way to go get coffee or something. Like, what? She keeps saying, like, he's going out of his way to go to a protest. What does she mean? You can't just keep saying that. Like, what are you saying?
any other protests. All these people are at every protest. They're known to harm people. They're harassing people, probably online talking about killing ICE agents. You're gonna go to a protest with a gun and a cop sees it as you're harassed.
So this is just a MAGA woman faces off against young progressive man. So there's nothing specifically that they're going to be arguing about. It's just like this is just left versus right. And they're both awful. Like, they're both just awful. But right now they're talking about ICE.
Seen these ICE officers that are getting threatened every day, dude, it's not even a Republican thing, a Democrat thing. It is a common sense thing. It is a common sense thing. I would never, yeah,
Thank you, Fire.
CCWs,
Thank
I
you,
understand.
thank you.
I would never bring a gun to any Trump rally, anti-Trump. That is just not, it's just not a smart thing to do. That's why.
That's stupid. Like, I hate when pro-gun people say anti-gun rhetoric. It's hypocrisy. Like, shut the fuck up.
We end up dead.
Okay, condemn Kyle Rittenhouse.
Kyle Rittenhouse? I don't, what?
God damn, dude. God damn. Listen. I'll back it up.
All these people are at every protest. They're known to harm people. They're harassing people. Probably online talking about killing ICE agents. You're gonna go to a protest with a gun and a cop sees it as you're harassing these ICE officers that are getting threatened every day. Dude, it's not even a Republican thing, a Democrat thing. It is a common sense thing. It is a common sense thing. I would never, yes, CCWs, I understand. I would never bring a gun to any Trump rally, anti-Trump. That is just not, it's just not a smart thing to do. That's why you end up dead.
Okay, condemn Kyle Rittenhouse.
Kyle Rittenhouse? I don't, what? Condemn him? Okay, I condemn him. There, I don't know.
He brought an AR-15 to a protest, remember?
Yeah, that's insane. I think that's insane. I'm not supporting Kyle Rittenhouse. I think that's nuts.
So you think that the cops would have been justified in shooting Kyle dead?
Maybe. I don't know. If the actions were different, maybe. I think if you're going to go with an AR-15 and you get shot by a cop, I don't think it's that weird, whether you're Kyle Rittenhouse or whatever his name was.
Why just a maybe? I mean, this is your defense for Alex Preddy, so why is it was totally justified if it was Alex Preddy, but it's maybe justified if it was Kyle Rittenhouse? Basically, what I'd suggest you say in order to stand by your principle is, and I quote, Kyle Rittenhouse should have been shot and killed.
Well, I'm not going to say he should have. I don't know. Maybe.
Well,
maybe he was in a better situation, but also he probably wasn't threatening to kill ICE agents and cops. He was probably more supportive on their side. And also, did he kill people, right?
Okay, so you also just made another suggestion.
Okay, why did they bring her on? See, this is my problem with Jubilee, is you should at least, like, she is clearly, like, and again, I'm gonna say it over and over, but I fucking hate Dean, but she clearly is not even as well researched as a Dean. Like, if you don't even know Kyle Rittenhouse or anything about him, like, you have to make it equal. You can't do this. You can't put somebody like her up, who's on the right, against somebody like Dean, who is more well-versed and stuff. Because then you're just going to make her look retarded over and over and over. Like, you have to have somebody who can match him equally.
There, that Alex Preddy threatened to shoot and kill a cop. That's not true. What's your evidence for that?
Put me up there. I'm not even a rightoid, bro. I'm not even a rightoid, but replace me with her, and I can do way better than what the fuck she's doing. I'll play devil's advocate. I don't give a fuck. Put me up there, dude.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying I don't know Kyle Rittenhouse situation. It was a big story. I don't care. I don't know what happened. Don't think he's a bad kid. I'm glad he's not dead. I don't think he should be out shooting people. I know it was self-defense. If it's self-defense, great. That guy,
what are we fucking talking about? What are we talking about? What are we fucking talking about? So you think he's a great, you don't know anything about his situation, but you think he's a great kid. Like, the fucking, it makes no sense. It makes no sense what she's saying. Like, it just doesn't add up, bro. Like, you gotta get somebody else on here. You gotta sub her out. Like, this isn't fair. It makes Jubilee look like they're slanting left because they're putting somebody that's clearly worse than him up. It's not a good look. It's not a good look.
Is he defending himself from the situation he put him in? Like, here's the thing. At the end of the day, that situation he's in is 100% avoidable. You can go into all the
Please,
aspects
Panda.
of it. I don't care that happened.
And I'll do either side. I'll do left or right. I'd actually weigh, because I can, I've been leftist most of my young life, and now I'm in the middle, so it would be too easy to be a leftist on this show. You should put me on the right. That would actually be a really fun exercise for me, is to actually take up man, because you can be a Republican and not back Trump. I think you, because I mean, there's still Republicans that could do that. So I think that would be a really fun exercise for me, is to put me in her shoes. Dean's shoes would just be way too easy for me. I would just go full like socialism or whatever, even though I'm not a socialist, but I would just go full socialism. So I would have it would be a way more of a like a workout to be on her, like to be on her side. And I think I think I could do it. I mean, I could definitely blow her out of the water, like easily.
Him. I think it was very stupid to be
I mean, like, being on her side, I could blow her out of the water.
There's a reason it doesn't happen to me, because I wouldn't put myself in that situation, and neither would you either. It's a very stupid situation to be in. It's not
I agree.
It's really
The
not that
Republican is not
complicated. Avoid
synonymous
dumb
with MAGA.
situations.
Wait, Emily, this doesn't make any sense because earlier you said the world is literally better without Alex Preddy because he brought a gun to a protest. Now you're saying that you don't think that Kyle Rittenhouse is a quote-unquote bad kid, regardless of the fact that he brought a gun to a
Wait. Sorry. We're gonna be pausing a lot because this is a discussion. We're having a discussion just like they are. Who won't debate Nick? You're talking about Dean? Dean didn't debate Nick, though. You're talking about Nick Fuentes? He debated Nick Fuentes. A lot of people aren't well informed on aliens. So you're talking about like aliens, like terrestrial aliens? That'd be pretty cool. As if she felt the death was justified. The question is not if it was justified. It's a tragedy. It was a yeah. I agree with you, Jay. If you're talking about any death, you know, ICE, any death is a tragedy. I mean, unless it's a fucking pedophile or something, but otherwise it's a tragedy. Because most of these, you got to realize, like most of these people are so brainwashed. Even the people that Kyle Rittenhouse killed. I'm somebody that's on the side of Kyle Rittenhouse there, because I mean, people came at them. They also had guns. Like, I feel like, because I know a lot of people are like, well, Kyle Rittenhouse shouldn't have had a gun. I'm very pro-gun, so that's not really my stance. But the people he killed was a tragedy. Like, the lady and the guy who died by ICE, those are tragedies. It's all just really sad. Hell yeah. Me for Florida governor. Now that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Dean and Nick Fuentes, they did one. Okay, sorry, just had to ramble.
protest. So what it seems like is that bringing a gun to a protest is not the relevant factor.
Florida's
that leads you
also
to the conclusion that Alex
Florida
Preddy
is
was
an
terrible,
open
we're better off
carry
without him,
and stand your
Kyle
ground.
Rittenhouse
You
is
can
not a bad
blast
kid,
anybody here.
but rather political affiliation. And this is another point why I think that Donald Trump's mass deportation is so anti-American, because it's led Americans like you to think that the murder of your American brothers and sisters roaming free in the streets of this country is somehow justified simply because...
And that's not me even saying like I back Kyle Rittenhouse, but it doesn't really matter what you say beforehand on Facebook and then go, because then so that is the same thing as saying that the guy, because he kicked out the police fucking cruiser, whatever, tail light and shit like that beforehand, that it was that I should have killed him. So like I don't really bring like prior stuff like that into what is currently happening.
I disagree with you. And going back to ICE, why is it that you tell us you think every quote-unquote illegal should be deported because they broke a law and committed a federal misdemeanor, completely victimless by the way, but then when an ICE agent literally murders somebody, you don't care and you disregard it, then you come up with some quasi-justification for it.
It looks bad, but
do not know the legal standard that would make that shooting justified. Even going back to that legal standard, which I'll share with you now, you cannot kill somebody for merely being in possession of a firearm as an LEO, because as I previously suggested, the 2nd, 4th, and 14th Amendment, as well as previous SCOTUS case law.
Now it is funny. I don't know Dean I don't know Dean super well. I've seen him a couple times, but is he a pro gun guy? Because he sure sounds pro gun right here. Was he saying all this same stuff when he was talking about Kyle Rittenhouse? I hope so. I mean, I love that leftists are becoming pro-gun. Justin, you know, my buddy Justin, who was always anti-gun, has now become pro-gun. That's a good thing. I think everything should be pro-gun. Everyone should be pro-gun, but also the more pro-gun you are, do it the way that Justin's doing it. You want to have proper training. You want to have like, okay, where am I going to store my gun? I got to get a gun safe. Like everybody just has to be smart about it.
like Connor v. Graham, which ruled that there has to be an objective reasonableness to an imminent
1
threat
minute you're
upon
walking
the
to the
life of
house, and the
anybody
next
within the immediate
minute you
vicinity
step on a
of
polished
somebody
sprayed
that
floor
Elios are
and
going
you're
to shoot
looking.
and kill.
That's true,
and merely
Jay.
being in possession of a
Did that
firearm
happen to you,
isn't
Jay?
one. Even the NRA says this. 2 days after Alex Preddy got murdered, a U.S. attorney from
I agree.
California posted on Twitter that this is totally justified because, well,
Well, what they're always going to say is, if we don't have guns here, then nobody can break into your house with a gun. But they always, that's the law, but criminals don't follow the law. Like, well, it would be illegal to have a gun. Yeah, it's also illegal to break into somebody's house right now. Like, you're missing the point. Like, they're going to do what's illegal and still get the gun.
there has to be an objective reasonableness to an imminent threat upon
Sorry
the
to
life
hear
of
that,
anybody
Jay. That
within the
does not
immediate
sound fun.
vicinity of somebody that Elios are going to shoot and kill, and merely being in possession of a firearm isn't one. Even the NRA says this. 2 days after Alex Preddy got murdered, a U.S. attorney from California posted on Twitter
are you all right?
that this is totally justified because, well, Alex Preddy brought a gun. The NRA responded by saying that that rhetoric is dangerous and wrong. So in other words, the NRA, who you likely have a membership for, says that your rhetoric
I
is
doubt she
dangerous
does.
and wrong when you suggest that he could be shot and killed for merely being in possession of a firearm.
I don't have a membership to the NRA. Thank you, though. No, I think situation and context matters, and that's the whole point of this. It's not a left versus right thing. Is if you are someone who is no longer working at your job, your family's worried about you, you're clearly brainwashed by the media, you're mentally ill, you're violent,
Me too,
going
Jay, me
out
too.
there and harassing ICE agents, and you're getting these situations to be much worse than they already are, and you also have a gun with you, and you're at the point where you are like physically wrestling with ICE agents and you get shot. That is 100% an avoidable situation. You put yourself there, and I guess, yeah, some people will be like, it's sad, it shouldn't have happened. Okay, well, it did, so there's nothing we can do about it. But yeah, I think it's justified. I'm sorry.
I mean, the first 90% of what you said was baseless conjecture and reasonless rambling, okay? You just threw buzzwords out there. Mentally ill, his family didn't like him, quit his job. None of those things amount to an imminent threat upon the life of an LEO to justify them to shoot and kill you. Now, the reason why I only said 90 instead of 100 was the last thing that you said is he's wrestling with cops. Well, when I watched the video, what I saw was him positioning himself in between an officer and a woman. When that officer began to push that woman, he caught her. And then the officer maced him, put him to
still
the
bite her
ground.
toe
Next
wrong,
thing, he was
I
being
die.
pistol whipped in the head by one
True
while
and
being
based.
dogpiled by 7.
True
But at no
and
point did I
based.
see a singular action in which would amount to justification for an officer-involved shooting, because even if he was obstructing, mere obstruction does not tell an LEO they could kill you, and even if he was resisting, mere resisting, or even resisting while being in possession of a loaded firearm, also doesn't amount to justification for an LEO to kill you. But I'd say from my perspective that he didn't do either of those two things, and the reason why we saw him wrestle to the ground wasn't because of his own doing, but rather because of the lawless actions of these masked ICE thugs.
Thugs. The people literally here to protect us from illegal aliens raping and killing children are the thugs. Same people like, oh, ICE agents are white supremacist Nazis, and then they're like gay Mexicans literally asking liberals if they can please go do their job because there is a child rapist. Those things are not irrelevant. They do matter. If you are at the point where politics has made you so
Gay
mentally ill
Mexicans.
that you are clearly a danger to yourself and others, probably like him and the other woman, as her whatever lesbian wife is telling her to go run over ICE agents, instead of being at home taking care of their children.
What did her
And
being a lesbian
yeah, that
have to
actually
do with
does
anything?
matter. Mental health matters in these situations because a mentally healthy person would not be in that situation. They would know the danger. They would know that's not a smart thing to do. They probably would be at home with their family or at their job. And I'm like, those things do matter. A normal person does not put themselves in that situation. They did not just run up to them and shoot them. Obviously, we've both seen the videos. We clearly have different takes on the videos and takeaways from it. But in general, I'm like, that's what happens when you put yourself
Fucking not
in
the
very
gay
stupid,
Mexicans, bro.
avoidable situations. And it's very sad. Happens all the time.
If anybody's mentally ill because of politics here, it's you. You're telling us that a man who lost his life was not
I'm with you there. So you actually bring up a really good point, Rare Panda W, but like I agree with Panda there. So there is often too many times that's kind of the leftist issue, right? Is they believe that people should get too many chances. like somebody will commit murder, somebody will be a pedophile, a rapist, something like that, and like everybody thinks that these people think that they should get chance after chance after chance, when some people should just be put down like a dog. Like some people, we really have to bring that kind of shit back. Like some people just have to be put down like a dog.
Not a victim of murder, the officer was justified and we're better off without him, not on the basis of any legitimate claim in conjunction to the legality of the situation. You admitted to not knowing what justifies an LEO to shoot and kill somebody, but because of baseless conjecture. Like, Emily, we're doing it again. You're just sitting here telling me, oh, he could have avoided the situation. Oh, liberal. Oh, ICE protests. Oh, they're like, none
Chucky
of
and
that
Taylor
matters.
Swift
Like, you
are
have to be
debating.
able to demonstrate
True,
an objectively
true.
reasonable threat that Alex Preddy was engaging in to make those officers legitimately
No,
fear
no,
that
no,
if they
no,
didn't shoot him,
no,
he would have
no. I'm gonna take up for Taylor Swift. I think Taylor Swift would be smarter than this. I think Taylor Swift would be smarter than this.
But because of baseless conjecture. Like, Emily, we're doing it again. You're just sitting here telling me, oh, he could have avoided the situation. Oh, liberal. Oh, ICE protests. Oh, they're like, none of that matters. Like, you have to be able to demonstrate an objectively reasonable threat that Alex Preddy was engaging in to make those officers legitimately fear that if they didn't shoot him, he would have killed them first, okay? Saying that he could have
Lock
avoided the
their ass
situation
up.
by staying home,
Lock 'em up.
it does not amount to an objectively reasonable threat upon the lives of the LEOs. That's just more victim-blaming
Yeah,
rhetoric.
oh, no,
like the
I
other
didn't say
rhetoric we hear
him.
from a lot
I
of people
said
on the
I-
right. Like
I
telling
agree
a
with you
woman
there.
maybe she shouldn't have gone to that bar because at that bar she was date raped by a man. Once again, going back to that whole mentally ill because of
I agree
politics,
with the Chucky thing,
politics thing. Quite ironic that you're the one making that point.
If it was a Republican in the same position, I would have said the same thing. Like the same thing at January 6th. No one gave a shit that Ashley Babbitt got shot. They were probably happy she got shot the way liberals love to celebrate the deaths of all Republicans. It was the same exact thing. No one gave a shit when they shot her, an unarmed woman. But Democrats were perfect. She shouldn't have been there. She was breaking the law. That's what you're telling me. I meant.
She's right there. She's right there. So Democrats did kind of like celebrate, not all of them, of course. I mean, the same way Republicans would be celebrating the death of these two nerds, the same is true. Whoa. The same is true for the people that celebrated for that chick dying at during January 6th. She's right there.
Mentally ill because I don't give a shit because he was a loser and his life didn't really have much meaning, and it sure as doesn't matter to me. And I'm sorry, that's not the cute like political.
God dang, what a bitch. Like, what do you mean his life doesn't have much meaning? Like, I'm literally only gonna say that about somebody who is like I said before, a pedophile, a rapist, something like that. Like, if the guy, I mean, is just a loser or something, or like, who cares? Like, to say that, dude, like, what a fucking, like, unlikable. Just unlikable, bro. She is not living very Christ-like.
Like politically correct take, but that is the common sense take, okay? Sorry, he's not a productive citizen. He's not curing cancer. He's not going to be the next Elon Musk. I don't care. I don't have to care about people I don't know. But this whole thing of like, oh, you're making it political. No, if my Republican friend was in that situation and brought a gun and was wrestling agents and got shot, I'd be like, you are a idiot.
You have a little time left, so I just got to ask you a quick question. So just to clarify, you think that a nurse at a veterans hospital who helped save the lives of those that were willing to lose their lives for us in war, protecting our Constitution, our inalienable natural-born rights, is a f***ing loser doing nothing productive for society, right?
Yeah, just because you're a nurse does not mean you're a productive member of society, because that would mean that I trust okay.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself. I think that you just took the mask off, and unfortunately I can't tell you why because the red light just went off.
This is like rage bait.
I kind of forgot how crazy your beliefs are, Emily.
They're literally, it's just what everyone who has common sense thinks, but they don't have the balls to say out loud.
Jesus
'Cause we have to do
Christ,
the
bro.
politically correct bullshit of acting like we care. My
They're
first
definitely
face-off
gonna
claim
fuck
is
after this,
Democrats
by
are
the
the biggest
way.
threat to children in
They're
this country.
definitely gonna bang after this.
So clearly the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you for your argument insofar as why you think Democrats are the biggest threat to children in this country. But I want you to keep in mind the hurdles that you have to overcome, most predominantly the fact that the GOP, not the Democrats, are championing an adjudicated rapist as president, somebody who's also boasted about the sexual exploitation of women and girls by barging into their dressing rooms and looking at their naked bodies, on top of the cover-up we see downstream of Donald Trump's administration and the federal government of the co-conspirators, predators, and child rapists inside of the Epstein files. So once again,
Who knows? Who knows?
why do you think Democrats are the biggest threat to children in this country?
Okay.
I I do not give a fuck about I do not give a fuck about like people storming like the Capitol or any federal building, anything like that. Who gives a fuck, man? Like that is what people should, especially when people are upset, that is what you should be doing in a time like this, or a time like what happened with, I think we can all agree that the last presidency, Joe Biden, was a fucking sham. And like, I mean, we all saw the mask fall off with the Democrats. Even Democrats saw the mask fall off. Now, those same Democrats that are like, hey, yeah, I totally agree. Like, fucking, we all know that the COVID shit was a lie. We know that, like, all this stuff is like, now they're like, okay, we agree. Now, when is it going to be the Republicans' turns? When is it going to be MAGA's turn to be like, hey, the mask has slipped? We feel the same way about Donald Trump that the left feels about Biden. But that just... for a lot of people, that isn't really happening yet.
First of all, the whole rapist claim is so insane to me. How many people have been sued for calling him a rapist? That's not true. He's not a rapist, or else he would have been charged, and I assume he would have been in jail for that. So throwing that out is not a good way to go about it. You know better than that. I'm sure you understand laws a lot better than I do. That's not my strong field. Not a convicted rapist, okay? I would not support him if he was a convicted rapist, nor would other Republicans. The comments of locker room boy talk, I don't care. I don't care what people are saying behind closed doors. I think that's a very normal way to speak.
Why is all this at
For
zero?
a man. Okay, so my issues would be the border, okay, when we're talking about protecting children. A wide open border is not how I would protect children whatsoever. Okay, 450,000 missing children under the Biden's open borders. That's a lot. We can agree that's a lot. That's unbelievable numbers. Trump, so far, his administration has located 145,000 of those missing children. Why were those children missing? How did they go missing? Why was no one looking for them? I think that's a big deal. I don't like blaming necessarily administrations. I'm just glad the kids are back. I'm sure we can agree with that, right? We're continuing to look for them. So obviously with the open border, you have child trafficking, you have organ harvesting, okay? That's what's happening at these borders. Kids are going with, addresses on their wrists, and they're going to be pretty much sold and raped for the rest of their lives until they inevitably probably kill themselves from being that traumatized. So I would say closing the border, which Trump has done pretty well, is the number one way to protect kids, okay? We have to keep those bad people out. We have to keep the kids in. We have to find the kids. And that is the hub of child trafficking. It's hard for Democrats to debate this. I'm like, well, you have abortion, which is killing a lot of kids every year. Not exactly a strong, Republicans are not really the pro-abortion party. You have transgenderism, which is ruining children, and they're also dying from it and killing themselves at record numbers. Democrats are not defending children. 2025, the House passed the Preventing Violence Act, Women by Illegal Aliens Act. So this is pretty much just crimes against children, sex offense, blah, blah, blah. Every single no came from Democrats. I just don't understand. I want to understand, why would you vote no for that? It's protecting children. It's just, this shouldn't even be a left versus right thing, which drives me nuts.
The reason Democrats voted no against that bill is because there's already pre-existing law on the book to allow our government to deport somebody on the basis of an accusation, or more so a conviction, of a violent sex crime. So clearly the reason why Democrats voted no is not to give flowers to Nancy Mace that she doesn't deserve, alongside the fact that it's incredibly hypocritical for, as I started this debate with suggesting, to say that you care about violent sex crimes when you made a violent sex criminal president.
Okay, I mean, what would your opinion be on the Lake and Riley Act, which was obviously very talked about?
If I was president, I'd veto it. I think that it's terrible for women and girls abroad because it allows for the deportation of an undocumented immigrant on the basis of an accusation of a violent crime, which then means they'll be deported.
Yeah, her having notes is kind of crazy.
Country where they will be able to roam free and recommit. At the bare minimum, we should be finding them guilty first, so they'll either land in a jail cell in another country or get thrown in prison here.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. But I'm like, okay, so then are you going through a trial first and keeping them in the country until we know that they're guilty? Or are we just allowing them to go and then we're...
So, man, why did I get so many zeros? Oh, man. I can't really argue against Jay right there. Like, all illegal immigrants should be deported. The whole thing, that's the big problem is, no, I fucked up. The big problem is it's like, the humanitarian part of me wants to be like, you know, if people are escaping a hard life, want a better life for their children, things like that. It's like, man, I would do anything I could for my children, my family, my children, whatever, to make it to get to a better life, which is, you know, what you have to hope that's what these people are doing. But at the same time, it's like, if you squeak through the cracks, then you make it, right? But otherwise, there's a right way and a wrong way to do it. It's just, it's something that nobody's ever gonna all agree. Why do I keep getting hit to zero? That everybody's going to agree on. It's just something that's so tough. And like, it sucks that if you speak one way, you're seen as like not a humanitarian or something like that. But it's like, no, it's like, it's just, this is kind of how it should be. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, it's a
You mean
tough
they're
one.
guilty? Like, how does that work? Because I know Democrats are very like, gotta go by the book. No one's above the law. So like, how would that work? What would you prefer? What is wrong with it that would make the bill better, I guess?
I mean, I just told you what's wrong with the Lake and Riley Act is that it deports people on the basis of an accusation, or allows for the deportation of somebody on the basis of an accusation of a violent sex crime, and they roam free in another country where they could recommit. That's the problem. What we should be doing is we should be keeping them in jail here, in custody here, finding them guilty here, and then deporting them to a jail cell abroad, or like I already said, putting them in a jail cell here.
Okay, so obviously you would support them going back to where they came from and serving their jail time where they came from, not here in America.
The only thing that I care about is a reliable criminal justice system where I know they won't be able to roam free on the streets of any country in the face of planet Earth.
Too much
If their
of a
home
mess.
country has one of those, send them back and put them in a jail cell there.
I agree.
What if the home country doesn't have that? Do we keep them here?
And one
Yes.
roll.
So we keep them here even though they're violent? We keep them in jail? We keep them away from children? Or do we just let them roam free?
We would probably put somebody found guilty of a violent sex crime in jail.
Well, we tend not to. That's my issue. We have, you know, I cover it on my show. 4 times a week, there's usually a black male with a rap sheet of 45 pages that's committed, you know, he's attacked women, he's assaulted women, he's attempted to rape women, potentially child porn in the past, and then we see he goes and like lights a woman on fire because these DAs that are always Democrats under people like George Soros tend to just let them go over and over and over. And I'm like, would you agree we need to keep them in prison? I don't think you should have 45 strikes. I just don't think that works.
That quote-unquote black male that's been found guilty of rape that's roaming free in the streets is actually a billionaire white man named Donald Trump serving as our president. 2 years ago, a civil court held him liable for the rape of Eugene Carroll, and you still voted for him. You're a hypocrite.
Okay. The Eugene Carroll, first, okay, so he's guilty, so he's a rapist. Why is he not in jail?
Because, I'll help you with knowledge here about the criminal justice system inside of America. Civil courts determine financial responsibility, not criminal responsibility. So when he was found guilty, he wasn't put in a jail cell. He was only forced to pay $87 million. And before you ask, the reason why he couldn't or wasn't found guilty inside of a criminal court of law is because of the statute of limitations on the crime had expired, meaning even if Eugene Carroll had a video of it happening to her, she was not able to pursue criminal charges. Therefore, a claim of liability in a civil court of law was the best option she had available.
$87 million for saying something happened to you with relatively no proof as one of the most attacked men on the planet. I mean, that is probably, I would say,
sorry,
I'm
man.
sure you're, you know, protect women, care about women, feminism. I would say she's the epitome of
Sorry,
what
Sebastian.
makes these cases complete jokes and why people don't believe women about a lot of things they say, including rape, sexual assault. She's a crazy woman who lives in the, first of all, $87 million is unbelievable. That's actually unbelievable for something that you literally can't prove. And I'm just like, so it happened that long ago. You happen to be a crazy liberal feminist. You live in the woods. You do all this crazy art, whatever bullshit she's doing. And then all of a sudden, when someone's president and has power, and every 3-letter agency and all these people attempted assassinations, all of a sudden now you're traumatized from something that happened that long ago. Trump was born into money, successful, has been around beautiful women his whole life. Why? There's no world where I believe he would even touch that woman, nevertheless rape her.
Well, I mean, there's a lot that you said there. So first and foremost, you said, Wow, she was able to sue him and find him guilty of rape with no proof.
Sorry,
I don't
Sebastian.
believe that you've done research into the case. What is one piece of evidence that the jury used to hold Donald Trump liable for raping her?
Okay, so she's in the fitting room at the store. She claims that all this has happened. It's like that's just not even realistic. None of this has happened. How come she didn't come by 30, 20 plus years ago? Are there tapes of this? Are there evidence? You also have everyone around who's willing to lie for her. You have a justice system who completely wants to put this guy in jail because they can't attempt to assassinate him. There's not women who are actually raped by predators on the street who have real results can go and get a rape kit. They don't get $87 million. Like, it's just one of those things, regardless if it was Biden or Trump, you look at it, of course she's a liar. There's no reason she deserved $1 for that. There is not substantial proof. Does she have a rape kit? Is there semen in her? Is there any of this? No, she just sued Donald Trump and he had to pay her money. And it's like, no one's getting raped and getting $87 million. It's crazy. When you step back and you take Trump out of it, if it was anyone else,
What is her argument here? Her argument is like she didn't get raped because she got money. Am I understanding like that's what the argument is here? You fucking bitch.
you'd be like, that's nuts. But because it's Trump, no one can just look through it with like logical glasses on. It's just like, oh yeah, he's a rapist.
Yeah, you just wasted a minute of your time because I asked you what's one piece of evidence that the jury used to find him guilty, and you sure talked a lot, but you didn't name a piece of evidence, so I'll help you.
She said this
there was
bitch.
a
He
lot of
said this
evidence
bitch.
that the jury
Yes.
used in order to hold Donald Trump guilty for the rape of E. Jean Carroll. Most predominantly, you had her own testimony alongside the testimony of 7 of her friends. You had therapist notes from the 90s indicating that she was raped by Donald Trump. You had a dress that she submitted to the court claiming it had Trump's DNA in it from the day that he raped her, and in response, they tested it, found male DNA, asked Trump for his DNA, and he said no, 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 until the discovery period was over. That's something a guilty man would do. Then on top of that, you had the inconsistencies and lies within his own testimony. To start with those, he first claimed that he never met E. Jean Carroll. She responded to the court by submitting a picture of the two together. That's a lie. He also claimed that he never do that to her because she isn't his type, but then under deposition actually confused a picture of his ex-wife, Marla Maples, to be E. Jean Carroll. So
How do 7 friends know? Like, you're talking about 7 of her friends? I mean, it would probably be like she had spoken with them. They could have been there. Could be multiple things like, hey, this happened to me. So all that means is like 7 friends knew. All that means is that this was talked about amongst her 7 friends at the time is how it would be.
how crazy does she sound now? Honestly, that just kind of sounds like victim blaming. And on top of that, I'd say the silver bullet is his character priors. 2005 Access Hollywood tape.
But so that's the biggest problem with like when it comes to rape, molestation, anything like that is it's always, most of the time it's going to be he said she said, because like it's going to be like most people don't go forward right away, can't go forward right away. It doesn't mean it didn't happen, but it's also, you can't have both. So you can't have believe all victims, and you also can't have all you have is he said, she said. There are certain points, like they were talking about the male DNA that was found on her dress, and then him not wanting to submit his own DNA. That's a little fishy. So there's I don't know. Like, she was paid out, right? Like, why was she? The question would be is like, why was she paid out?
What did he say? He said that he could just grab any woman by their female member. He doesn't even need to ask first. That's exactly what the jury found him guilty for doing. Grabbing E. Jean Carroll by her female member without asking first, then inserting his fingers inside. And what about another civil bullet here? In 2005, he also sat down with Howard Stern and straight up told Howard Stern that he had sexually exploited naked women and naked girls by barging into their dressing rooms at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, and then would look at their naked bodies. That's something a rapist would do, so I don't understand why you are toeing the line, doing everything you can to defend.
That is the other thing. Like, Dean's actually making a really good point here. I mean, Donald Trump, out of his own mouth, has talked about things that he's done in the past. I mean, whether you want to call it fucking whether you want to call it women who take up for men like that always say the same thing. They say locker room talk. I've been in locker rooms, I go to the gym, fucking all that shit. Nobody is saying this kind of shit. No dudes are just walking around saying, yeah, I just grab any bitch by the pussy I want. That's not locker room talk. That's a rapist talk. Like, nobody says that. Like, people who defend that, it's just like, it makes me wonder, like, what is the crew that you're hanging out with? If people that you hang out with talk like this, you should really look into your own friends, because my friends don't say that shit. Nobody I know says that kind of shit. Like, it's just fucking weird. It's really weird when people take up for that.
Been that rapist.
I'm not defending him. I don't believe the evidence. I think it's completely insane. I don't believe her. She's out of her mind. I don't believe anyone who is trying to take down the president on that level would be honest with something that happened that long ago.
I have limited time here. Your time is up. You can't speak. In your last breath, you straight up told me that you don't believe her, you don't believe the evidence after not responding to any of the pieces of evidence that I told you. It seems like you were brainwashed into this worldview where you were willing to ignore reality, believe the lies, and discount the testimony of a survivor. And that makes sense because that's what the totality of the GOP is doing right now with the survivors from the Epstein files. Pam Bondi wouldn't even look at them. I'm going to use the rest of my time to play you the clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation, and I expect at no point in the future of this debate will you acknowledge it, address it, or talk about it at all, because just like with Eugene Carroll and the fact that she was raped, you're going to sweep it under the rug too.
Well, is there fingers in her or she's raped? Those are...
You can't talk. It's my time to talk.
Well, I feel like that's a good clarification.
I mean, hold on. What a odd fucking thing to say. Like, so you would call it sexual assault. I mean, either way, like, if somebody enters me unwillingly, like, what are we talking about? Like, if somebody comes by and sticks their finger up my butt, what do you want me to call it? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? This is the shit that, like, drives me nuts, bro. It drives me up a fucking wall.
Yeah. Rapist.
I mean, you interrupted me there. You said, was it fingers in her or was she raped? That is rape. I would say that the definition of rape would include the penetration of a woman's female member with any part of a man's body, but most definitely his fingers. Here's a clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation.
So as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that?
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting it. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So I just want to get it clear. You're telling...
I mean, a wet willy is pretty different than somebody coming by and sticking their finger in your ass or up your pussy or something like that, wouldn't you say?
Me that this man and your
also like he does admit it.
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So I just want to get it clear. You're telling me that this man, and you're laughing, this man that admitted to abusing his position of power as the owner of these beauty pageants to barge into the women and girls dressing room, where you then abuse their position of vulnerability because they feel vulnerable enough to take their clothes off to change, to then look at them naked is acceptable, and you in fact even find it funny just like he did.
You could be right about everything in the world. Doesn't even matter. Never even gonna move a needle. Literally, everyone's gonna watch this. They're gonna agree with you and me and just go on with their life. Like, you're never gonna make.
Then why even come on here? Like, if you have this mindset, why come on? Like, what a fucking dumb mindset, bro.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised the stories that I've heard about the difference that I made.
Like what? What'd you save someone's life?
Yeah, actually.
Okay, you're not saving anyone's life, bro. You're so narcissistic.
It's a real story. My next face-off claim is Donald Trump wishes he could be a dictator.
Okay, I mean he has a lot of power right now, leader of the free world. So
I'd agree to it. I'd fucking love to sit here and debate. I mean, like, her problem, like I said, she doesn't even seem to care. As you could just hear back there, like, none of this matters. Like, so you're not even gonna, if you don't believe that you can change someone's mind or like have a chance of changing anyone's mind, you're not gonna try that hard. You just want to get up here and have fun, and that's what she's doing. He is at least up here thinking that he can change somebody's mind. They should have put somebody better than her up here. Like, that's so fucking aggravating. That's why, like, the Nick Fuentes and, like, him and Nick Fuentes, that was a good debate. This is nothing.
Why is he not doing it? Why, when people are going and attempting to assassinate him, rioting on the streets, why is he not banning people? Taking them out of the country?
Assassination. What are we talking about? They clipped his ear. I hope nobody's ever came by and flicked her in the ear or anything talking about assassination. What the fuck are we talking about? Come on. That's not an assassination attempt. They just pierced his ear. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know. Why isn't he more of a dictator? I feel like he has the power. He should.
Well, it's funny that you make that point, because I'd actually argue that he has tried to position himself above the law, above the Constitution, above Congress even. And I think that there's a great argument that I could give you to demonstrate how that's the case. So in the last year and a couple months, that's how long he's been president, I believe that he's infringed upon Article 1 of the Constitution, Article 2 of the Constitution, then Amendment 1, 2, 5, 4, 10, 14, and 22. And we could go through that now, because if that's all true, then I think you'll kind of see some credibility in my claim about how he wants to position himself as a dictator, above laws, above the Constitution, above Congress, yada, yada, yada. So let's start with the amendments that he's infringed on. I think that he served as a threat to the First Amendment when he suggested that it's now illegal to criticize him in the media. I think that he suggested a threat to the Second Amendment when he told his Department of Justice to try to find any way to ban any and all gun ownership for all law-abiding trans-American citizens.
What reality? Are you talking about, like, debate in general is over? Like, nobody can debate anymore?
The NRA agreed with me, by the way. I think that he's infringed on the Fourth Amendment when he gave an order to ICE to arrest people without any judicial warrants. That is blatantly illegal. Courts have ordered and ruled as such. Same thing with his illegal deportation of like 300 Venezuelan immigrants to Secot and El Salvador with no due process. Judge ruled that was illegal. Donald Trump said, I don't care. I think that he's infringed on the 10th Amendment via illegally deploying the National Guard in Illinois. SCOTUS actually gave their opinion on the subject matter. They said it was unconstitutional. He's definitely infringed on the 14th Amendment. He did that day one with Executive Order number 14160, where he tried to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil. They've had that since 1868 with the ratification of the 14th. He can't do that. Same thing with the 22nd Amendment. He's just kind of served a threat to that via the resuggestion that he wants to run for a third
big
term.
roll,
When
big
we look
roll.
at Article 1 of the Constitution, he's infringed on Article 1 and 2. He's infringed on the Articles of the Constitution via the suggestion that if Congress doesn't pass voter ID laws, he'll just do it on its own. He can't assume the power of Congress. That's illegal. Then same thing with like nationalizing the midterm elections. That's also illegal. The Constitution gives that ability to the states. And this is just kind of scratching the surface, but clearly I don't want to overwhelm you with too much information. I know that you don't really know too much about the law or the Constitution, so let's start there.
Burner.
Okay. Jesus, go back to the first one.
God damn.
So you just want me to pick something? Okay, I'll just...
Dude, come on.
Just first three, just go so I can like remember what you're even saying.
Yeah, for sure. I'll just pick an example because that was a lot. A really good example of him infringing on the Constitution, positioning himself above it, and kind of telling me that he wants to be an authoritarian, would be his infringement on the 14th Amendment, where he tried to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil, even though the 14th Amendment gives them that right.
Okay, and I just don't agree with that. I don't agree. First of all, them
Tell
getting
us why you
citizenship,
don't
I
agree.
think that it should be like that. I see there's way too much going on. You have illegals coming here, they're having kids, and then they're getting citizenship. We have an overwhelming amount of like, Jesus, you can call them baby-making houses in Orange County, where it's literally just a bunch of Chinese women in a house, and they're just pregnant, and they're giving citizenship to their kids. So, I don't know. I don't personally, I don't think that should be legal. I don't think we should be giving that to them. Of course, Democrats are not going to agree with that. I just think it's interesting, though, because, first of all, I know when he's talking about the third term, he's joking. And I know it's like,
Is he?
you're like, he's president, he can't joke like that. That's fine. Not even gonna get into that. I would say, what about the Biden administration, you know, pressuring like Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook and all this stuff to either like suppress information, you know, taking Trump down from Twitter and all these things? Like, would you say that that was too far, or do you think that's justified?
Now, Jay, we talked about before that about fucking Trump bringing in all those Chinese students. You, with your distrust of people who are not American, especially with your distrust of China, how do you know that those students that he's bringing in by the hundreds of thousands, how do you know that none of them are double agents? Why do you trust that none of them are double agents, the ones that Trump is bringing over? What's the difference there?
So I don't mind talking about the Biden-Harris administration with you and having a conversation about potential executive overreach there. I just want to ensure productive linear conversation, which would include going point by point. But I hope that we have enough time to go over that because I'd love to before the clock ends. Now, to respond to your first comments about the 14th Amendment, I don't expect you to think that the children born to undocumented immigrants should be birthright citizens, okay? Emily, you're a crazy radical conservative. Look back at the debate that we've had. It would be a needle in a haystack.
But they're getting
and
brought
such a
in,
surprise
Jay.
for
That's
you
what
to
we're
tell me
talking
otherwise,
about. They're
that you
getting
do
brought
think
in.
They should have birthright citizenship. And I hear this from every conservative ever. When I make this point about him infringing on the 14th Amendment, the first response is always, well, I don't think the children born to them should have birthright citizenship. But that's not what matters here. What matters here is, regardless of what you think, Donald Trump positioned himself above the Constitution. Regardless of what you think about the 14th Amendment, Donald Trump attempted to terminate it as it stands with an executive order. Regardless of what you think, that is dictatorial. That is authoritarian. Checks and balances matter. The Constitution matters. Congress matters. The Supreme Court
Constitution
matters.
used to matter.
Man, no one
Does it
person
still?
should
I'm
have
not
the
so sure.
ability to completely change the laws as they've existed since 1868 with one signature on one piece of paper. And that's what I want you to respond to.
No, that's fair. If you want to go, I'm giving an opinion. I don't think they should have citizenship, and I think that he should go about it legally. If he doesn't like it, I think he should legally go about it and, attempt to put forth in front of the American people to change it. But I don't
Which judge? Which judge are you talking about? You said rule by judge. Which one?
think he should just go and do whatever he wants. Because when every administration does usually whatever they want. They do a lot of things that I think are overreach and illegal.
The president
and they
does
should all
not,
be held
though.
to
The
same
president
standard.
does not consider
I'm
us
sure
at war
Trump
with China.
overreaches, Biden overreach. They've all overreached. So it's just like, I agree. He should go about it the legal way. I think we should have some order in the country for once.
Okay, so it actually seems like you might agree with my claim that he wants to be a dictator. Now, no? Well, I mean, what else could he do? There's no document above the Constitution. What else could he do?
There's
to
no
prove to you that he
document
wants
supposed to be
dictator?
above the
Be a dictator.
Constitution.
Agree that he doesn't care about the
Well,
Constitution.
besides, the
if you
Bible.
agree he doesn't care about the checks and
God, am I right,
balances,
boys?
if you agree he
Praise
doesn't care
God.
about the Supreme
He
Court
is
of Congress,
risen.
what
That
else
tomb
could
is
he
empty,
possibly
praise
do to
God.
convince you that he wants to be a dictator?
By being a dictator. Look at people you consider dictators around the world. Why doesn't he just behave like that then? Why doesn't he just throw out the book and be like, all right, all these people protesting, throw them in jail. Freedom of speech, gone. Not allowed to criticize me. Shut down every other station that's not, I don't know, Fox and Newsmax. Maybe he likes them, right? Put political opponents in jail. Go, the assassination attempts on his life, or, it's like, look who's just, testifying in front of Epstein file. Like, why doesn't he just go be a dictator if he's capable of it? I mean, the thing is, the United States,
Oh my God.
you are the leader of the
Oh
free
my
world. You have a
God,
lot
this
of power.
bitch.
You have a lot of power over other countries as
How
well.
much time do we
it's like,
have left
just
on
go-
this?
So why isn't he doing it then? Because I feel like with the, amount of attempts to ruin his life, his career, going after his family, his safety, assassination attempts, I feel like he's handled it pretty well. He doesn't seem too bitter or upset about it. So I'm like, why doesn't he just go do it? Like, who would you like him to be more like? And who do you consider a real...
In my opinion, Dean has grown. I want to be very clear again, Jay. I do not like Dean, but he has grown a lot. This happened way after his thing with Nick Fuentes, because Nick Fuentes just ate him up. He was pretty much sitting in her chair when he was debating Nick Fuentes. If they have it on YouTube, because YouTube is pretty... I don't know if they allow any... Well, no, I think they allow Nick... No, they do allow Nick Fuentes clips. I watch them. So hopefully I can find that after this.
Dictator, and is he like that?
Okay, yeah, let me respond to everything that you said. So I think that you made a really good point, and you don't even know it. You said he's capable of it. I don't think that he is fully capable of it, and in fact, I think that's why he's not a full-blown dictator, mask-off authoritarian. Because we do have checks and balances. We do have a body of people that sit on the Capitol building all day that could strike him down and talk to members of his administration. We do have judges that rule a lot of the things that he does is illegal, and sometimes those orders will stick. The administration will get checked. You and I just never hear about it because of Steve Bannon's tactic of flooding the zone and doing something new whenever they lose.
I'll flood your zone.
My point is even though we have these checks
Huh?
and balances, even though we have Congress, even though we have the courts, okay, he is still pushing the limits to a level never seen before in this country's history.
Yeah, I'm not
all
talking
right?
about.
starting in 2020 with his fake elector scheme of installing fake votes for himself in Congress to rig and steal the election. Only reason why that didn't work is because of Mike Pence. He wouldn't have been a dictator.
Stamps.
Oh, he loves the people too on that day, by the way. Pardon the 174 people that try to kill cops. Moving on to all the constitutional
Replaces
infringements that
every
he's made in the
dice
last year that I
reward
told
at
you,
the end of a
definitely indicative of
round with
authoritarianism.
stamps. What does that
Saying
mean?
that he wants to, I don't know, nationalize the midterm elections. That doesn't ring a bell for you, like maybe a little bit authoritarian? And every day he does something new to demonstrate to you, me, and the rest of the world that that is what he wants, and he would like a dictatorship, and he wouldn't like any checks and balances. Because if he were to respect the checks and balances, then why do I have so much ammunition, so many talking points, and so many facts that I'm sharing with you right now to demonstrate otherwise? If he likes the Constitution, why the hell did he call for its termination? If he likes elections, why the hell did he try to prevent one in 2020? If he likes Congress, why did he say that he could federalize elections and take that power away from states and pass laws without them? If he likes courts, then why the hell did he try to ignore the court's order that ruled some of his deportations as illegal? And if he likes the Supreme Court and their rulings on the Constitution, then why the hell doesn't he respect their previous rulings on the nature of the 14th Amendment when he attempted to argue that it didn't apply to the children born to undocumented immigrants? The obvious answer to all these questions is, well, clearly, he doesn't like the checks and balances.
Did I say that?
And if he doesn't like the checks and balances, then my claim that he wants to be a dictator is true.
He doesn't have much time left, correct? So why doesn't he just go do all these things? That's what I don't understand. If he wants to do it, this is the only time left. He has power to do all these things. And as a Republican who voted for him, I think he's been really weak across the board with a lot of these things. We voted to close the border, mass deportations. I don't want wars. I don't want money going to other countries. I want every single legal out. I want harsher crimes for bad people, murderers, rapists, and all these things in this country. And, you know,
you don't want wars. How's that going for you?
Like to get mortgage rates down and make the country better and more affordable for people, and he's not delivering on a lot of those, and I can admit that. You know what I mean? You should be criticizing the person you elected, which I don't really see on the other side. You know, I mean, you have Harry and all these people. Biden's just perfect. He's healthy. He's done everything right. But I'm like, the thing is, you got to be able to call it out when other people do it as well. Like I said, we have checks and balances. He needs to go by the law, or else we kind of just throw everything out, and then I don't know what we are anymore as a country. But at the same time, I want that standard held to the previous administration.
We've always been in the war season. God damn. When have we not been? Ever since I've been alive, we've been in the war season. It never stops.
As well. So I want people like you speaking out when they're doing things like, I think it's crazy to remove him off social media, to pressure Facebook, to force people. I mean, you know, all of our accounts were deleted, doctors were taken off. So it's like, I just want that same energy consistently, no matter who's in charge. And you should be smart enough to see through the bullshit on that, and you should agree with that.
Okay, I think that you're clearly drowning in this debate. I think I've effectively demonstrated that my claim that Donald Trump wants to be a dictator is true, and now you're just merely asking me to give that same energy to the other administration. So if you want me to have a conversation with you about Biden, go ahead and concede that Trump wants to be a dictator, and I'll happily talk to you about Biden. But literally last time I asked you to do this, the same question, you said, nuh-uh, I don't think that Trump wants to be a dictator, or else you'd be doing all these things. I demonstrate to you how he is doing all these things,
every other administration's
so on and
done.
so forth.
So he's doing things that every other administration's done. The same way you guys are crying about mass deportations, he has some of the lowest numbers. You're crying about, oh, I don't like the way they did it. That's the way they were doing it. Obama's building the cages. They're doing all these things. But when Trump does anything, it's completely different. No one was upset when Obama was dropping bombs on people and he was doing all the same things when we were going into war with... I mean, no one on the left says anything about all that, but when Trump does it, it's completely different. And it does matter when you remove a sitting president off social media, when you go and pressure the biggest companies to silence people, to remove conservatives, the same way TikTok bans us all every week. Those things do matter because free speech to me is actually the most important thing. So when you're censoring that and you're making it seem like the only ideas in America are the mainstream ones on the left, which are insane ideas, then yeah, that is a big deal. It does matter. And it should be applied to every administration, not just Trump. Everything I know Trump does. I go through this
I just hit a million.
I'll respond to all of that now. So one of the suggestions that you made was about the Biden-Harris administration telling Mark Zuckerberg that they need to kick Donald Trump off. First and foremost, they didn't say that if you don't do this, we're going to shut you down and there's going to be criminal...
across the board.
He's lying.
And there's going to be criminal punishments. That never happens. They made a suggestion to Facebook saying, hey, guess what? You know, COVID misinformation is bad. It'll kill people. You should do this. And then they did. There was no consequences.
You're a liar.
There was nothing bad that was going to happen to Mark Zuckerberg if they didn't. Unlike Brendan Carr and the FCC under Donald Trump saying, hey, ABC and Disney, guess what? You got to kick Jimmy Kimmel off, and if you don't, we might revoke your license. So it's funny because, like I said, in your misrepresentation of what the Biden-Harris administration did in their conversation with Facebook, you gave me yet another reason to describe why Trump wants to be a dictator.
So there's no consequences from suppressing data, doctors, all that things that would have changed
did
the
have to
outcome
fight
of
it with
people's
Kimmel.
lives and the country, the economy, things worldwide. There was none of that matters. They just simply pressured him a little, and that was it. Removing doctors, Republicans, the sitting president, all these things just doesn't matter to you. It's just crazy. This is the argument with every Democrat: is anytime Trump does anything, he's Hitler. It's bad. It's
He's
legal.
Hitler.
But then everything Democrats did somehow, well, with them it's legal. It's totally acceptable. Silencing half the country is totally
He's
okay.
Hitler.
I mean, Republicans even today having to deal with death threats against us, social media platforms still being biased against us, and not even to say that that misinformation didn't matter. That's the one misinformation that actually affected
it.
people's lives and is going to for the next, however many years
Give me an
until everyone's
enchant.
dead. That's why
Damn
Pfizer's
it.
hiding the files for 90 years from us of all the outcome of these vaccines and all the data. So it's like to say that
Damn
doesn't
it.
matter. That's actually one of the only things that does matter because it affects people's health.
I'll take that.
And without your health, Trump doesn't really matter. Neither does Biden or any of these people.
I'm out of time to respond, so I can't. I'll be responding to that on my personal YouTube channel.
Of course. My last face-off claim is Republicans are more trusted than Democrats to fix the economy and help working families. Okay.
Okay, well, to start, you're actually going to find this shocking. Same thing with a lot of the viewers at home. You're actually technically right. For those that don't know, we both exchanged prompts the day before filming.
And
so
an
I knew what
email
to
being the
expect here.
reason for
I did some
Benghazi.
research on it. There's been a couple of polls done in the last couple months where actually, Americans do suggest that they have more trust in Republicans than Democrats for the economy. Like the Washington Post did one, I think. And that's
What does that say?
What my counterclaim would be here
Fix of
is
half
that they
of your
shouldn't.
no, my
Because the Republicans are
rings!
completely
My
destroying the economy. The
rings!
Trump administration has been terrible. Last year, we saw the worst jobs report since 2003 if we ignore the 2008 recession caused by the Trump administration. We saw the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2008 as well because of the Trump administration. Every single month in 2025 under Trump after Liberation Day, the imposition of all those tariffs, we saw less and less manufacturing jobs because of the Trump administration. We see a stagnation in the increase of real median wages starting under Trump, which was not true during the last 2 years of the Biden-Harris administration because of
I should have got rid of that.
we see a declining amount of real fixed private business investment into American
They
manufacturers.
got legendary dice though.
And we have seen that every single financial quarter under Donald Trump's second administration after a boom in investment under Biden. I mean, everything around us seems to be getting worse. The odds of a recession are climbing high. Markets are terrible. Consumer confidence is at a 15 or 20-year low. And no clue why the polls are indicating that Americans have more faith in Republicans than
What happened to my
Democrats.
rolls?
I'd have to chop it up to
Did I only have one
propaganda
roll?
or misinformation because clearly the facts say that Trump is failing us and the GOP could do significantly better than they are.
What did I do?
Yeah, I looked last night, and
What
pretty
did I
much
just
no
do?
matter what the outlet was, Fox, CNN, ChatGPT, Grok,
What
it
the
literally doesn't
hell
matter.
did
They
I
said
do?
across the board, U.S. citizens trust Republicans with the economy more. I think when you're pushing the fact that you want to
What the
put
fuck
Americans
did I
first,
do?
America first agenda, you want to bring jobs back to America. I think that when you say that, it sounds great, and that's probably why they're like, yeah, we want that guy. I wanted no new wars. I wanted to be in no wars. That's obviously very costly. We're not necessarily getting that right now, which I am not a fan of. I criticize the administration every day. I know tariffs can be very tough. They can have positive outcomes later on as well. I say if you want to help
What the hell
Americans and
did
the
I
economy and all
do?
that, I'd be like, okay, well, we need to get out of war. We need to actually get jobs here. I would say getting rid of mass deportations could be good. And I think the biggest thing would
Dude, that
be
run was
the
so
fact that there's so much
good.
fraud. I think if we
What the
investigate the
fuck
fraud,
did I do?
Republican and
I
Democrat,
I
like what's
fucked
going on
up
in
something,
Minnesota,
but I don't
the
even know
Somalian
what.
fraud,
What did
and
I
there's
do?
so much fraud, especially here in California. It's probably the worst state. I think if we investigate that, we could actually get that money back to Americans, but I don't think that's a left versus right thing. I think that's just a government thing.
Why did I only have two rolls
at
right
no
there?
point
What
in
is
that last
happening?
statement
What is
did you
taking my
respond to
rolls?
damnation of the economy under the Trump administration, so it kind of sounds like you agree that Americans shouldn't trust the Republican Party to effectively navigate and manage the economy because the Trump administration is failing it. Now, if you disagree with me, if you don't
What
think
is
the
taking
Trump
my
administration is
rolls?
failing the economy, then please respond to the macroeconomic data points that I shared to demonstrate otherwise.
Okay, but here's my issue. You have Democrats in charge for however long. Like, let's say California, for example. It's been like 16 years or whatever. And then Gavin Newsom every day is blaming Trump for every single thing. And I'm confused because, like you said, everything was going well under the Biden administration. Me personally, with what I do for a living, I don't get hit the way a normal person gets hit. Car insurance is high, health insurance is high, everything costs money, everything goes up and up and up, rent is insane, mortgage, all these things, okay? I see all that, I'm living and I'm part of it, but I'm not necessarily affected by the way other people would. And, you know, so my life isn't increasingly better under Trump. Besides, I would say free speech for me is the biggest thing. So I'm like, okay, you are kind of putting it out there that like Republicans get in charge and just everything goes up. Everything goes to shit. And it was so much better under Biden. But I'm like, I don't think me or the average American really feels that way. And if the data is there and it's true and it's factual, then that's great. I can't argue with that as long as it's a trusting non-biased source, which doesn't really exist. But this whole thing of like everything is so bad, I don't think it's that bad. I think we just need to focus on America and stop sending money to every other country and helping all these people. And I know
True and
like I said, war is
based.
one of the
True
most
and
expensive
based.
things, and we don't want to be a part of that. But I wouldn't say like everything was amazing under Biden and so cheap, and then now all of a sudden everything's really expensive. I don't think a normal American is experiencing that.
Okay, well, we can definitely demonstrate a shift in economic trends. During the last 2 years of the Biden-Harris administration, every financial quarter, we saw more and more investment into American manufacturing. We saw booming GDP growth. We saw 2 historical low levels of unemployment, 50-year record lows. Not to mention that we saw a significant downtrend in inflation on top of pretty awesome strides and increases in real median wages, alongside about $1 billion other things. As I already told
$1
you,
billion?
last year,
That's a
2025,
lot.
worst jobs report since '03, ignoring recessions, most manufacturing bankruptcies since '08. That's terrible. Stagnation in real median wage growth. The last year in 2025, the first quarter, we actually had negative GDP growth. Only developed country in the world to have that negative GDP growth. On top of, like I said, about $1 billion terrible other things as well, ranging from a sudden decrease in inflation, but simultaneously, in consideration of all these other factors of a declining economy, like bad GDP growth, bad jobs report, bankruptcies,
Thank you,
seems to
thank
indicate
you.
an environment that could actually transpire
Appreciate
and create
it.
a recession. And it sounds like in response to all that
Give me a
data
good
that I
ring.
shared with you, your argument was, I don't feel that way? I mean, facts don't care about your feelings. Do you have a counter argument better than I
Facts
feel
don't
like you're
care
wrong,
about
dude?
your feelings.
No, I'm not even saying
True
you're wrong.
and
I'm
based.
saying that you pretending like under the Biden administration everything was amazing, and now under Trump it's not. That's just not true. And let's also talk about why things are so bad, which we're going to probably be feeling for the next 50 years. Democrats shut down our country.
They
and
did do
people
that.
are forgetting
They did
that
do
people
that.
lost everything because of that. The city, I'll speak for California and
Not
Los
Florida,
Angeles in
though.
general.
Florida didn't
Ever
shut down
since the
shit.
pandemic,
We didn't shut
which
down
obviously now we know
shit.
every single thing was a lie, and
Based.
they just destroyed the country for no reason. Businesses cannot keep afloat here. They just simply can't. Restaurants are gone, businesses are gone because we have Democrats running the city. Crime is up. People just stop reporting crime because there's no point because there's not enough cops and they don't come. So now they say the crime's down. But I'm like, we're forgetting the biggest thing, which really is COVID. That took a hit on our country that we are not. How is that funny? That we're not gonna. What people losing everything is hilarious.
No, not at all.
People losing their businesses,
People
their
are
mental
fleeing
health,
California.
killing
I won't
themselves,
interrupt
turning to
you, right?
alcohol, turning to drugs, losing their job, losing their platforms, free speech, doctors
Doesn't take up spaces,
losing
based.
they can't practice medicine anymore because they said there might be side effects. I mean, that is going to affect our country for, probably 50 years. I don't know if we're going to recover from that. And also most people that are not nuts can tell there is a shift in everything since then. Businesses cannot stay alive here. It's just, nothing's been the same, and it's really bad. And I think people care about that, and it's not something to joke about.
Okay, so what I was laughing at is your very sour attempt to look all the way back to the pandemic to somehow justify and or explain how the Democrats are responsible for the shift in macroeconomic trends that we saw start on January 21st, 2025 with Trump's second administration. And it is extra ironic because you actually would blame a lot of the negative economic outcomes downstream of the pandemic that were true under the Biden-Harris administration on Biden and Harris, even though they weren't caused by them, they're caused by the pandemic and they were global trends. And your argument there was, well, Biden's president. This is all his fault. But somehow you have found a way to reach back into the beginning of Biden's presidency years ago to explain why Donald Trump, the current president, is not responsible for the economic trends that we see today. So that's what I was laughing at. Also, spare me the fake outrage. You responded to that by saying, "What's funny, Dean? People are dying." Moments after, in the last topic that we debated, okay, saying that this VA nurse deserved to get murdered by 12 shots in the back by a lawless ICE thug. So spare me the fake outrage. You don't care. But what I would like to add on here is that I think this is an emotionally driven position. You can't tell me that the economic trends we saw years ago because of the pandemic that were straightened out by the Biden-Harris administration. After the pandemic, under the Biden-Harris administration, we saw two 50-year record low levels of unemployment.
They weren't talking
After the
about
pandemic, we saw a
Clinton,
rebound in
though.
investment.
Right
After
there,
the
they were
pandemic,
talking.
we saw a rebound
The
in GDP
discussion
growth.
is between
After the
Biden and
pandemic,
Trump.
we saw a rebound in many
They're
markets,
not talking about all
and
of
the one
American
lingering
history,
issue
you
that is
know.
still affecting many Americans
They're just
is the
talking
price of
about
houses
the
and prices of
last,
goods. But keep in mind, a lot of the
last
data points that I
presidential
shared
candidacy
weren't
in
really
this
too
one.
concerned by prices. It's just emotional. There's no basis
I
to
mean,
your
you
position.
are, but
And I
they
only
aren't.
think the
That's
reason
not,
why
that's
you
not
were
what they're
attempting to reach
discussing.
all the way back into the pandemic
That's
to
why
justify
he
that
wouldn't
I'm
bring
wrong
it
and it's all
up.
the Democrats'
Every
fault.
turn you need to
Because you don't
roll
know
one
the data like
specific
I do.
space. If you
Doesn't
don't
seem like you know a
curse
lot of
one of the
things.
dice,
Your
you
only
fuck
position in
you,
this
curse
debate
my
is to
shit.
spark fake outrage, tell me I'm crazy and liberals suck, when in all reality, I don't think you've opened up a textbook on economics for 5 years.
Okay, so
You
fake
fucking
outrage
blew
from
my
shutting
shit
down
up.
the country and the world. So that's just emotional. That never happened. We're gonna have no effects from that, right?
Well, what I'm calling fake outrage is when you attempted to crucify me for laughing at you. Keep in mind, I'm not laughing at the pandemic.
Oh my
I'm not
God,
laughing at
what
those that
the
lost their
hell
lives
is
because of
this?
the pandemic. I'm not laughing at those that were addicted to drugs because of the pandemic. I'm laughing at you attempting to reach back to the pandemic to create justification
Oh,
of thin air insofar as why Democrats are responsible for the Trump administration's faults today. And that's something we should all laugh at just because of how truly ridiculous it is.
That's not fake outrage. That's why I got into this. My life was affected by it. I lost my job. Everyone in my family, my friends, we all lost our jobs. We also then were being forced to put vaccines in our body, which everyone that has it will have either effects now or later, lifelong effects. So that's affecting a lot of people in the country. I'm sure a lot of people got the vaccine, right? And so that's not fake outrage. That actually changed me and every single person's life I know. And we are feeling the effects from that. And we're going to continue to feel the effects from that. We have not bounced back. And that's not me blaming Democrats and Republicans. I don't agree with the fact that Trump pushed the vaccine. I think that was literally insane to do. So it's like, that's not fake outrage. That's like all of our lives were affected.
Why
The
did I
city has
only
gone
get
to
2
shit
rolls
since
right
then.
there?
And I know because I live here and I see it. Restaurants can't stay alive. Rents are too high. The crime's out of control. The homeless is out of control. And 90% of this stemmed from the pandemic and the people who were in charge who handled it terribly. And people lost everything because of it. And yeah, I think the country losing everything is a lot more important than one person. Yeah, I do care more.
Okay, so first, the direct response to your argument to shut it down because it's terrible. Once again, we saw under the Biden-Harris administration during the last 2 years economic trends that look like this. Look at my finger, it's going up, that's positive.
Look at my
Come
finger,
January
it's going
1st,
up.
2021, 2025, we saw economic trends that look like this. See, the finger's going down, it's negative. You cannot just simply basically posit that the pandemic that happened all the way back here is somehow responsible for the downtrend all the way up here. How can you explain the uptrends that came right before it? You can't. Now, the indirect response I'd like to give to the theme of what I hear from you now is that I heard a lot of me. I was hurt, therefore I care.
I see
and
his
I
finger.
think that
I
perfectly
see it.
explains
I see
the self-obsessiveness of many Trump supporters with the apathetic attitude directed towards everybody else. Well, it wasn't you who got killed by that ICE agent, so you don't care. It wasn't you who Donald Trump posted on Truth Social about when he was advocating for the execution of 7 Democrats in Congress, so you don't care. It wasn't you when Donald Trump stopped paying out food stamp benefits to 16 million children during the last 12 days of the government shutdown and then refused to abide by a court order to pay them out, therefore you don't care. It wasn't you when Donald Trump cut 10 million low-income Americans off of Medicaid under the big beautiful bill, when we already have 51,000 low-income Americans die every year via lack of access to health care, so you don't care. I mean, I could go on all day, and I think that my point here is clear. Legitimately, Emily, this is the 3rd time we've sat down together, yet this is the first time I've heard you care about people getting hurt, and it's funny because it started with the word me.
I care that the country goes to shit, and I care that people were forced to put poison into their body. That's gonna inevitably probably kill them.
Does she
and people
care
around
though?
them.
Does
Yeah,
she
I
really?
don't understand. So you have it all. You have all the data on your side. Democrats are crushing it. So why do the people not just continue to vote for them? I don't understand. If all of that is in front of everybody and it's black and white, they're the best for the economy, even though the fraud we see under Democrats is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. Going all the way up to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. I mean, it makes sense why they brought all the Somalians here, so obviously they can run fraud through them all, because there's no other point in bringing these people here. But I'm like, California, the most
Is that what he said,
fraudulent
that he wants
state.
unlimited
The amount of
immigration? I
money
wasn't
we
listening to
have
him.
And we piss away. And guess what? Every week in the news, what is it? A new person who's a Democrat. Oh, they actually bought a bunch of mansions. They're in charge of the homeless money. They're city council. They bought new mansions, new cars. The fraud is the issue. And I know it
Fuck
happens
you,
on both
bro.
sides,
It was
of
right
course,
there.
because the difference is in California, you have LA, which
He
is
is
just
a
becoming a
leftist.
third world shithole.
You know,
And then you have an
he
hour
is a
away in Orange
leftist.
County, which is run by Republicans. And somehow, you know, we're 45 minutes away from each other and it's pristine there. It's perfect.
what
And
the
I'm like,
fucking-
why is
that
that?
make-
How are we going to fix
gay?
any problems when the fraud is this bad? Because Democrats go into clearly rape Americans and take their money because nothing's getting done.
That it what
Nothing's
now?
getting done. It's never been worse here. We rank #1 for everything bad. Why? Because Gavin Newsom's been in charge for how long? We have Karen Bass who just let 2 cities burn down, and nothing gets better. But if all these talking points, everything benefit you and Democrats on your side, and so life should be good under Democrats, then how come people don't just vote for Democrats, even Republicans? Why is that?
RIPLA.
Well, it's actually funny that you asked that question. How come people don't vote for Democrats? We've already started to see the blue wave begin. A Democrat won the mayoral race in Miami, Florida for the first time in 20 to 30 years, as well as many other elections that I'd love to share with you about the upcoming midterms. I gotta stop.
Why is everything
okay, well,
zero?
California,
What
we've
happened?
seen a red wave. The top 2 people running for governor of California are both Republicans.
Why was
is
everything
that?
zero?
Because all the money we pay in taxes doesn't fix the streets. Homeless has never been worse. Everything is unaffordable. Crime is insane. Police don't come. We don't even have enough police to come either
Do
way.
not come.
And 2 cities
I'm
burned
gonna
to the ground.
come.
What are they focused on?
Do not
finding
come.
those people to clean up
I'm
their
gonna
own
come.
houses that have burned down. Everyone's leaving. They're trying to do millionaires aren't paying enough tax. Now we're going to do the billionaire tax. So what are we having here? A red wave. A red wave because they have done nothing but fail us here.
I'm gonna come. Was that it?
Hey, Jeremy. Jeremy?
Yeah.
All right.
Jeremy? 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 Now let's get an actual debate going. Not Jubilee. Charlie Cookie. No. Come on now. No. Give me full. Don't fuck me on this. Don't give me shorts. Don't give me this shit. They took it down. I should have known. That's insane, bro. That's insane. They took it down. Wow, that's crazy, bro. Just look it up. Look what up. If it's not on YouTube, YouTube's real bad. They already hit me with a strike a little bit ago. They would butt fuck me on that. They'd butt fuck my live stream. What is this?
Not touching entitlements. Biden always attacks Republicans in a State of the Union, saying they're trying to touch Social Security.
Can you stream Kick Rumble streams on Twitch? I'm not sure. That one I'm not sure about. If they ban it on YouTube and then you play, it's like they fucking big dick you on that shit. Damn it, that is so lame, bro. Wow. Fucking cringe. They'll let them stay up there. I wonder. Let me look. Hold on. Give me a second. I don't think I have Rumble. And then Rumble is going to hit me with a whole bunch of ads and shit. Nick J. Fuentes, Dean Withers.
Okay, that wasn't too hard.
All right.
All right.
Nick, let's give it a little introduction. I would like you to give a little introduction and tell us, the new viewers and stuff, who you are.
Wait.
Talk a little about yourself. Yeah, go ahead.
Wait. Was maybe, hold on. Sorry. Charlie Cookie. I think it just has Aiden
You see and hear me, Nick?
I think it just has them no matter what.
do.
Okay, we have to join the other Discord room with Dean.
Okay.
So how you feeling tonight? You good?
I'm feeling good. I'm excited.
Dude, it's actually like a pleasure to talk to you, bro.
Likewise. Good to talk to you too.
Bunch of faggots.
He does have aura.
Gay as hell.
Let's go.
What?
You have aura.
Thank you, bro. Wait, hold on. What's that? Oh shit! I got it. Well, we're gonna.
About to go to the
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna invite you to this room. Don't leak it. All right.
Okay.
glaze off, right?
Nah, my boy Dean got aura too. All right, 1 second here.
No, not yet.
What's up, Dean?
It isn't letting me show.
What's going on,
it,
Aiden?
though.
How you doing?
Good, brother. How are
There.
you?
Dude, I'm doing all right. I'm a little bit nervous. I've had Knicks fans on the Twitter account. They're a little bit wild.
Hey.
Let's go.
What's going on, man? How you doing?
What's
won't
up? I'm
let
good.
me.
How you doing?
Hello.
Doing all right. It's a good night.
Let's have a great
Yes, it
time.
is.
Despite Dean, it's a pleasure to meet you, man. Despite whatever I believe in, like I said, I believe in a couple of your guys' points for certain topics. Me and Sneeko are gonna hold our ground and be as neutral as possible.
Cool. Sounds good. I appreciate y'all for that.
Sneeko, Dean, by the way, Sneeko, you're not gonna be able to see him because we're kind of reacting over you. But
There we
I'll
go.
turn my camera on for a quick second. You could meet us face to face. This is Sneeko.
What's going on, man?
Oh my God!
What's
Skip
going on,
this
dude?
homosexual
I was a little bit disappointed
rigmarole.
to hear that the debate between.
Get to the shit.
That people should. I'll just argue that Trump is better than. I think that Trump would be a better president.
Okay, there we go. I think we're there. I think we're in it now.
Got it.
This took place
Sorry,
before
guys.
Trump got in office.
No, dude, you're good. Take your time.
It's,
There we go. Okay.
All right.
We're good.
Can you
Trump
see?
versus
Yes.
Kamala.
Okay. Now let me do this like this. Okay. That wasn't too hard.
All right.
All right.
Nick, let's give it a little introduction. I would like you to give a little introduction and tell us, the new viewers and stuff, who you are, what you do. Talk a little about yourself, and yeah, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. Well, my name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. I'm a live streamer. I've been doing a show called America First
Madame
for 8
Coconut
years,
Tree.
almost 8 years now. I'm 26.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll
from
see. We'll see.
Chicago.
We'll see.
I'm a
We will
reactionary.
see.
Trump supporter. Well, I was a Trump supporter, not so much anymore. But I'll be defending Trump. It's fine from debate point of view. And yeah, so that's me. So I'm excited to be here. It's gonna be good.
Sweet. Okay. Well, the first topic, as everyone knows, I told the chat as well. you know, is who is the better presidential
Come the
candidate.
fuck on.
Dean,
Wait,
we'll start
what?
with you.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, obviously, I think that
Dude,
the
is that
better presidential
Carlos
candidate is
Dye
Kamala Harris,
fucking
but I just
us?
wanted to clarify with Nick. You said that you're not much of a Trump supporter. So, are
I
you
think the
voting for Trump?
Carlo
No,
Dye
I'm not.
fucks
I'm not
us,
gonna
bro.
vote for him.
Who are you voting for?
Bro, I'm pretty
I'm not
sure
voting.
that Carlos
Oh,
Dye
holy
is what's
shit.
fucking us.
Well, I mean,
I can never take that
the
again.
reason I chose that
Holy.
topic was because, you know, I thought that you were voting for Trump. I don't really see much, like, use in it if you're not voting for Trump. I mean, like,
Well,
one
it's
could say you
worthwhile
should-
because I'll argue that people should. I'll just argue that Trump is better than. I think that Trump would be a better president, but I'm not
Why
going to
do
vote
I only
for
get
him.
2 roles right there?
Okay, yeah, sure. I
So
guess
we
we'll
could
start
argue
there.
that.
Yeah, I guess we'll start there. I disagree. And,
Okay.
you know, one of the main reasons why I disagree, we could come out of the gate swinging, is this economic policy. I think that, you know, it's pretty clear, and we could probably both agree on this, that the average American should be doing better than they are today, and they should not be doing worse than they are today. Donald Trump's proposed economic policy will make the average American worse off with his tariffs. And then his TCJA for another 10 years disproportionately benefits rich people. It will also just add reckless spending to our debt.
Yeah, it was
It'll
5 months
inflate it
ago.
even more than it
Hey,
is
when
today.
you're
I think there's
young
an estimate from
already,
the
5
CBO
months
putting
is a
it right
big
at
deal.
$5.8 trillion. He has no fucking plan how he's going to pay for it.
No,
Then we
this
look
had to be
over at
more than
Kamala
5 months
Harris,
ago.
okay?
This
Her
is over
proposed
a
tax policy
year.
so far is $2.4 trillion. She knows exactly how
This
she's gonna
was
pay
in
for it, and they're designed for
2024,
100
at
million
the
American
end of
workers in the low and
2024.
middle class. And it's going to make them better off. Donald Trump's going to make them worse off. Argument's clear.
So it was, he's like 2 years
Okay,
younger.
that's it. It's
He's
just
pretty
economic
young, so.
proposals. That's all you got.
We could start there. I mean,
Okay.
Sure, we
Well,
could
let's-
reference other
let's-
things too. I didn't want
Yeah.
to just throw everything at you at once.
Watch
But
his
when we
face,
talk
bro.
about-
He's even worse in this.
Yeah,
He's
well,
grown a
let
little
me
bit.
address all that.
But
I
he
mean,
was awful, dude.
With regard
Awful.
to the
Just awful.
tariffs, J.D. Vance pointed this out. The Biden administration continued many of the
Dude, I
Trump
feel like
era
my
tariffs.
roles are getting
So
fucked
that's kind of
over.
a moot point. I mean,
Not at
I don't
all,
know
not
if
at all.
Kamala's going to. Oh, of course he did. Of course he continued.
No, they continued the
on
tariffs,
China.
but it's not a mute point. I disagree with the Biden-Harris administration because they continued the tariffs on China. But what Donald Trump is proposing today is a 10 to 20% flat tariff on all goods imported into the country.
Which he
right?
did.
I could say that any and all tariffs are bad, right? But a 10 to 20% flat tariff on all goods is worse than tariffs on goods imported from China.
I don't think it's a flat tariff. Is that actually the policy? I don't believe that's right.
It is, right? I think that J.D. Vance was talking about this last
think
night at
so.
debate. I think you could reference his
Watch
own
his
policies,
finger,
talk about
boys.
it multiple
Watch his
times in the past.
finger.
If you don't think this is
It's only on
proposed
certain
policy, well,
countries.
you say
There
it.
would be no 15. That doesn't make any sense. There'd be no 15 to 20% tariff. But even if that were the case,
Oh, but
fine.
there
Let's say for the
is.
sake of argument that's true because I don't know the Trump policy. They keep saying that Trump is going to put in place. They're calling it a consumption
me.
tax. A
They fucked
consumption
me.
tax is a value-added tax. They're saying it's going to be like a sales tax. And that's the idea that the taxation occurs at the point of a sale of goods. And that's actually a real proposal, but that's different than a tariff because, and here's the difference. When you put a tariff on goods and services, to call that a consumption tax is to imply that the consumer will bear the full cost of the tariff. And that's not necessarily true. Trump had a lot of tariffs in his first term, and the price of goods did not significantly increase in spite of the tariffs. Everybody says that it would only be the case if the full cost of the tariff was passed down to the consumer, but that flies in the face of the fact that
later on
foreign
goes, well, I was wrong
corporations
about that.
will bear the cost of the tariff, or almost all of it, and certainly not
That's
all
a
of it is
lie?
passed down to the consumer.
We've
That's just
learned.
not true. That's one. Two, with regard to deficit spending, tax policy, I mean, you know, I know you're a young guy and everything, but like Republicans and Democrats, there's a bipartisan consensus on spending. Let's just talk about spending. Most of the spending on an annual basis is not even discretionary. Okay, there's mandatory spending and there's discretionary spending. Mandatory spending means you can't change it. Okay, the executive doesn't change it, Congress can barely change it, and that is liabilities like Social Security, Medicare. It's baked into the cake. It's a vast majority of it. And who is going to cut entitlements? Nobody. Republicans aren't proposing to cut entitlements, although they'd be more willing to than Democrats. Democrats are certainly not touching entitlements. Biden always attacks Republicans in his State of the Union, saying they're trying to touch Social
I like the
Security.
deja vu.
What do you think's driving the deficit of the debt? It's Social Security and Medicare. It's unfunded liabilities. In terms of military spending, military
game's not
spending has gone up
mindless. I
every
needed
year under
something
the Biden
mindless.
administration. It's like $850 billion per year. That's the largest item in the discretionary budget. So mandatory spending is going to go up in perpetuity. under Democrats and Republicans. Discretionary spending is going to go up because military is by far and away the biggest component of that, and Biden spends more. And he spends more on military appropriations because of all the foreign aid. We gave $175 billion to Ukraine. We gave $27 billion to Israel, another $8 billion to Israel last week, $7 billion to
just
Taiwan,
you wait
$1.3
till you
billion
see
to
how much
Egypt.
we continue
That's
to
in
send to
addition to the
Israel.
$850 billion per year, which that's like the highest ever under Biden.
Just you wait.
You know, spending's not coming down under anybody.
Okay, well, that's just wrong. I'm sorry for interrupting you. You could
What's
reference
wrong?
yeah,
What's
you're
wrong about
claiming
it?
that spending didn't go down under Biden and Harris compared to Trump. You could reference a committee
didn't
for
say that. I didn't
responsible
say that.
federal budget. You said that spending wasn't going down under anyone, right? We can make a comparative analysis between the two last terms, and we could show how it's gone down.
Oh, I should have
A
flipped
committee
that.
for a responsible federal budget
damn
indicated
it.
that Donald Trump signed
I needed
$8.7
to flip
trillion
that.
of debt into law. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris only signed in 4.6. I mean, we could break that down into COVID and non-COVID. Like, for instance, Trump signed $4.8 trillion of non-COVID related expenditures into law. Meanwhile, Biden only signed in $2.2 trillion. But the first point that you made, I wanted to touch on that. You were talking about the tariffs, right? You just kind of related it back to how, like, the Kamala Harris campaign is calling it, like a sales tax. And then that's kind of all you said. Yeah, I don't really care what they're calling it. I agree. That's just a term that they use to convince the average American that doesn't know much about what a tariff is, that it's really bad. But at the end of the day, the impact of the
how I
tariff,
am
right,
about
still
what
does serve as a
aboutisms.
detriment to the consumer.
He
And
literally
you were very
said.
careful with your words here.
So
because
let's
you
rewind it
told
back
me,
there, Jay,
that-
since you're
that-
going to talk
that
about
ta-
Ukraine. Let's rewind it back and see if he talks about Ukraine. Or let's see if he only talks about Israel, or did he talk about Ukraine too? Maybe I missed it. I thought he said something about Ukraine, but let's rewind it back.
You know, I know you're a young guy and everything, but like Republicans and Democrats, there's a bipartisan consensus on spending. Let's just talk about spending. Most of the spending on an annual basis is not even discretionary. Okay, there's mandatory spending and there's discretionary spending. Mandatory spending means you can't change it. Okay, the executive doesn't change it, Congress can barely change it, and that is liabilities like Social Security, Medicare. It's baked into the cake. It's a vast majority of it. And who is going to cut entitlements? Nobody. Republicans aren't proposing to cut entitlements, although they'd be more willing to than Democrats. Democrats are certainly not touching entitlements. Biden always attacks Republicans in his State of the Union, saying they're trying to touch Social Security. What do you think's driving the deficit of the debt? It's Social Security and Medicare. It's unfunded liabilities. In terms of military spending has gone up every year under the Biden administration. It's like $850 billion per year. That's the largest item in the discretionary budget. So mandatory spending is going to go up in perpetuity under Democrats and Republicans. Discretionary spending is going to go up because military is by far and away the biggest component of that, and Biden spends more. And he spends more on military appropriations because of all the foreign aid. We gave $175 billion to Ukraine.
He talked about Ukraine.
We gave $27 billion to Israel, another $8 billion to Israel last week, $7 billion to Taiwan, $1.3 billion to Egypt. That's in addition to the $850 billion per year.
And he
that's like the highest ever
talked
under
about all
Biden.
those things already.
So, you know, spending's not coming down under anybody.
Okay, well, that's just wrong. I'm sorry for interrupting you. You can
What's
reference
wrong?
yeah,
What's
you're
wrong about
claiming
it?
that spending didn't go down under Biden and Harris compared to Trump. You could reference a committee
didn't
for
say that. I didn't say
responsible
that.
federal budget. You said that spending wasn't going down under anyone, right? We can make a comparative analysis between the two last terms, and we could show how it's gone down. A committee for a responsible federal budget indicated
which
that
is why
Donald
he
Trump
said
signed
it.
$8.7 trillion of debt in debt
But
into law.
again, he
Meanwhile,
already
Biden
said
and
that.
Harris only signed in 4.6.
He had
we
already
could
brought
break
up
that
Ukraine.
down into COVID and non-COVID. Like, for instance, Trump signed $4.8 trillion of non-COVID.
So right there, if you're going to talk about how much it mattered, you would have talked about.
But the first point that you
if
made,
you're just
I wanted to touch
reiterating,
on that,
you
were
left
talking about
out
the tariffs,
Israel right there.
Right? You just kind of related it back to how, like, the Kamala Harris campaign is calling it,
I'm
like
sure
a
he'll
sales
get into
tax,
USA,
and
but
that's kind
again,
of all
he
you
already
said.
brought up Ukraine.
Yeah, I don't really care what they're calling it. I agree.
So you
That's
have to
just a
you
term that
would
they
bring up
use,
both.
to convince the average American that doesn't know much about what a tariff is, that it's really bad. But at the end of the day, the impact of the tariff, right, still does serve as a detriment to the consumer. And you were very careful with your words here, because you told me that tax, right, that tariff, isn't fully paid by the consumer, implicitly kind of conceding there that some of it is.
I'll take that.
Right? And that's what I'm talking about. That is a tax that in some sorts is passed off to the consumer. We could also consider other attributes, such as the idea when we reduce the overall supply of a good with a constant demand, the price will go up. That's basic macroeconomics. That's going to what happen when we reduce the import.
When did we learn about the fraud that was going on in where was it again? When did we learn about the Minnesota fraud?
The Minnesota fraud scandal.
That was 2025, Jay. This was 2024. He wouldn't bring up something that he didn't know about.
The amount of imported goods without increasing the amount of like supply manufactured here at home in the U.S. At the end of the day, tariffs are bad. This is a unilateral, agreed upon consensus. Republicans and Democrats alike. You go to any economist, they'll tell you this, unless they don't have the necessary qualifications to be, and that's a fact. And then when we kind of consider these tariffs alongside
there is
this
no, but
policy,
still, this happened in
disproportionately benefiting the
2024.
rich man,
Again,
seemingly
he
at the
brought that
expense of the
stuff
poor
up
man
when he
with
was
these
talking
tariffs,
about
it
Israel.
becomes quite clear. If
He
we
wouldn't
want
have
to
talked
serve
about
the
stuff that he
average
didn't know
American
about.
in their best interests, we need to be voting for Kamala Harris because her policy does exactly that. I mean,
Okay.
83% of the tax
That's just
cuts in the
rhetoric.
TCJA. Not at
I
all.
have to get to
83% of the tax
500.
cuts in the TCGA for the last 7 years went to the top 1%. I mean, is that just rhetoric?
Okay,
I mean,
is it my turn?
go for it, sir.
Okay, so with regard to tariffs, yes, some of the cost is passed down to the consumer, but it's marginal. And the point of tariffs is to reshore manufacturing. I'll give you a perfect example. China has now become the largest manufacturer of electric cars. Huge industry. You could buy an electric car in China for $10,000. Tesla does not cost $10,000. If we allow China to dump their electric cars in America, there goes Tesla.
He wouldn't bring it up.
There goes our American electric car manufacturing.
Is he wouldn't bring up those things that he didn't know
There's
about.
a lot of problems. You have to put
That's why he's
tariffs on the
talking
cars.
about Israel and
Probably
Ukraine.
China will send them here regardless because they're still so cheap. And yeah, they're not going to be $10,000, but there's a value in making cars in America. There's a value, and by the way, because then Americans get those jobs. So, you know, you could
The
say
reason
that
I
free
stopped it
trade
right there is
creates the
because you
lowest
brought
cost.
Ukraine up
But the only
twice.
reason it creates the lowest cost is because
When you
they can
talked about
undercut us
Israel,
with
you
wages
mentioned
and with their
Ukraine,
lower
but he had
standard
already
of
mentioned
living
Ukraine.
and monetary policy that they have in their own country. So tariffs are essential for a holistic understanding of the economy. The increase in prices is marginal. It's not significant. And when you call it a consumer tax or a sales tax, you know, that does matter because they're conflating that with a VAT tax. That's very different. The 15, 20% to the, and I don't know that they're doing it on every country, so I'll take your word for it. It's not going to be passed down to consumers beyond a marginal amount. That's one. In terms of, you said, oh, well, Trump had more deficit spending. Almost all of that is accounted for by the pandemic. Almost all of it. When you say, well, the Trump had a $8 trillion deficit. That was because
would you
of the
say,
COVID
like,
stimulus.
what was the reason to bring up Ukraine when he already brought up Ukraine?
Almost all of it. And
But
here's
again,
the point.
you didn't say anything about Israel, just
I'll
Ukraine.
let you finish.
Yes, sir.
You said, so the structural problems with deficit spending, they're there under Trump, they're there under Harris. And by the way, Republicans tried to get limitations on the deficit. That's what they got elected on. Republicans regained control of Congress in 22, saying they'd limit the deficit. They negotiated it over the debt ceiling negotiations last year. They negotiated it over military appropriations last year with the October 1st deadline. Tried to negotiate it this year. Democrats wouldn't come to the table on deficit reduction. Either way, like, the deficit is baked into the cake, okay? The debt is $30 trillion. Interest rates are high. Interest to service the debt is going up. Neither Harris or Trump is meaningfully going to reduce the debt or the deficit. So it's just moot. Without bringing down Social Security and Medicare, just forget about it. Without bringing down the military, it's not going to happen. You know, and there are these extraordinary measures like COVID and Ukraine war. It's really neither here nor there. Also, I think deficit is really besides the point. If you want to get further into the
mindless is the problem.
By the way. Yeah, well,
if
I'm
going
not
to listen to these people,
I'm not like a fiscal conservative, okay? Look,
you mind if I respond
the
to the points that you
deficit.
made so far?
What's that?
Oh, well, Jay, you know I agree with you there.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think we exactly agree, but I agree with you for the most part there.
Guys, we just have 10 minutes on this topic. Just 10 more minutes on this topic. Go ahead, dude.
Okay.
Okay, right. So the first claim that you made, that tariff isn't passed off to the consumer, yeah, that's wrong. Because what would the point of the tariff be then? Okay, we see an increase in domestic production.
The tariff does get passed down. We do learn that.
Is passed off to the consumer.
We do learn that the tariff gets passed down to us.
Okay, so then why do we see an increase in domestic production given tariffs?
Because when you produce something in China, you can make it for cheaper, so your margin is bigger, so you can undercut
But you make
prices.
it more expensive for the consumer at the grocery store by imposing those tariffs. right? And then
Not
secondly, I
necessarily.
agree with you.
Again,
Okay.
because the China will pay the tariff to get their goods to the market because they
But then
need
why
access
won't
to
we
the
buy
market.
it? But then why won't we buy it? Because it costs more money, right? And that's
Yeah,
my whole
well,
argument, is that tariffs cause the end consumer to pay more at the grocery store, to pay more at Best Buy, to pay more at the car dealership.
Do you know what a
there's
tariff
another point that
is?
you brought up there. It's a tax on an import. And there's another point that you brought up there about how we want to like spur domestic production of goods. I don't disagree.
Chinese
I
labor
absolutely
is
agree.
like slave
We should
labor.
have a more industrialized economy where we produce goods here at home in America. We just disagree on how we get
Ooh,
there.
I like that.
Right?
How do we get there without tariffs?
Yeah, sure. Right, by driving further competition through the natural market. We do that via investment.
What's
we do
the
that
natural market?
We do that by investing in money. Investing in money. That was crazy. Investing in U.S. producers of goods, like the Chips and Science Act under Biden.
Dean is so fucking
That
flabbergasted
invested
over
billions
here.
of dollars into U.S. chip producers to further drive competition, right, with those imported goods.
Dude,
just
I'm kind of
via, just
fucking
via
killing
innovation
it
and
over
product,
here,
right?
huh?
And the fact that you, as a conservative, are sitting here telling me that we need a government to impose a regulation on the free market by tariffing those goods that are being imported to our country, it's
Tariffing.
new. You know what I mean? Right?
Well, it
And
may be new to you because, like, your only context of Republican is like Reagan. But if you go back to Henry Clay and Friedrich List and the American system, Alexander Hamilton, the country was basically funded
Most
by
Asian
tariffs until we had an
labor
income
is
tax.
small.
Yeah, do you know
Okay,
why?
we only had an income
Underpaid.
tax 100 years ago. Before that, the federal government made its money from tariffs.
Yeah,
and by
but
the way,
you know why?
But it's
basic
all of our
mercantilism
fault.
because we want to make the stuff. And by
'Cause
the way,
we
when you
all get
say,
in on it.
well, we're just going to invest, it doesn't work. China's dollar goes 3 times as far because the standard of living is lower. They're rich in raw materials. They have an endless supply of labor, cheap labor. The idea you're going to chips and sciences your way out of China having systemic advantages, economic factors of production like labor. They have 1.5 billion people. You're not going to pass a bill that's going to change those fundamental imbalances in the economy. We
Then
have
how about we meet
capital,
in the
we
middle?
have tech, we have
How about we meet in the
entrepreneurship.
middle?
Why
They
can't-
have labor.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
the
Meet in the
same
middle.
reason. Hang on, and it's the same
Trying to
reason
cheat me.
why we're even when we try to
Why
they
did I
call
only
it
get one
friend
roll there?
shoring. We're gonna take our
Dude,
factories
what
from
is
China
happening?
and give
What
them
is
to our
up with my
allies
rolls?
like
I don't
Philippines.
understand that.
It's still going to China because they have all the cheap labor. You just can't compete with that. You can't compete with the fact that they make everything, they have all the people. So you agree that we should reindustrialize. You literally cannot do that unless you protect industry. And by the way, China has tariffs too. All countries have tariffs. We're the country that doesn't have tariffs. They're eating our lunch as a result.
It must
So,
be.
you know,
My
that's just not
fucking
true. What
rolls
you're
are
saying
getting
isn't true.
taxed, dude.
No, Donald Trump's taken away the average American's lunch as a result. Like, once again, we've already went over how tariffs can cause prices at the grocery
Wait, no,
store
no,
to
no, no. I
go
don't
higher.
want this.
Every
What-
single time we've historically increased tariffs on China, what have we seen? A reduction
I'm
in
pretty
U.S.
sure-
agricultural
nah, I'm
exports.
gonna destroy
What did
that.
Trump have to do when he imposed his
I
tariffs
know
on
I
China?
just bought
He
it
had
and
to
then
bail out
destroyed
American
it, but
farmers with
still.
$28 billion. You say you want American industrialization. You say you want more U.S. production of goods, but then you also say that you want these tariffs on China to
I don't want this
absolutely
either.
destroy
You know
American
what?
farmers.
Just
and you
get
want
rid
the
of
average
that.
American to be
Just
worse off,
get
meaning
rid
they
of
have less
it.
economic
Give me a
mobility to
good
come start
one.
business
Give me
in
a
the first
good one.
place. This is why Kamala Harris's tax policy is better, right? Because
This
what
is
we're
like
not going to do.
Democrat talking points.
Okay, well, can you dispute them?
I don't
Yeah,
know
like
what
I
prime
said,
number
tariffs,
is.
the other country will pay
but I'm
the
gonna
cost
grab
of the
that
tariff.
because it sounds good.
Okay, you're saying consumers will
And
pay
don't,
it,
don't,
and that's just
no
wrong.
nerd come in
okay?
here and
So
tell me
you
what
don't
a prime
think
Trump
number is.
administration, hang on.
Who- we
Trump
don't care.
administration, I'll give you a perfect example. Trump administration implemented tariffs against Canada, against Europe, against China. Inflation was low. Well, hang on. Inflation was like 1.3% under Trump. Okay, so if what you're saying is true,
Very good.
that the cost of the tariff would be passed down to the consumer 1-to-1 or even significantly,
Chances of the
inflation
value
would
of
not
other
remain
dies
at
to-
or around 1%.
What?
Why, if, and by the way, Biden administration has tariffs too. Inflation is very high, but the cost of goods going up has everything to do with fuel prices going up.
Hey guys, we got 5 more
because
minutes.
of the war in Ukraine.
Hey,
And
yeah,
it's
5 more minutes.
everything
I'll
to
take
do
that.
with
I'll take that. I'll take that.
Okay.
I'll take that.
A very
Got it.
crucial point. A very
with the
crucial point here.
quantitative easing.
If they don't cause inflation of the pricing of goods at the grocery store, then why would we see an increase in domestic production?
Because it will make it competitive for America to make the same things.
How?
If China, because it's basic math. If it
Explain it to
costs less, I'm going to if you stop interrupting me. If it costs less to make something in China because they have abundant labor than it does in the United States,
Dude, this
then
dice
China
is so
can
good.
sell it at a lower price. because their cost is lower. But if we make them pay more to bring their goods to the market, then they have to sell it for more, or they have to pay the tariff and they make
That
less
laugh,
profit.
bro.
And
I
that
fucked
makes it
dude,
profitable
Dean
for
in this.
American companies to make. Can you
Chinese
stop
profit-
interrupting me? Can you hang on?
Chinese products cost more.
Can
What
you
does
stop
that
interrupting
mean
me,
for the
please?
consumer? Sure.
It adds, but who pays the cost? China pays the cost to bring it to the market, not the consumer.
And who
Dean's
pays the
little
cost once
giggle,
it's in the
bro.
market?
It's pretty good.
Well, the consumer
Pretty
does.
good.
Thank you.
But they're
We have
buying.
5 minutes.
But they're buying what they're already buying. They're just buying it from an American producer.
Yeah, for a higher price, right?
Yeah, so for a slightly marginally higher price, so we can have American production.
Okay. Okay. Yes,
But there's
there
also
we go.
economies
There we
of
go.
scale.
Thank you.
It
Thank you.
stimulates American industry, and then America's able to produce what China would ordinarily produce.
Okay. All right. And America will produce it for a more
Oh, the
expensive
giggle.
price
Hey,
because
let
we
me
don't
back it
have
up.
as cheap of labor as they
It
are.
protects. I'm going to if you stop interrupting me. If it costs less to make something in China because they have abundant labor than it does in the United States, then China can sell it at a lower price because their cost is lower. But if we make them pay more to bring their goods to the market, then they have to sell it for more, or they have to pay the tariff
That giggle.
and they make
Nick,
less profit.
Nick,
And that
you
makes
just
it
agreed with me.
profitable for
If they
American
have to-
companies to make.
if
Can you
Chinese
stop
profit-
interrupting me? Can you hang on?
Chinese products cost more.
Can
what
you
does
stop
that
interrupting
mean
me,
for the
please?
consumer? Sure.
It adds, but who pays the cost?
God damn it.
China pays the cost to bring it to the market, not the consumer.
And who pays
Okay.
the cost once it's in the
He
market?
goes,
Well, the consumer does.
Thank you.
But they're
have
buying.
5 minutes.
But they're buying what they're already buying. They're just buying it from an American producer.
Yeah, for a higher price, right?
Yeah, so for a slightly marginally higher price, so we can have American production.
Okay. Okay.
But
yes,
there's
there
also
we go.
economies
There we
of
go.
I don't know what I
Thank you.
did, but
It
it's pretty
stimulates American industry, and then America's able to produce what China would ordinarily produce.
Okay. All right. And America will produce it for a more expensive price because we don't have as cheap of labor as they
It
are
protects the American industry, which
by
is
causing
undercut.
inflation, right? Can you agree with me there?
Marginal. It's
Okay,
marginal.
Marginal increases.
And,
in
but either
inflation.
way,
we're getting somewhere.
but it's really neither here. Well, and I said that earlier, so it's the same thing. But either way, the Biden administration has tariffs
These
too.
two need
so
to
it's
just
basically a
kiss
moot
and get it
point.
over with.
No, it's not a
Just
moot point, 'cause
kiss
once
and get it
wants to
over
impose
with.
tariffs on all-
But you
Fucking
disagree with the
homos.
Biden
Come
administration's
on.
policy, right?
Absolutely, right. I do
Okay,
disagree
so
with tariffs.
what do we even argue about?
110%.
Trump had
Well, I mean,
tariffs. Biden has tariffs.
It's
No,
not
Tariffs
working
protect
though.
industry in
It's
America.
not
You
working. We
support
know
that.
it's not working because they're just making.
So, the
And
reason
yeah.
that
So
this
that
isn't-
was
this
a
is the reason that
problem,
this isn't-
which, if you watch Nick now, he will admit that he was wrong there because he thought that the companies would take the hit on the chin, because Dean was actually correct. He said, no, it'll trickle down and the buyer is the one who's going to be fucked here. Nick, who still believed in Trump, thought that that wouldn't happen. Ends up, that is not what happened. The trickle down happened to where the shit rolled downhill to where they shit on top of our head. And we're seeing that now, and the prices of everything has gone up. To the point, that's why Trump had to keep rolling back, like, okay, I'm stopping the tariffs for now. Okay, now the tariffs are back on. Okay, I'm stopping the tariffs again. It didn't work. It doesn't work because the companies, he's not forcing the companies to do anything because he can't, because that's not how capitalism works. He cannot force the companies to do anything, and they're not playing ball. Things have just gotten more expensive. The tariffs didn't work.
That argument is because Trump wants more tariffs, right? I don't understand how this isn't evidently clear. I think what you're trying to do is kind of confuse people between me saying that tariffs that Biden and Harris imposed
The
were bad,
tariffs did
and
not
me
work.
saying that when Donald Trump is elected, he wants to impose all tariffs on
That's
all
just not
imported
true.
goods. Right? One
That's
is
just
worse
not
than
true.
another. Okay, so you
They're
say
not.
that
They're
he
not
doesn't
putting
wanna impose
tariffs on
tariffs.
all imported goods.
Okay, does he just want to keep the ones on China?
It's going to be on. I don't know the Trump policy, but it's not on all imported goods. That's just
Okay,
a
so then how
Democrat
is he going to
lie.
pay for the $4.8 trillion associated
You can
with his
fact
tax
check
cuts?
that.
Then how is he going to
Borrowing.
pay for
Borrowing, like
from
they
who?
pay for all, like how they paid
Borrowing
for
from- borrowing from the
175
Treasury?
billion to
And what's
Yeah.
the biggest expense of our government?
liabilities,
Liabilities? No, it's interest on
Medicare,
debt.
Social Security. That's totally wrong.
No, the biggest expense of our federal government is interest on debt.
Totally wrong.
Okay, I
No,
don't
you.
think that's wrong.
It's
I think that is
liabilities.
totally correct.
Okay, we're wrapping
Okay.
up on time here. Let's we'll give a.
Well, you're
closing
wrong on
statement.
the Trump policy and you're wrong on spending.
Okay,
You're
we'll give a
just
1
wrong.
minute closing to Dean started, so we'll a 1 minute closing for Dean and then 1 minute for Nick.
What a season!
Oh, you can go
What a
first.
season! Okay, I still got 3 rolls.
Who gave the first opening statement? You or me?
It was Dean who started first.
Yeah, so Dean, we want
Oh.
to let Nick finish.
That means I go last. That means I go last.
Dean, you start.
And then
Fuck
Dean,
you.
the next one, Nick will start.
Okay, all right, yeah, that's fine. I was just looking for.
Wait, why does it have minus 20?
So yeah, my closing statement would just be, right, obviously thinking.
Why did I
that
just get hit
economic
with a
policy
minus
is
20?
Very prime reason to vote for Kamala Harris, because she's going to make the average American better
Why
off.
is that
Donald
a
Trump
minus
is not
8?
going to make the average American the better off. He's going to make them worse off with his tariffs. Right, Nick essentially did concede there, saying that tariffs do cause higher prices for the consumers at the grocery store. And then Nick also just kind of says that he doesn't really care about debt. Okay, so
True.
If you want more debt, vote for Donald
True.
Trump because he's going to throw $5.8 trillion on our nation's debt. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris's proposed tax policy is going to be self-sufficient over the 10-year lifespan of the bill. And then one other final point here, there's much more reasons why Kamala Harris is a better candidate than Donald Trump that we didn't get a touch on, such as the fact that we probably shouldn't be voting for a rapist. We probably shouldn't be voting for a religious persecutor. We should probably be voting for the individual that wants to enshrine federal protections for all 170 million American women and girls' right to choose, right? And plenty of other reasons that we didn't get to. And I'm sad that we
Yeah,
didn't.
come on.
And hopefully we might be able to get back around to it later. But
Why is that
I'll
a
go and
negative
give you the rest of my
40?
time.
Why?
Take it away.
Yeah.
Where's
all
the
right,
negative coming
well,
from? Oh,
Aiden and
that's
Sneeko, can we do immigration? I feel like
I
that's a
didn't
big
read that.
one. We could do a few of these other
Oh,
issues.
I don't know what I
because
did,
it's a
but
big
look
issue.
at that score.
Can you
I'm
just do your-
covering
do
my
your
score.
statement
No,
really
I'm not
quick?
covering the
Yeah,
score.
yeah. I'm
Look
just
at that
saying,
big
like,
score.
can we make that one of the
Check
topics?
that
Well,
out.
that's something that
Wait,
we had to talk about prior. Dean, if you would like to as well, we could do that. This next.
Can you repeat that? I was a little
He
bit.
wants to talk about immigration. If you want to keep Trump or Kamala going, we have other subjects, but on the subject of Trump and Kamala,
You guys didn't agree to that prior, but if you guys want to agree to do an immigration, we can do that next. It's up to you guys. Both of you have to agree.
Yeah, you just want to see. I mean, like maybe we could throw it in there at the end. I mean, get through the 4 topics we have agreed upon.
No,
Sure.
not
First
negative
time,
7.
We might be able to talk about it.
Okay, so please give your closing
Yeah.
statement, Nick.
Yeah, so I mean, my
Thank
closing
you,
statement
thank
on
you.
Trump, I don't
don't
even think
exactly
fiscal
know how I
policy is the
did it,
biggest
but we did it.
issue. To me, that's really a side issue. And the reason is because both parties are profligate spenders. Republicans, Democrats are both profligate spenders.
hell
Bush,
yeah.
Obama,
Oh,
Trump,
hell
Biden,
yeah.
they're all huge spenders. They're huge spenders on the military.
I'll
They're
take
not touching
Ivory.
liabilities.
Oh my
You know,
God,
there's talk
Ruby
about
stamp
tax cuts,
plus
increasing
one
the
to dice.
deficit. You could look at the Laffer curve.
Oh
And,
my
you
God,
know,
I've
debate
never
whether
gotten
that's really the
Ruby
case.
anything
I mean,
before.
the theory
I'll take
behind
that.
tax cuts is that it stimulates economic growth, which it certainly does. It brings in more tax revenue. Maybe you find that convincing. Maybe you don't. The point is, neither party's going to rein in the deficit. I just don't think it's an issue. In terms of tariffs, the consensus has changed. Democrats and Republicans used to be free traders. They're not anymore. Bill Clinton, Bush, Obama were free traders. They're just not anymore. Trump is not a free trader. Biden's
It's
not a
from
free
America,
trader.
but I don't
Trump
know.
has tariffs.
I
Biden has
forgot to
tariffs.
buy the
And that's
right
because there's a
ring.
recognition that we need to
I
have a
forgot to
supply
buy the
chain in
ring.
America. 85% of the economy in America is services. Only 15% is construction, agriculture, and manufacturing. And this is it's not only a national security issue, but it's also a jobs issue. We need to make stuff in America. The only way that we're going to beat these other countries that are undercutting us with wages
Beat these
is with
fucking
tariffs to protect
commies.
our industries.
You
And yes, that does
goddamn
result in
commies.
technically marginally higher consumer prices,
seconds.
but
Nick is
it's more important to
from-
have good jobs in industry.
All right,
I
that's
have
good.
no.
So
I
we
don't know.
we'll circle back to
I'm
Trump
really
and
not
Kamala,
sure.
but to keep it on the subject, we have
I mean,
four
they're
very
both
different
from
topics.
America.
Real quick,
I know
before,
that.
I just want to say thank you both for giving you guys, you guys are very letting each other talk and stuff. Thank you. I appreciate that. Go
only
ahead,
got 2
Steve. I'm sorry
rolls
to cut you
left.
off.
All right, so the next subject that we agreed upon was Christianity, but to make it interesting, Nick, we can be more specific. We could talk about Christian nationalism.
Sure.
Okay, so the subject will be is Christian nationalism.
Oh
good or
yeah,
bad?
yeah. Nick's from Chicago.
And
Okay.
well, let's start with Nick.
Nick
because
is from
we started with
Chicago.
Dean last time. We'll do
Rich right about that.
let's do 3-minute intro. I'll give you a 1-minute warning, and then I'll give Dean a 3-minute intro, and then we'll go free flowing. Then if it's interruptions, we'll time it. But I think it was good so far. But Nick, take the floor. 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, I believe that America should have a religious government. We should have a Christian, Catholic government.
He didn't like that.
And, we have to face the fact that liberalism has failed. And the best example that liberalism is failing is that we're not having enough kids. The society, the civilization that doesn't have kids will cease to exist and it will lose. And it is losing. Liberalism around the world is receding, and these more ancient, tribal, perennial cultures are thriving. Islam is the fastest growing religion. China is on the rise. Tribalism,
No, we're not taking
racialism, all
Carlos's
these
die
things, all
anymore.
these revanchist, historic ideologies are on the rise.
We're not taking Carlos
and
to
they're
die
all beating
anymore.
back
Ends up, if you whatever number times 0 is 0. I totally forgot that, and it's no more of that.
Liberalism, because liberalism is weak. It is ineffectual. It's causing all kinds of perversity, degeneracy. People are not having kids. It's just sort of like anti-human and inimical to the human body. So, I mean, in addition to Catholicism and Christianity being true, liberalism is clearly bankrupt. Liberalism is clearly having a hard time. I think we should replace our state religion of liberalism with the state religion of Christianity. And I'm interested to see where Dean wants to take it, because obviously it's a huge topic, but I think we should have a Catholic country, not a liberal atheist one.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of different ways that a conversation about Christian nationalism can go. I mean, I've debated people on Christian nationalism before that will concede even if Christianity's false, right? We should still be, a country that upholds Christian nationalism because it promotes better outcomes. But I think there's a couple points there that you made. I just
very
real
based.
quick about declining birth rates, immigration.
You cock-nosed bitch.
Crazy. Then about, a couple of the other points that you brought up. I particularly think that Christian nationalism is bad because it doesn't allow us to effectively legislate. Given
come
the Christian
on,
religion,
this fucking
we're led to
guy.
believe
What
that particular
the
things are
hell?
wrong because God said so. You said that you're a Catholic. I think in the
What
Catholic
the
faith,
hell,
you
this
have,
fucking guy
different
over here.
range
Can y'all
on
believe
how
this
bad
shit?
things are. Something can be a mortal sin, a venial sin. But something that I'd say here that is a very absurd conclusion given Christian nationalism is shit like blasphemy. So like blasphemy, as defined by the Bible, is the worst sin that anyone can commit. Does that mean that people should go to jail for life for blasphemy? Well, I don't know, because we know that people should go to jail for life for murder, and if blasphemy is worse than murder, and we're operating under a system in a society with a government that legislates on the basis of the Bible and these foundational beliefs as prescribed by Christianity,
We only
are we gonna
have
start sending
like
people to
2
jail for
hours
blasphemy
left
too?
of this
I don't see how
debate,
you'd be able to
bro.
respond to
There's
that.
only
I
like
don't.
2 hours
and then,
left.
like a couple other things that we could say here. The Bible promotes very harmful, bad beliefs. I mean, 1 Samuel 15:3, God tells Saul and his men to genocide the Amalekite men, women, and girls. I bet if I was to engage in a conversation with this guy specifically about 1 Samuel 15:3, he'll end up saying that sometimes genocide's okay. Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46. God tells the Israelites that they can own the non-Israelites as human property for life. I bet if I was having a conversation with this guy about that topic, he'd end up saying that no, slavery hasn't always been wrong, alongside other things, right? So we could talk about how Christianity is false. We could talk about how
Where are my rolls going? Am I just rolling so much I'm not even noticing or something? Is that what's
But
happening?
one last point that I'd like to bring up is if you're going to make an argument on the basis of the efficacy and the outcomes in which you
Okay,
generate
no
in
more of
society,
these
which
zero
seemingly started
dice.
you there,
Those
well,
things
what if we
fuck
find
me.
another religion that generates better outcomes than the one that you hold
Ivory
to?
dice. 1 minute,
Okay, so if the reason that you want a Christian nation is because it will promote human well-being and happiness, people are
Oh
going
my
to be
God, I'm
having more
spending
kids
too
and
much
following
money.
these commandments, they'll be doing good. No degeneracy, none of that shit. Well, what if I told you that the LDS Church had even better outcomes than the Catholic Church? Would you all of a sudden be in support of an LDS-led state? Probably not. Okay, right? So that's another contradiction on its own. So feel free to kind of pick and choose there, respond to the point that you want to
No,
take.
I gotta get rid of that dada
So
dice.
you said about birth rates or immigration. Well, here's the problem. Okay, one,
Oh wait, no, I can
the
unfuck
people
myself.
that have liberalism are killing themselves. Okay, so the people that invented liberalism, that live in liberal societies, literally and figuratively are killing themselves. They're committing suicide. They're
Well, the
dying
guy
deaths
that
of
you
despair.
worship
Okay, are
literally
you going to
killed
interrupt me like 30 seconds into my rebuttal? That's crazy.
Let's
No
calm the
confidence in
interruptions down.
liberalism.
It's been
They
good.
commit
I'm sorry.
suicide. They die from deaths of despair. They're addicted to drugs, all kinds of things. They're all dying over there. Okay, we're dying in America. We're dying in Europe. And by the way, these people come from non-liberal or illiberal societies, and then their birth rate goes down. So even if you wanted to argue, oh, well, like, we could salvage liberalism with an endless supply
Oh
of
my God.
immigration from illiberal societies that have kids, when they get here, their birth rate goes down. And these are not liberal people. They come from illiberal places like China or Africa or Latin America. They come here, they assimilate, and within a few generations, the birth rate goes
Percolate.
down because liberalism
Assimilate.
is suicidal.
Yeah.
With regard to the question about efficacy and outcomes, I'm not arguing that we should have the religion with the best efficacy. I said liberalism has failed. And we know
I'm
it's
gonna
failed because it's
die.
committing suicide. So clearly liberalism as a system is not working. And that's why, you know, it's such a radical notion. People think that we
I'm
would
gonna
have
live.
blasphemy laws
I'm gonna
or
live
religious
forever.
laws. They think it's a
Wait, I got
radical
another
notion.
roll?
It's unthinkable. The current system
I'm gonna live
must be
forever.
replaced. It's an imperative. It's not a question of, you know, whether or how or anything like that.
Five.
It simply must be because it will cease
That
to
is a
exist.
100-sided
And so that's
dice,
really
and
the
it
crux
just
of the
rolled a
argument.
5.
You know, why it
I
should be
win.
Catholicism? It's because Catholicism is true. But the point I'm trying to make is for
And I
people
totally
that say
understand why I won.
it's so radical that we would go backwards. I would say we went backwards with liberalism, as evidenced by the fact that it's not even reproducing itself, and that's a huge problem. With regard to the stuff about the Old Testament, I mean, look, the Catholic Church, Christians today are not in favor of genocide or slavery. You know, if you want to get into that, this is just like new atheism 101. To like, are you an atheist? Let me just, are you an atheist or something?
I'm an agnostic, but I wouldn't
Okay.
particularly
It's
use
all
these
in
verses in the Bible to say that your religion is false. I use these verses in the Bible to say that your religion is absurd. To say
I know,
that your
wait,
religion
but
is
it's,
false,
I
I'd
just
probably
wanted
use
to
other
ask you that, and then let me finish the last point. So it's very funny when atheists who have no objective source of morality, it's like, you know, their morality is something like, hey man, just leave everybody alone. What if I disagree? What if my morality says, well, I want to kill everybody or something? What if the majority of people said our morality says, well, we want to harm and we want to rape and we want to do this and that? An atheist has no God that says, well, you know, so-and-so has the authority to say this is correct. That's a problem. And yet they have a problem with blasphemy laws. It is good to have a God that is a
Why
source
did
of
I only
authority
get one
that
roll
gives
right
us our
there?
morality
I was
that is
I
unquestionable.
I've really got to
With
start paying
regard to the Old
attention.
Testament,
Why
if you
did
want
I
to
only
get
get
into
one
the
roll
debate
right
about,
there?
you know, what's bad, I would start with the question of how do you know what's bad?
Hey, Nick, I'm sorry
You
to cut
claim
you
that
off.
certain
Nick,
things are bad. You don't know where good and bad comes from. And how do we know the good and bad are even real? If we're all material, if we're only atoms and we don't have souls, why does it matter what happens to any of us? I mean, what is justice? Is there such a thing as the conceptual? If there is only matter, where is the conceptual? Can we see it? Can we feel it? Is it located
You want to
somewhere?
one of those points?
Let's let Dean respond now.
Well, and I'm making a point here. I'll wrap it up quickly. So for an atheist to point to the Old Testament and say, well, you know, how could a God who does these things be so immoral? I would say to the godless, what is moral and who are we if we're not just stardust being rearranged? I mean, slavery, these things, these are conceptual. It can only exist with a real philosophical viewpoint, not with this kind of lame, like, Sky Daddy isn't real sort of stuff. So, you know, there's just a lot of assumptions there that kind of need to be interrogated.
Okay, Dean.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think
before
what
you go,
needs to
Dean.
be interrogated is the fact that you asked me, well, what do I do with a group of people who like to murder, rape, and kill others? What if God said that?
Then
You know,
we
I
would
think
have
that's
to
a
do
question
it.
that we need to ask.
Then we would have to do it.
Wait, really? If God told you to rape and kill a baby, would you do it?
Well, God would never do that because God is good and those things are evil.
Okay, so raping and killing is evil. So when he commanded
Well,
people
you
to kill the
said
babies in
raping
Malachi in
babies.
1 Samuel 15:3, that was evil?
God is telling us to rape and kill babies right now.
So specifically about killing, in 1 Samuel 15:3, he did command Saul and his men to kill the Amalekite babies.
Rape babies? He told them to rape babies?
No, to kill babies.
Well, yeah, then if I were one of those guys, I would have done it, but not rape them.
Okay, so if God commanded you to kill a baby today, would you do it?
Yes,
Okay, so why would you kill a baby but you wouldn't rape a baby?
because that would be cruel or something.
Wait, is killing a baby not cruel?
In the Old Testament, it worked differently.
No, I'm talking
That's a
about you
fallen
said
world.
you particularly said that you would kill a baby today if God asked you, but you
If
wouldn't
God told us.
rape a baby if God asked you. So how come
Not
you kill
rape.
a baby today but not rape a baby?
Because the context of the Old Testament is that it's a fallen world, and that's the context you're talking about. You said that in the Old Testament,
Dude, we're not
God
talking
said
about
to-
dude. Please
Hang
answer
on.
my
Yeah,
question.
we are.
This
We
is a
literally
damning
are.
non-answer.
Well,
You
if we're
told
not
me
talking about
today-
wait. If we're not talking about
Give
the
me
Old
30
Testament,
seconds.
what are we talking about?
About the fact that you told me today if God commanded you to kill a baby, you would do it. And then I followed that up by asking you if God commanded you to rape a baby, would you do it? And you said
God
no,
wouldn't do that because
that's
it's evil.
cruel. Okay, so killing a baby today, you
Babel.
would do if God commanded it.
Babel.
But raping a baby today, you wouldn't do because God wouldn't command it.
Well,
because
you-
it's evil.
first of
are you
all-
making the implication that killing
first
a
of
baby
all-
today isn't evil?
No. What you said is that in
Okay,
the
so
Old
then you wouldn't
Testament.
do that either, right?
Well, hang
This
on.
is seemingly a
Let's
contradiction.
rewind. Let's rewind because you said in the Bible God says to rape babies. Can you just
No, I
retract
said
that because
kill
that never
babies.
happened? No,
I
if you
said kill
rewind.
babies.
Yeah, okay. People can rewind the clip. You said kill and rape babies because you got and rape people
clear
because
this
you
up
got a
so
little
easily.
ahead of
No,
yourself.
I
Because you
clicked
got a
it.
little ahead of
Clear this
yourself.
up. Nick,
That
I will
never
literally
happened.
clear this up so easily.
Okay.
If I said God commanded Saul and his men to rape babies in 1 Samuel 15:3, I misspoke. In 1
Okay,
Samuel
thank you.
15:3,
Thank you,
God
yeah.
commands Saul and his
But see,
men
that's
to
the
kill
problem.
babies. But you are not answering my question. This is a
I
damning
am, I
non-answer.
am.
Every single person watching the stream can see that you said if God commanded you to kill a baby today, you said you would do it. Can you affirm
Can we be
that fact?
serious? Can we be serious for a second?
We are being dead serious. Can you affirm the fact that you said if God told you to kill a baby, you do it?
Can we be serious? Can we grow up?
Why won't you
So-
answer my question?
Well, because we're talking about the Old Testament, are we not?
Dude, we're talking about today. How many times do I need to say that?
You're talking about the Old Testament. You're citing the Old Testament. You're talking about a specific verse in the Old Testament.
Oh my God,
You
this
can,
is
you
crazy.
can look. You can
Phil,
giggle,
I
but we're,
specifically
can we
asked you.
confirm that we're talking about the Old Testament? Is that
No.
correct?
That is
What are we
not
talking
correct.
about?
Exactly. I'll tell you exactly what we're talking about. We are talking about the fact that I
Dean.
asked you a damning hypothetical question. I asked
me,
you.
It's
man.
not. It's a
one
cheap.
moment. You mind if I have
It's
30
a
seconds?
cheap context. No. It's
You're
a cheap
interrupting me because
context
you don't want me to
denial.
talk because you
I'm
know that you're
fucked.
losing.
They fucked
Yeah,
me.
because the Old
And nobody
Testament says
cares.
bad things in it. I know. I'm a new atheist, and I just discovered.
I'm fucked.
Here's my answer to your question, if you allow me to answer.
God.
I know you want a cheap gotcha question, but let's add a little context. The Old Testament takes place in a fallen world. We live in a fallen world because we have free will. Okay, God created human beings. Human beings disobeyed God and sinned. Because we disobeyed God and sinned, we have the penalty of death, war, shame,
Why am I only
guilt,
getting what
pain
is
at birth, all
happening
these things.
where I'm getting less
In the fallen
rolls?
world,
I am not
people
understanding
kill.
what's happening
In the
to
fallen
my
world, people
motherfucking
kill,
rolls,
people
dude.
lie, cheat, steal. Cain kills Abel. In the
What is
world,
happening to my
the fallen
rolls?
world, before Jesus Christ arrived, it was a world with slavery and warfare and iniquity. It is in this context that God commanded the chosen people to kill certain tribes to
Kill
establish their
Kathy
survival, to
Lee
secure a
Gifford.
line for the coming of the Messiah. God does not approve of killing because it says in the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not kill. God does not approve of rape because it says, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, and so on and so forth. So God obviously does not support killing, raping. Oh, would you kill and rape a baby? No. But in the Bible, God prescribes laws and
Would you kill and rape a
specific
baby?
actions at the
No.
beginning of the world, which was fallen without Christ, without a Savior, in sin, for the survival of the chosen people. So the rules worked a little bit differently in the Old Testament. It doesn't mean that, and of course, taking a life
You
in
wanna
and
buy
of
hop in here?
itself, hang on. There's a difference everybody knows between killing and murder. If I go and murder you for no reason, that's immoral. If I kill in self-defense or self-defense of my children, it's a different story. God commanding the people of the Old Testament is an extraordinary exception based on
I
the
hear you.
fallen old world. That's one. Two, when Jesus Christ arrives, he fulfills the law and saves people from hell. Before Jesus Christ arrived, nobody could even go to heaven, and it was a world of iniquity. And Jesus Christ changed and created this modern world that we're living in. So now here's the thing. God is the authority. If God commands us to, look, I know it's a complicated issue. You can't fit it into a TikTok where you do the Destiny drive-by and say, what's making your grocery prices higher? You know, but it's actually a complicated issue where you're talking about evil, the existence of evil. So does that mean that God is not an authority? Of course not. God is an authority. Would God command us to do those things today? Probably not. But if he did, in a hypothetical scenario, we'd have to trust God if we truly believe in God. Otherwise, you would say something like, we know more than God, or God is not good, or we're better than God, and that negates the concept of a God or good itself. So that's my answer to your, oh, so when you say killing babies, it ties into like abortion policy. It's just like cheap, low IQ, left-wing bullshit. But anyway, go ahead.
Cool, thank you. So I hear everything that you just said. I will give that a great
Did you?
response. I sure did. But
That's
before I
true.
give that a response, I wanted to
It's
take a
God's
brief
business,
moment to go
God's
back to the
plan.
question that I was attempting to get you to answer prior. I understand that you just kind of gave me the story of the Old and New Covenant. We had different rules before, the Messiah
God's
came
plan.
back down, created the New Covenant, whatever. I get it. Thank you. Okay? But the question that I asked you was, if God commanded you to kill a baby, would you do it? You said yes. I then asked you, Nick Fuentes, if God commanded you to rape a baby, would you do it? And you should know that's too cruel. If you'd like to take 15 seconds to kind of clear up that gap, like, does that make the implication that killing a baby isn't
I
cruel?
answered the question.
You didn't.
Okay. Is this a debate about Christian nationalism, or is this like a weird new atheist By the way, why do you think killing is wrong? Where do you get that information from?
So first of all, I don't think that killing's inherently wrong. I think that murder is wrong. Okay, the unjust.
Oh, okay, so you agree with me then?
Right, and then what I'd say here about murder is that's just going to be driven given my intuitions. I'm a subjectivist. We all know this, but I think you are too. Would you agree with me?
You're
that
subjectivist.
Would you agree with me that objectivism can be defined as like a stance independent, like truth?
It's an independent truth. What did you say? I didn't hear you.
Like a stance independent truth. That's what it means for
A
something to be
stance
objectively true.
independent truth.
Yeah.
Of independent truth, or that there is independent truth.
Okay. Wow.
A
you're
sentence
telling me I don't know
construction
anything about
doesn't make
philosophy.
sense.
Okay, so in philosophy, right? When we're referencing terms such as moral objectivism or moral subjectivism, we define objectivism given when I say murder is wrong, that is true independent of any stance, of any actor, of any mind. Okay, when I say
Yeah,
something
no,
is
I
objectively
understand
true-
what you're saying. I don't understand the construction. I'm not. You're like mumbling to yourself. Yeah,
No,
I
I'm just
believe.
asking
Yeah,
if you agree with my
subjectivism is
definition
that
of
there's
the
an
term.
independent truth. Yes.
Okay, so is morality independent of God?
No. No, because
Okay,
God is morality. God is good.
So a
All
morality
the
is
time.
subject to God.
If he ain't, then you
Okay.
lie.
Could God create a box so heavy you couldn't lift it? Yeah, that's great. So if you believe
Wait,
that
would be a
killing is not,
contradiction. I didn't give you a
I know.
contradiction. I just showed you that you're
I
a moral
know.
subjectivist.
I know. Thank you. So,
That's cute, huh?
so where do you believe that killing is wrong then? Now, so you believe it's subjective. You don't believe it's absolutely wrong.
10 minutes.
Yeah,
All right.
Oh, what's that? What's that, Aiden?
10 minutes, guys.
Great, yeah. So I mean, I could kind of give you a little bit of an overview of my stance here on morality. So metaethically, I'm just gonna be a subjectivist, a relativist. When we like to reference like why I think things are wrong, it's just gonna be driven my intuitions. I mean, like we could talk about different moral frameworks. I myself am what is called a threshold deontologist, meaning that I believe that like particular things can be always wrong, but meanwhile we should consider like the consequences of others. It's pretty interesting.
Is the
but when-
Holocaust wrong?
Yeah, the Holocaust was wrong.
Objectively?
No, because objective truths in the context of morality doesn't exist. Nothing's
In your
objectively
opinion,
wrong or
it's
right
wrong.
because that standard doesn't exist.
In your opinion, it's wrong.
And in accordance with my index standard, it's wrong. Yeah, but I mean, just saying, oh, you believe in subjectivism, but I'm gonna like counter that by asking you, is it objectively wrong? That doesn't really achieve anything. I could literally.
What
ask
is
this question
your
of you.
qualification?
Was the Holocaust objectively wrong?
Of course it was wrong. Of course it
But
was
you just
objectively wrong.
agreed with me that morality is subject to God.
Because morality is God. It's identity, not
Wait,
subjectivity.
God is identical to morality?
Yes, God is good. God is the good.
Okay, so when I say that like hugging your mom is good, I'm just saying that hugging your mom is God.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So can you just say that for me? Like every single time you kiss your wife, that's a really God thing to do.
Love is good. An act of love that expresses love is good. God is the good.
Fuentes
God
said that the
is
Holocaust is wrong.
being itself. We are participating in
Wait.
being.
Oh wait, now we have some more issues here because earlier you told me that God would never command you to like rape a baby because that's evil, but now you're saying that God is identical to goodness. Meaning, if God is all powerful in the sense that he could do anything that's logically possible, and he's identical to goodness, why wouldn't he be able to tell you to rape a baby?
Did you say grape?
I did. TikTok words. I know.
Well,
I
God
stream on there
also
for 6
tells
hours
us
a day.
that God's plan is very complex.
Why won't you answer
and-
my question?
Because these are just like low IQ.
No, that's not a low
um,
IQ point at all. We're
it
literally
is.
talking about what you think goodness is, what its derivative, and how it apply to your God. Actually, we could extrapolate this out to the problem of evil as a whole, right? Like you actually said earlier that you think that the Holocaust is objectively wrong. Would you say all
If it
things
happened, if it happened at all, by the way. But
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
if, let's
so,
theoretically,
Aiden.
if
What
it,
the
in
fuck?
theory,
Hey,
no, I'm kidding. Of course
come on, Nick.
it happened.
Do you see what I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
dude,
Like,
Nick,
no,
what
like,
the
do you
fuck,
the fuck we're
bro?
talking to, Aiden?
You're
Yeah,
moderate,
this guy's over here saying,
Oh my
if the
gosh.
Holocaust happened,
my
but then he
gosh.
asked me if the Holocaust is objectively wrong. Get a load of this joker. So I just want to ask you a fucking quick
Get a load
question.
of this joker.
Oh yeah, get a load of
How
this
about
joker. I wanna
another
ask-
joke?
how
What do you
about
get?
You need to unmute your mic.
Get a load of this.
You want to
Okay.
tell me another joke? Keep talking. I'm gonna go ahead and ask you a
No,
question. Would you
that's
say
very good.
all things considered that the Holocaust is wrong?
If it were real, yes. Yeah.
Oh my
and
God,
it is, and it is, and it
You're
absolutely
you're
is.
so fucking spineless. How the fuck can you sit in front of 45,000 people and say that the most
Oy
well-documented thing that has ever
Is
happened
it?
in history might not have happened? I want to ask you a question. How
Ah,
the
fuck.
fuck do you know that Jesus resurrected from the dead, but you don't know if the Holocaust happened?
Shroud
Please
of
answer
Turin.
that question.
Shroud of Turin. Shroud of
Shroud
Turin.
of Turin, that's been taken by
100%.
the Shroud of Turin is a more reliable standard for evidence than the 250
Than the
independent
thing that
sources
didn't
that would
happen?
justify that the Holocaust exists.
Listen, this isn't a Holocaust
Wait,
debate.
also
Let's
the
try to
Shroud of
stay
Turin-
Dude, fucking Dean gets rage baited so easy. He gets rage baited so fucking easy. Like, so Dean keeps asking fucking Nick retarded questions. Like, if God asked you to rape a baby, would you do it? So he keeps saying these retarded things. And then Nick says, like, he makes a joke and says retarded things back, and Dean flips. How can you say the Holocaust didn't happen? How can you say? And like, Nick is just sitting there laughing at him. I think Dean did learn a lot after this, that it's like, you're taking everything so seriously. Nick is taking half. You have, when you're doing a debate like this, you can't take this shit so seriously, because a lot of like liberal people, what they want to do is they want to get you in a gotcha moment. You say one word wrong, like you say retarded, or you call somebody a faggot, you do something like this, they will keep bringing this up. You said this, you're a bad person because you said this word. They'll do this over and over and over, and it's like, yeah, we don't care. Like, I'll say that the Holocaust didn't happen, I'll say like this shit, because like, you're saying ridiculous shit to me about God asking me to rape babies and shit, so I'm gonna say ridiculous things to you. You like, it's the fact that Dean doesn't catch that is just fucking, it's so funny to me, bro.
Focus. This is a Christianity debate.
No, let's talk about it. The Shroud of Turin specifically, we had 4 different group of
It's not a false
take
debate,
different
it just
parts of
is.
None of them could date it back to anything after 400 years AD.
I'm just
How
saying it's a
can you-
lot
If
of
they
people.
believe
No,
what they're
I want you to
saying,
tell me
then I
how
mean,
the
it makes
fuck
it a
you
real
know
debate.
that Jesus rose from the dead with a lack of any historical evidence that exists from
Hey, calm
during his
down.
lifetime from a first
Calm
person
down.
experience.
Down.
Yeah,
This
you
is a
know that
factual
the
debate.
Holocaust happened.
This is a factual debate,
Calm
Kamala.
down.
Tampon
This is a
Tim.
factual
Yeah,
Hey,
go for
listen,
the emotions
Tampon
because you
Tim,
know that
this
you're
is
losing
about
the argument.
facts.
Tampon
1,
Tim.
Shroud of Turin. Impossible to create other than with Jesus ascending into heaven. That's 1. 2,
What?
all I'm saying is, that's a lot of bodies. Unless
Wait.
we forgot the technology to cremate them. Look, I don't know. I wasn't there, and you
Wait,
weren't
the
either.
Shroud of Turin. Wait. So you're telling me that it was absolutely impossible for some
Impossible.
impossible for the Shroud of Turin to exist? Then please tell me
You don't
why.
know the facts.
Then please tell
You
me
don't know
why
the facts.
Tell me why the earliest carbon dating on the Shroud of Turin.
Yeah,
that
but
was
you can
gotten
talk
from
about
the material used to
why.
create the Shroud of
I mean, you
the
can
Shroud
still
of
talk
Turin
about why.
is like from 1200 AD.
So that doesn't
That's
make it
not
a
true.
false debate.
That's
You can
it's-
talk
it's
about
either
these things.
400
You
Like,
can fact
You
check
you
that.
can't
That's
just
not
sit
even
here
true.
and
They just did a
say
new study on it, and they proved
Jesus
it's
is
100%
this,
real.
Jesus is
They-
that.
they
It
proved
doesn't
it's
really
100%
work
real.
that
It's
way for
100%.
non-believers.
It's
So you
like
have to have these
super
type
real.
of debates with
That's wrong.
non-believers. Jesus
Okay.
did it all the time in the
We
Bible.
have secular
He had
historians
these
that
debates all
testified
the
that
time.
Jesus was a real person and was
Yeah, we do.
crucified.
We do.
Josephus, Tacitus. We also
Wait,
have.
Josephus isn't secular. Let's get our facts straight. He was a Jewish
Okay, he was
historian.
Jewish. Okay, he was Jewish. I mean, non-Christian. Thank you for the clarification. Are we
Does
good?
secular mean non-Christian?
Are we good? You know what I meant. I mean, if you were to say that a Christian source is biased, then arguably a non-Christian source would be unbiased. That's the point. Josephus, Tacitus. But you also have the earliest versions of the gospel stories going back to the 1st century. The earliest fragments of it go back to the 1st century. And you have people that went to their death. That's part of why Christianity
Other
spread.
powers.
They went to their death. The Christians were
I
martyred,
mean, if you know it,
testifying
Jay,
that they
you-
saw
I
a
mean,
resurrected Jesus.
there's
Liars
no
don't go to
arguing
their
what
death
you know in your
testifying that
head.
something happened if it didn't.
If
Certainly
you
not.
think it's a
Excuse
false
me,
debate,
11
then it's
out
a
of
false
12 of them,
debate.
or every single one of them. And that is the basis of
I
how it
think,
spread in the
I
ancient
think a lot
world.
of
So,
our,
I mean,
I think a lot of
so
people
there's
in
that.
government
There's
are
the Shroud of
lizard people.
Turin. There's
I
non-Christian
damn sure know that a
historians.
lot
There's
of
the
our
fragments
people
of
in
the
government are
gospel.
lizard people, and
Yeah,
that they,
so,
you know,
the
worship
prophecies that are
demons.
fulfilled by Jesus.
So I'm
in
right
the
here with
Testament.
you, bro.
The Shroud of
I'm
Turin,
right
that
here
shit
with
just
you.
goes straight out the fucking window.
Now, other
we have
people
carbon
might tell
dated
me
it.
I'm wrong,
Not
but
a
I'm
piece of
not
it
gonna
dates
listen to
back
them.
when Jesus was alive in accordance
Not
with
true.
Josephus and Tacitus, which you reported. Then
Carbon
give me a
dating is
source.
flawed.
Oh, okay,
Carbon dating
so-
is flawed. And there was,
Okay, so
and that's not true.
It's earlier than it is, but we just don't
And
know
that's
it.
not true. Well, one, it's not real because carbon dating says that like dinosaurs.
Then
are
how do
real.
we know that it was from
And
Jesus?
two, there was
We
recent
can't date it back
study
to him.
done.
How do we know it's from
Two,
Jesus?
there was a recent study that was done that showed that it literally
You've
would
experienced.
not even be possible using the technology at the
Lizard
time
people?
to create a forgery.
Now that is interesting.
So It had to have been
Now that
created
interests
by
me, Jay.
something
Now you're talking
with
about some shit that I'm
luminosity
interested
that just
in.
didn't exist back then. For it to
I
imprint
think I've
throughout
experienced
the
lizard
entire
people in real
shroud.
life
They didn't
too.
have that kind of technology.
People tell
back
me
then.
I have
that
a
I don't,
question.
but
It's
I think
impossible
that
to
I've
create it any other
also
way.
Do you mind if I
came
ask you a
across
question
a
here?
lizard
Okay,
person or
so
two
I
in
like
my
this
time.
argument. Let's just go ahead and say that you're right. It was impossible to create without some sort of divinity.
People
Jesus
always
Christ
tell me that I
is a
didn't, but I
prophet
think I
of
did.
the,
I'm
Islamic
almost positive
religion.
I did.
Can you please give me any reason to believe that Christianity
You're experiencing
is
a
true
lizard person
more
right now?
so
Now
than
that's
Islam
even
being
more
true?
interesting.
That's just a stupid
Where is
question
the lizard
because-
person
Yeah,
that
okay.
you are
It could be
experiencing?
granted either
That I would
Islam
like to
being
know.
true
Do you
or
know what
Christianity being
Muslims?
true.
Let me ask you this question: do you know what Muslims believe about Jesus Christ and the crucifixion? Can you
He was
tell
a
me?
prophet of God. He didn't actually die on the cross. Someone else stepped in his shoes.
Oh. So what was the Shroud of Turin? Do you know?
Oh, it was over him in the burial.
So how would we know Islam isn't true? Well, let's see. If he wasn't actually crucified, then how would they lay the shroud over
So
his body
somebody sent
and his
me
soul
to
leave
delegitimize
make the
what you
imprint? So
say?
you don't even know what you're talking
That's
about.
pretty
no,
deep.
you don't know what you're
Try.
talking about.
Maybe I work
Given
for the
the Islamic
Work it
FBI.
out on the
Maybe
fly.
I
Doesn't even know the order of it.
Maybe
How
I
could
do.
how could the
Given-
Muslim
can I
Jesus
clarify that you
leave
don't know
the
what you're
Shroud of
talking about?
Turin imprint if he was never crucified and then
Yeah, because
therefore
what did they
resurrected?
say about the person that was crucified?
Hello.
Okay, you
What did they
weren't
say about the person
talking
that was
about
crucified?
lizard
Who did
people.
he-
What were you
who did-
talking
who
about,
did
Jay?
he
Because
look
I
like? Who
was
did he
talking
present
about
as?
lizard people when you said that.
But he
So what
wasn't
were you
Jesus,
saying?
so he wouldn't have ascended into heaven and left the luminosity.
Oh,
It would be he was a
my
lookalike.
God. Oh, that's
Yeah,
terrible.
you can say that, but you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh,
The
wait, I don't know.
normal people. They said it was a body double,
What
someone
were
who
you
looked
saying?
like Jesus. Normal
Because
people
I
don't
was
leave
talking about lizard
a
people at the
luminous
time,
imprint
and then you
on
said
the
that you've
shroud they put on
experienced
them
it.
at the
But
point
now
of
you're
death.
saying that you
So the
didn't
lookalike
experience
wouldn't have done
lizard
that.
people.
Wait, I'm just
What were
curious.
you
Can you
saying that you
do the study?
experienced? If it wasn't lizard
I don't know
people,
the name of it off the top of my head.
which is what I was
It
talking
completed.
about.
Sure, I would love to. I
You
would
should
love to see
investigate it.
this
You'd
study about
probably
this.
become a Christian if you're being
Hey
objective.
guys, let's
even
do
though you
a
just
let's
stumbled
do guys
and you
let's
don't
do
know what Islam is.
Hey, real quick, let's do a 2-minute closing statement. We're gonna start with you, Nick. We're gonna get on to the next
You
topic. Go
answer
ahead.
my thing, and then I'll answer your
Sure.
thing, because
So,
I'd like to
the
know
good
what you were
news is
talking about.
We just had a platform to demonstrate the historicity of the resurrection of Jesus. You do have real archaeological evidence like the Shroud of Turin. You have the Gospels. You have the secular historians. No serious historian would testify that Jesus wasn't real or didn't live or wasn't crucified. And if Christianity thread throughout the Roman Empire, it's because of the well-documented martyrdom of the disciples of the early church.
Then I
If you would go to your
misunderstood,
death
Jay. I
testifying
misunderstood.
that
So could you
something,
clarify
a lie
for
or
me since I
fabrication didn't
misunderstood?
happen, you know,
Because
then maybe you
again,
believe they all
at
faked
the
it.
same
I
time
think
that
that
I
you go
was
to your
saying
death
I
only if you
believe in
saw
lizard
something
people,
true.
you
And
said that
even
you
still,
experienced it.
People won't tell the truth if they're afraid
And
of the
you said-
mafia. You
you
only
said,
go to your death
I've
telling the
experienced
truth
it, just so
if it
you
was
know. I'm
God in the
experiencing it
flesh.
right
So
now.
I think that's just all obvious. With all that being said,
Is
we
all
should
you
have a
said.
Catholic
When
government.
I was
We
talking
all
about
have a
lizard people.
conscience. The moral law comes from God. It's also written on our hearts, and we know it. And that's where our intuition comes from. The subjective idea that we get from rationality or empiricism that murder is wrong, that rape is wrong, the same objections agnostics and atheists raise against the Bible. You know, and the thing is about the Old Testament, if people are turned off by that, it really just amounts to the problem of evil itself. Evil exists in the world that was created by a good God. This is answered by the philosophical concept of the privation of evil. Prior to the coming of Jesus Christ, it was a world without the good, and therefore it was evil, and thus there was no mercy, compassion, those sorts of things. But it's a very complicated topic. I hope people aren't turned off when they hear, you know, bad things happen in the ancient world, therefore there can be no God. It's obviously false. So anyway, so that's just the long and short of the whole Christian debate distilled.
Yeah, sure. So I'll go to give my closing statement.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, dude.
First, about the Shroud of Turin, anyone watching, feel free to look up any of the multiple groups of scientists that have dated the Shroud of Turin. Not a single one of them have been able to place a date on the Shroud of Turin from a point when Jesus was alive. So that's automatically thrown out of the window. About Nick's second point there, specifically about the people that went to their deaths after seeing the quote-unquote resurrected Jesus. This is something you see in all religions. I want you to go ahead and look up Prophet Muhammad's grandson in the context of the Islamic religion. He was martyred because of his beliefs in his grandfather being a prophet of God. That's present always. If this makes a religion true,
There's
all
for
religions
sure
would be
organizations
true.
manipulating
About your third
people
point about
across the world.
historicity of Jesus Christ, we have no first-hand accounts about Jesus Christ or his life. I do think that he was a real man that lived and died via a crucifixion, but Josephus, Tacitus, all these people came long after he died, and I think it's crazy that you're going to sit here and say that we have sufficient historical evidence to justify that Jesus Christ died and resurrected from the dead.
How the
but we
hell
don't have have
was that
historical
not worth a
evidence
lot
to
of money?
justify that the Holocaust happened and 6 million Jewish people died. I can give you a source right now that 6 million people did die. In fact, I could give you 200. For everyone watching, look up holocaustcontroversies.blogspot.com. It will give you an index to publish evidence on mass extermination in Auschwitz in Germany. There will
I
be
mean,
over
these are
200
both
sources there.
two pretty
much
major
more
people.
abundant evidence than
Or
what
four
he could
major
ever
people,
give for the
so
existence
I
of
would guess
Jesus
so.
Christ and the idea that he's our God. So already contradictory there. And about the last point about the problem of evil, you said that the privation of evil was the fact that there wasn't a lot of good before Jesus came. No, the privation of evil is an ontological status of evil. Okay, so you don't know what your philosophical
What field
terms mean.
station do I
You're also
report to?
confusing
I
what the
can't
problem
say,
of
Jay.
evil
If I told
is,
you, I'd have to
okay?
kill you.
Right? I would say my problem of evil would be the fact
20
that
seconds,
God's
Dean.
all good, God's all perfect, and God's all powerful, and nothing evil should exist in the world that we live in. I wish that we could have a longer discussion about this, man. Get into philosophy, show you that you don't know shit. But I guess we're gonna move on to the next topic.
Thank you, guys. All right, we're gonna do topic number 3.
Is homosexuality bad? And we'll start with Dean again. I'll give you the 3-minute intro. Same thing to Nick, 3 minute, and then I like the free flowing. It's been good so far.
I probably won't,
Go ahead. Oh, go ahead, Dean.
All right, no worries. Yeah, so I probably won't need all 3 minutes. It'll be pretty easy. I don't think that being gay is wrong because there's no good reason to believe that it is wrong. There are just, multiple arguments
Gay?
that, Nick could probably give me. One would just be gay wrong because Sky Daddy says so in the Bible. Another argument he could give me is something to do with like telos, like the natural function of our bodies would indicate that we have a prescriptive purpose on how we're supposed to use them. That's not how we're supposed to use them. I'd say that doesn't
How
exist.
the
At the end of the day,
Where
my stance
is
clear. Being gay is not wrong because there's no reason for it to be wrong. And I guess we'll just hear Nick's reason why it is wrong because that's probably where we're going to start. So I'll concede the rest of my time. Take it away, Nick.
Yeah, I love the Sky Daddy thing. It's like the idea that there's a transcendent God. You think there's a man in the clouds and I don't because I listen to science. It's just like the most brain dead new atheist. I'm surprised this stuff still exists.
Bro, you told me that you kill a baby if God told you to.
Hey, Dean. Yeah, 3 minutes interrupt, Dean. No more interruptions.
Yeah, silence. Silence while I attack your position. So here's the thing. Okay, the homosexuality thing, I mean, we could argue that the faculty of the reproductive organs is to have sex. The purpose of them is to have sex. We have sexual organs to have sex, and sex is for the purpose of insemination, procreation. It's what it is. It's not, we can't get too creative. It always ends the same way, and it's made for one purpose. We could argue that there is a prohibition of it in the Catholic Catechism and in the Bible, but I don't even think we need to go that far. It's really a question of whether we think people can do whatever they want. And this gets back to morality. If your conception of morality comes from, a vague idea of empathy or do no harm, against harm, then you would say there's nothing necessarily wrong with suicide, drug abuse, homosexuality, gluttony, laziness, all kinds of other behaviors, because people say we own our bodies. We can make decisions. We're empowered. We can kind of do whatever we want as long as we don't interfere with other people, as long as there's not an imposition on other people. That's really the fundamental premise. I reject that premise. I think that because we're created beings, we're created with a sense of dignity. Our souls and our bodies are connected. And God wants us to be dignified. And I think we all recognize that there are things that are dignified and things that are undignified. It's undignified to be an addict. It's undignified to be lazy. It's undignified to undergo a transgender surgery. It's undignified to do plastic surgery. And yes, it is undignified to engage in sodomy. What is it? 1 minute?
Yeah, 1 minute.
So, sodomy is something that is violent, it's filthy, it's undignified, and I think it's a travesty. It's such an unfortunate thing. People celebrate it the way these flags, but they're waving a flag of really a filthy and violent and gross act that I think anybody has a natural sense of morality would reject it. So, I mean, I just think it's disgusting, and things that are disgusting are probably wrong.
Okay, your argument, it's disgusting, therefore it's wrong. Hey, Nick, got a question. Is shitting disgusting?
No. Shitting is wrong. Good point. That's a good point.
That's the argument you gave.
I never thought of it that way.
You said it's disgusting, therefore it's wrong. Yeah, shitting. That's pretty gross.
It's a pretty good heuristic. Yeah, it's a pretty good. Well, and look.
That's the account.
Well, if you want to, yeah, okay. If you want to talk about,
it's literally so fucking simple. Like, I mean, if your argument is, oh, this is aesthetically unpleasing, therefore I find it disgusting, therefore I'm going to describe it as being morally wrong.
This is just like so low IQ.
Do you mind if? No, it's not low IQ. You just
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Explain your syllogism.
Yeah, sure. So anyways, here's my perspective. You're just saying that you find it disgusting given your subjective mental states that lead you to the conclusion that it is something that's non-aesthetic. I think it's funny that you're giving me this argument when you've been chirping down my throat for the last 30 minutes that we need to rely on some objective standard to tell us what's right and wrong, even when we disagree. But now you're like, oh, my mental states are not conducive towards me finding this to be aesthetically pleasing, therefore it's morally wrong. It's just a little bit, you know, out of reach for you. But overwhelmingly, I don't even know if I should give a dignified response to what you just told me. Nick just said, I don't like it, therefore it's wrong. You also referenced a couple other things there about just engaging in dignified actions. Once again, that's another, I don't like it, therefore it's wrong, right? I could say that being Nick Fuentes and talking about how 6 million people didn't die at the Holocaust is dignified, and all of a sudden, in my worldview, you're going to fucking jail. Right? But I think that if you're going to make the argument that it's either wrong to be gay or it's wrong to engage in same-sex intercourse, you're going to have to give me a little bit more reason than the fact that it doesn't align with what's aesthetically pleasing to you.
Are you gay? Are you gay just to establish for the debate?
No, I'm straight. Unlike you, I'm empathetic. I'm able to place myself in other people's shoes and see the world from a perspective and realize
you empathize. You place yourself in gay people's shoes.
Yeah, and I can see
you imagine what it would be like to be gay.
No, I imagine what it would be like to be at the receiving end of your fucking
the receiving
tyranny.
End. You empathize with the receiving end, huh? What is that like?
Of like the tyranny of you and the other like white Christians that just come out
tyranny.
Here and say, gay so bad, therefore we're gonna persecute these people. Therefore,
you're empathizing with gay man. Are you okay? Interesting. Do you think about like gay sex? Do you empathize with gay sex at all?
Why is it always the homophobic straight men that want to talk about gay sex?
It's a debate about homosexuality.
Yeah, you're talking, but you're getting a little bit too personal, Nick. I have a girlfriend. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm just asking. I'm just asking. So,
I know.
I'm just asking.
One of the many.
So here's the thing. I didn't say if it's disgusting, it's wrong. What I mean is, it's a pretty good heuristic that something is disgusting. If something is found to be disgusting, it's probably wrong. And you brought up fecal matter. You said shit. I'll say fecal matter. I'll be polite. Fecal matter is offensive to us. It has offensive odor. It has an offensive look and so on. Why is that? Why do we find it disgusting? Why are we repelled by
empathize
it? Because
if
we were to handle it and touch it,
people want
we would
to do
get
it,
sick
you know?
and die. If we were to eat it, we would get sick and die. If we don't properly dispose of it, it would poison the community and we would die.
Sushi. I'm not gonna, but they can.
The act of excreting waste
is
not an evil act.
Like, I don't really care what other people do.
It disgusts us on an instinctual basis for a very good
reason. I feel
like
any grown person should be able to do with whatever they want with another grown person.
Surgery and blood, you know why? And about snakes and about spiders.
As long as they're all of age
and the same thing is true about homosexuality. Now, it's like you look at the homosexual act, okay? If it's,
you mind if I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
Sure. Yeah, you're just further like I look at it. It's
further what? You're just not hearing me.
So I am. So this same intuition.
You're not empathizing.
The same intuition that you're describing to me, and like the other how many people are watching, I don't even know, is essentially that you have this innate driven psychological response that when you look at this, it's bad. You kind of related this to looking at shit, and because when you look at shit, it's bad. You know.
You have engaged with a lot of battles with fucking wasps and spiders recently.
Whatever. Okay?
But you didn't let them win. And honestly, that's what's important.
Like prejudice,
not letting them win.
That you are holding towards gay people that lead you to the conclusion that it's thereby wrong is the same innate driven prejudice response from white supremacists towards black people. So what would you say to a white supremacist giving you the same exact argument that you're giving me about gay people, but about black people? What if they made the argument that they just feel on some innate behavioral level that it is
Nick
just
wouldn't
wrong
give
to
a
be
damn.
black? When
You're
I look
barking
at
up the
black
wrong
people,
tree,
I feel
dumbass.
this way and that way, the same way that you're describing to me right now. And the reason that I think this point is so important to bring up here is,
barking up the
well,
wrong
you're
tree,
describing
dumbass.
the prejudice.
Okay, we have 4 rolls.
Okay, well, I would say, first of all, I don't have a prejudice against gay people. I really don't. I'm describing the act. I'm describing the act of what they're doing, which is filthy. If you look at a guy walking down the street, for the most part, like, let's say it was a guy wearing like guys' clothes, but he was gay, you wouldn't know he was gay, and your disgust reflex wouldn't be triggered. But when you think about sodomy, which involves a whole host of gross stuff. I mean, they have to take drugs to loosen their buttholes. They have to flush out their buttholes of poo because the penis is going where poo is. This is disgusting stuff. And the idea of it's disgusting. And it's the act which is disgusting. So it's got nothing really to do with prejudice or anything like that. It's that the act itself, I think, hang on. And by the way, it's also universal. It's universal and it's instinctual. There was a study that was done, for example, that said that men who witnessed 2 gay men kissing had the same disgust reflex as seeing maggots. I'm sure you've heard of that.
Nick, I'm just trying to get you to recognize that.
Can you not interrupt me? Why interrupt me every single time? I'm trying to make a point here.
A white business owner in the 1960s would have said the same thing that you're saying about gay people right now, about black people going into their business.
No, you actually did fight a spider and a wasp.
It's a false syllogism. It's a false syllogism. You're bringing in white supremacy to homosexuality is a behavior.
Can I tell you particularly? No, homosexuality is not a behavior.
It is a behavior.
Okay, so what do you say that
what is action? Obviously, homosexuality is a behavior. It means if a man is attracted to another man but never has sex, is really homosexual?
Though, homosexuality isn't reproduction because you can't reproduce through homosexual acts.
I don't think he had a sexuality because he was God.
Okay, so it's perfect not to be attracted to women because Jesus was perfect and he wasn't attracted to women?
What are these false?
Very
It's always just like bullshit.
Oh, so, yeah, I have a question.
You don't like gay people? What about white people not liking black people? Was Jesus straight?
What'd you say here?
Huh?
You said if you never engage in gay sex, then you're not gay.
Why
Nick,
did I only have 2 rolls right there? I'm missing what's taking my fucking rolls, bro. I'm supposed to have 4 rolls every time.
Sex, you're not homosexual.
What is happening to my rolls?
On the action.
I didn't say that. I said it's an action.
Yeah, so you're telling me if you don't engage in that action, then you're not that, dude. How fucking do I need to write it on a piece of paper?
If you are a person that engages in that act, you are that person.
Right. So no, what I'm telling you is that sexual orientations are not defined upon the actions that you engage in.
What are they defined on?
On your attractions, right? And I'll give you a really good reason to believe this. Nick, at what age did you lose your virginity? Like 25?
I haven't. I'm Catholic.
Oh shit, Nick.
When you get married.
Nick, you're not straight by your definition because you've never engaged in the action of heterosexual intercourse.
True. I'm asexual. I'm an asexual.
You can't get out of this one. So you're gonna make a joke because you know you can't get out of this.
It's not a joke.
Wait, so Nick, you're not straight?
Not yet. But I will be.
Here, folks.
Not yet, but I will be.
Is not straight. Nick Fuentes is not straight, ladies and gentlemen. I want to make that one clear.
I
want to make that one very, very clear.
That's good.
Not yet.
That was good. So do you now see why we should predicate
my
the definition?
My sexuality is incel. It's involuntarily celibate.
So do you now see why we should predicate the definition of like straight and gay based upon?
No, I think homosexuality is an act.
Let me try before we count it out.
Okay. So
true.
Then you think straight's an act too. All right. So Nick Fuente's not okay. That's the absurdity that I'll reach. If you want to say that like being straight is predicated based upon the action, then go for it. It just means that Nick Fuentes isn't straight. Okay. And then also I want to talk about that action. So
you're empathizing with gay people. If you're envisioning yourself being gay, you're not straight either, buddy. If you're empathizing, if you're getting in their head, getting in their shoes, getting in their wherever.
Okay.
Then I don't know. I think it seems like you're kind of all the above. But
Nick,
I mean, look, but this is really childish.
I want to respond to that.
The question is whether it's moral.
Let me respond to that.
Please tell me about your empathy. I want to hear about it.
Yeah, sure. So that's
which
like a bad
partner
thing.
do you empathize more with? The one that's on top or the one that's on bottom? I'm curious.
Right.
Where's the empathy directed?
Right. I got a question. God's all-knowing, right?
Yes.
Here we go. Yes.
So God knows what it's like to get fucked in the ass by 2 dudes. So God empathizes with it. Why can't I?
That's great. Very good. Very good. No, God doesn't empathize with those people. God casts those people off.
Terrible. Oh, that's so bad.
That's great. It's very low IQ humor.
It's very low IQ humor. No, you're getting fucking dunked on repeatedly. I thought you'd be a better debater.
You're the guy that said you're empathizing with gay people, and you're saying that poo isn't filthy or something?
Oh no, so once again, my argument is that you have absolutely no reason to believe that being gay is wrong, and the existence of yourself alongside others just like you that hold this baseless, trivial prejudice has led to generations of members of the LGBT. One moment, let me cook. That led to generations of members
of the LGBT community.
Let me cook. You're
Finish
getting a
the
little
acronym.
bit frustrated.
Let him
Sir, do I need to put the polka dots?
No.
or the
Give us the
behind
whole acronym.
Yeah, so generations of the LGBTQ plus community, right, have lived under an oppressive system because people like you like to open up the front door of their house and then scream and shout how wrong it is to love another person in a consentful adult and non-incestuous relationship. It is absolutely fucking insane. You're gonna say, oh, Dean, you're boring me because I'm able to empathize with other humans. Is that like a new concept?
Yeah,
to
no,
you?
because you're a really good person. Being in favor of gay sex means you're a really good person and you empathize with people and care. It has nothing to do with whether you believe there's a natural law or anything and things we ought to do or not do with our bodies. It's because you're a really fucking wholesome, good person.
Wait, what
You're a
reason do you have
wholesome
to?
chungus.
What reason do you have to believe, right, that we ought not?
It's
engage
bad.
in gay
Look,
sex?
homosexuality is bad for people. I mean, it's an unnatural act because it's incompatible.
Wait, can you define unnatural?
It's filthy.
And that's
it's
what
violent.
that's what I said earlier. Like, so arguing with Nick, if you are going, so I will say, for the most part, Nick will fight with you, fight fair, quote unquote, as long as you're fighting fair. I've seen him debate quite a few people, and like Dave Smith. I really like Dave Smith. So watching Nick and Dave Smith talk, it doesn't devolve into this because Dave Smith will talk to him like an equal. So if you go at Nick and all you want to do is get gotcha, like Nick says, you want TikTok gotchas. So I'm going to give you TikTok gotchas one after the other because it doesn't bother me. So you're going to take clips of me and put it up on TikTok to make me look worse. And with other people, that'll work because they care if you make them look bad. Nick Fuentes doesn't give a fuck. And it's his bread and butter. The worse you make him look, the more people are going to come and watch his streams. The more people are going to donate to him. They're just going to, because they find out that he's funny. There's a lot of shit that I don't agree with Nick on. Mostly, not everything, but a good chunk of stuff I just don't agree with Nick on. Then there's stuff that I do agree. But like, after watching enough debates, I have noticed that once you start slinging, if you sling mud one time, Nick will just sling mud for the rest of it. That's all he's going to do. If you do it one time, for the rest of the debate, he's just going to give you what you wanted to begin with. And Dean realizes this because I've watched videos of Dean and stuff after, and he realizes it. And I think Dean has, again, don't like the guy, but I think he has grown a lot due to solely to this debate because he realizes he got rage baited and fell for it. He's still talking about Nick doesn't believe in the Holocaust. Everybody, Nick doesn't believe in the Holocaust. Nick doesn't give a fuck. Like, I don't give a fuck if you think I believe in the Holocaust or not. What are you going to call me? Anti-Semitic? Who gives a fuck? It's the same as calling somebody racist or homophobic. Like, those words don't, if you call somebody something and it doesn't mean anything to you, who fucking cares? Like, I get called stuff like that, and I don't give a shit. I've been asked, like, hey, this person is calling you this. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm not going to get mad because I don't care. Like, who cares if he thinks that I don't like Jews or gay people or black people? Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, it doesn't matter to me. I know who I am. I know what I'm about. Whether other people know it, it doesn't fucking matter. I'm just going to make jokes about it.
I mean, what is a sexual act?
Wait,
what is a sexual act?
10 minutes, guys. 10 minutes on this topic.
Yeah, like the sexual act.
That's contrary to its purpose,
Dean's
contrary to its nature.
Fucking.
Okay, so you're saying it's contrary
He's
to
okay.
its nature.
He's like,
so
I
you're
think
saying
he's
that like every part
old
of your
is Dean?
body has a nature. The nature of the penis isn't to enter into an asshole.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, what's the nature of your lips?
Dean was like fucking 18 right here.
Like
so he's freshly 18, just out of high school. He really doesn't have any.
No, they're made for that.
He doesn't know
They're
anything.
made for that. That has a purpose.
He's literally fresh out of high school right here.
If you could say that your lips are made for kissing your girlfriend, why can't I say that the pee-pee's made for being inserted into the asshole?
Because the asshole isn't meant to be penetrated. Because when that happens, it has long-term health effects. You could look, there are a lot of like ex-homosexuals that talk about how they have long-term, I mean, I don't want to get graphic, but they have to wear diapers. They have to wear diapers
So
because it's not
long-term health
natural.
effects equal unnatural.
yeah, if you're persistently doing something that leads to long-term chronic problems like that, yeah.
Okay, wait. I think that this is
Also,
another.
it's dirty,
I think
and
that
that's
this
why
is
there's
another.
disease that
I
results
think
from
that
that
this
as
is
well.
another. I think that this is another trivial argument.
I'll take that.
Would you say that it's wrong to play the piano because you're unnaturally using your fingers to hit the keys that could lead to long-term health effects, such
No,
as
because it's not contrary to its nature.
Oh wait, but it leads to
you.
long-term negative health effects. And some people, it could lead to like their hands
Fuck
seizing up. Well, I
you.
forget the particular word, but it essentially leads to very like bad long-term health effects
We
like
did?
within the hands. So like given
Yeah.
your logic, why wouldn't you say that it's wrong to play the piano? Granted, right, that it's not in the nature, right? That was a trivial assumption, and it leads to negative long-term health effects.
No, it's
such as
obvious because I mean, what do we call the penis? It's a sexual organ. It's for the purpose of sex. Fingers are a little bit different. Lips are a little bit different. They have all kinds of different potential utilities and things like that. But the sexual organ is directed towards the sexual function. I mean, why do we? The reason
What?
the reason
Dude,
the penis
I
is
thought that
shaped
was
like
gonna
it
be way
is.
bigger.
The reason. Okay, now you're gonna interrupt me. The reason that it's shaped like it is and positioned where it is and all those things, it's for one purpose. The reason that it, I mean, not to get graphic, but the reason it does all the things it does is for the purpose of insemination. It's not for the purpose of inseminating a
Alphabet
person's
Blood.
colon or rectum. And by the way, a butthole has literally one purpose. Okay, a butthole has one purpose, which is to excrete waste. Not
So
for
do you mind
other
if I
things
give
like
you my
that.
stance on this? I want to give you.
Yeah, yeah. Let's hear. Well, it is
Yeah.
a debate, so I wouldn't mind that at all, actually.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't think that
Man.
we could prescriptively define the function of like any part of our body, or really like anything for that matter. We could only
Okay.
descriptively define them.
Aw.
Like I could give you a good analogy here. Like if you went to like a hardware store, like Lowe's or Home Depot, right, and you went to buy a hammer, and the instruction manual on this hammer tells you that it's supposed to put nails into wood. Well, I mean, all of a sudden you are misusing the hammer if you're not putting nails in the wood. But if you go into the middle of the
True.
forest and you find a rock in the shape of a hammer, identical to the one in Lowe's, you're not doing anything wrong regardless of how you use it, because there wasn't any intention behind its design. And that's
Ooh.
exactly what I would say about the human anatomy. Right? There was no conscious intention behind the design of the human anatomy. I think that we could descriptively define how we use parts of our body, and I think you kind of implicitly conceded to this earlier when you told me that it's in my nature to use my hands to play the piano or to use my mouth to kiss my girlfriend. Those are not intentful, prescriptive claims that you're making about the function or use of my
you,
hands. These are going to be
man. Fuck
descriptions about how we
you.
can use my hands, about how we can use my lips, and that's exactly how I'd reference, right, these sexual organs. Okay? And the only way
Yeah.
for you to justify your claim that there is intention behind the design of the human anatomy, to justify that there's
I'm out of
incorrect uses
rolls.
of it,
Oh, I
would be
did it.
God. And of course, I
Dude,
dispute
what
the
is
existence
taking
of
my
God. You couldn't
rolls?
prove that God exists. If we had 30 minutes, I could be able to give you an argument to show that it's logically impossible for the Christian God to exist. So I think what it's best for you to do right now is either concede your position or just say it outright. You think being gay is wrong because God said so. You think being gay is wrong because you trivially believe that God built our bodies to function in a particular manner that is adjacent to the use that you like to describe to our fingers or to our mouths. Say it out.
Fuck.
Well, like I said, if you were listening at the very beginning of my opening statement, I said we are created and we are ensouled, and our souls and our bodies have to be treated with dignity. And yes, you're 100% right. I mean, if you believe that, if you're a nihilist or a materialist and you believe there's only matter and everything is subjective, then yeah, like there's no problem with putting this in there and that over there. But if you think that we are created, and if you think there is such a thing as a natural law
Damn
and
it,
a moral
man.
law, then we would have to abide by what we can assume are these functions, or what we are told are the functions by revelation. If you believe in a religion with revelation, then it's revealed. If you believe in a religion which is philosophical, then you have to deduce it
I'm not gonna
rationally.
make it.
But when you look at something like the anus,
it's not gonna make it.
Michael Jones has a famous quote about this. The anus is not a sex organ. It's obviously not. It's there for one purpose. And I think, we all sort of know, like, yeah, of course you can do these things. No one's arguing that you can't. Of course you can. It can be done. You're capable of doing it. The question is, should we do these things? And if these things are contrary to their nature, and there's evidence that this is the case because they result in problems, then we probably shouldn't. And you don't even necessarily need to believe in God to understand that. I think that, hang on, I'm not totally finished. I think that even if you don't believe in God, I think there are a lot of people that actually don't believe in God that still find it to be a kind of degenerative, indulgent, hang on, undignified practice.
I'm so close.
I'm not finished yet. You're very disrespectful in that way. I'm so respectful, and you're being very rude the way you're chirping with these little interruptions. And the thing is, I mean, let's imagine what it is. When they're walking down the street waving that flag, it represents a filthy, violent act where you're evacuating fecal matter out of your bowels to make room for sex, and it's never fully gone. And this is why they get AIDS, because you're putting a sexual organ where the shit is. And that's just something that, like, is objectively gross, I think, for very good reasons, which is a pretty good heuristic that it's also immoral. And so, you know, people that are same-sex attracted, people that are tolerant of same-sex attracted persons, and people that are not, I think should all be able to recognize that sodomy is something that is, there's something deeply wrong with it, and it should be avoided, even if you're not religious.
Let's do closing statements, 1 minute each. I'll give 1 minute to Dean and then 1 minute to Nick. We'll go on to the next topic.
Great, thank you so much. So Nick Fuentes made two arguments. The first argument that Nick Fuentes made was that I think it's gross, therefore it's wrong. In Nick's closing statement, what he will not do is give me the logical distinction with him saying gay gross, therefore wrong, and a white supremacist saying being black gross, therefore wrong. There's no logical distinction between the way in which those two beliefs were formed.
Nick is pointless.
The second argument that Nick made here was that we can deduce that it's not within the teleological, the teleological use of these sex organs to use them in such a manner where the penis is inserted into the anus, because doing so can reap long-term negative outcomes. Okay, right? He will not be able to give me the difference between saying this is why gay sex is wrong and me saying, well, it's wrong to play the piano because when you use your hands to do so, this could reap negative long-term outcomes such as arthritis. So those two arguments alone show us all that Nick's logic here is unreliable because of the absurdities in which they yield. Right? If the same logic that you're using to justify that being gay is wrong could lead a white supremacist to the conclusion that being black is wrong, and lead a dumbass to the conclusion that playing the piano is wrong, maybe your logic isn't that sound. And I think that's going to be my closing statement. If Nick Fuentes was honest with us here, folks, he would tell us that being gay is wrong because he's just a little bit prejudiced, don't you think?
Okay, that was a bit over. Nick, I'll give you 90 seconds to close here.
All right, yeah. I don't know why we got to do the debate club stuff. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what Nick Fuentes is going to try and... it's like, this is a very informed... We're on Aiden Ross, okay, bitch? This is Aiden Ross live. There's no rules here, okay, other than the time limit. My closing statement is very simple. It's just like how I started. If you believe, and I tend to think that every decent person does, even if you're not Christian or necessarily religious, if you believe that we are more than just matter, meaning that we have souls, meaning that there is something deeper, there's a ghost in the machine that is a true source of identity. If you believe that the universe is created and we're created, then you believe that moral conduct is not just about avoiding harm or hurting people. There's also a way to conduct your moral life independently. And it's how you treat yourself, it's your actions. We all understand there's an idea of discipline, cleanliness, all those kinds of things. And the idea of sodomy, which people should think of when they think of homosexuality, I think according to any decent person in any culture, is something that is violent, filthy, and those things tend to be wrong. It's contrary to the nature of sex, what we know the anus and the penis to be for, or for lesbians for that matter, it's contrary to the purpose of those things. And I would say that on top of all that, you have evidence that this is the case because there's such a low incidence of it. It's a very small percentage of the population, has a very high coincidence with mental illness, and there's a very common family pattern that produces that behavior, that disposition.
Hey, you got about 10 seconds, Nick. 10 seconds.
Okay. It's a very particular kind of behavior that's a response to things. It should be avoided. I think any decent person realizes that.
Hey, Aiden.
Yes.
No, there's no more on this subject, Dean.
Hold on. What does Dean want to... Yes, Dean.
Well, I mean, I would like to propose giving Nick another 60 seconds to respond to my closing statement. As I pointed out in my closing statement, he wouldn't respond to the arguments I gave, and he still didn't. So I just wanted to see if Nick wanted more time to do that. If not, we can move on, but he probably won't.
I did it.
Can we give him 60 more seconds to actually respond? Okay, can we do the next topic now?
We're going to move on.
I didn't respond to your stupid syllogism about white supremacy and the Holocaust and January 6th or whatever.
That's a damning non-answer. Let's go to the next topic.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna go to the next one, and then Dean, you agreed to do immigration. We'll circle back to Kamala Trump after the last agreed upon subject. Is that cool?
Yeah, depending on what time it is, after we get there 4 hours away, I kind of like carved out like an hour and a half. But if we want to go into immigration, I might have some time. We'll just have to see what's going on.
The reasoning why we might have to do a fifth topic that we both agree on, guys, is because a lot of the audience, is enjoying this and they're deep in on this, and I think it's almost, you guys are almost kind of tied right now. A lot of them are agreeing about a tie. So maybe a fifth. We'll see. Let's get to the fourth topic, though.
Well, how about this? Because we've been going about 30 minutes each subject, so for brevity's sake, why don't we do 20 minutes on the last subject and 20 minutes on immigration to keep it?
What's the last subject?
Are men superior to women?
Can we give that one?
Okay, but if you agree to do immigration.
If I agree to do immigration, we get that to you. I feel like there's people out there that can represent immigration better than I can.
Because you're gonna lose on that one.
I don't know what your expertise.
Okay, Nick, is that fine with you? If he doesn't want to do immigration, you want to?
I don't like.
Let's just hold on a second, Dean. Dean, do you have a topic a fifth topic that you might want to cover, touch base on? Just something for the end. It doesn't have to be that long either. Like maybe 15 minutes.
Yeah. We can debate immigration. Let's do it.
All right. Okay. All right. So the next topic is.
Are men superior to women? Yeah, we'll start with our men superior.
Partner. You're good. It's not personal stuff. I just want you to know.
Are men more superior?
No, just superior. Are men superior to women? We'll start with Nick. I'll give you 3 minutes and then 3 minutes to Dean.
Yeah, men are awesome. Women suck and they're dumb. And no, I'm kidding. Yeah, the thing is, though, men obviously were made to lead, and I do think that women should have a secondary role in society. I think that's absolutely true. I do believe in a fundamental equality between man and woman. You know, the Bible says that God created the man and woman, so we're both created with dignity and should be respected, and there's an equality before God that we both have. But we were created with two distinct and different natures. They are two essential. Maleness and femaleness are essential about a person. They're essential to the soul. They're essential to the body. They come with a function. They come with a particular anatomy. They come with the brain chemistry. And as such, those things have social roles. The idea that these clearly two distinct categories, two essential types of people would be treated precisely the same or exactly the same in society, it belies the fact that they have two different natures. And I think it's obvious that men are celestial, they're individualists, they're rationalists, they're leaders, they're risk takers. They should be working, fighting, running society. Women are terrestrial, they're nurturers, they're caregivers. They should be the mothers. I don't think that they should be necessarily precluded from working. But I think that they should be encouraged first and foremost to be mothers for their benefit and for the benefit of society as a whole. And that's kind of the gist of my position.
Okay, so I have an opening statement. I guess I'll use it up. My position's pretty clear. No, one human being does not have more intrinsic moral value than another human being. I don't think that we could take this qualification of your gender identity or what's in between your legs and abstract that out to this norm of who's going to be better at leading. I'd say the qualifications of determining who's better at leading, the qualifications of determining, half the shit that he named off over here is not going to be, right, what's in between your legs or your gender identity, but rather other various traits. But I guess just to make this quick, we could kind of cut to the chase here. Why do you think men are better at leading than women? I would appreciate specifics. You kind of pointed out like different natures, different biological differences, neuroanatomy, etc. I want you to name the specifics. Maybe I could ask you a question here. What are the specific biological differences between men and women that make men better at leading than women?
Smarter, stronger, all of the above. No, I mean, in actuality,
Be specific.
In actuality, what?
Are those your two qualifiers?
No, I'm being a little bit funny.
Well, be honest with me here.
The reason why they're better leaders, well, one, I think they're really only qualified to be leaders because they are physically stronger. And, this is one of the reasons why we have a feminist society. It's because we live in a world where we have technology. In the old days, when there was fighting, it was very physical and it was very direct. It was hand-to-hand combat, and the only people that could do it were men. As such, the militaries that were raised up were comprised of men, the people that fought and enforced sovereignty, law, borders, all those things were men necessarily, then they're the decision makers. And so, you know, the idea that it has something to do with what's between your legs, well, it has to do with what's between your legs and the fact that you have testosterone. You're physically stronger. And by the way, because you have testosterone, it means you're more aggressive. It means you're a bigger risk taker. Those are two things that are important. For a person to be a leader, they need to be able to stand against the crowd. And that means a risk taker. It means you need to be disagreeable. It involves a certain amount of aggression and a competitiveness that women simply lack. We all know that women are very agreeable, passive. Not all of them, but generally speaking, they are. They're peacemakers. They're more introspective. They're more emotional, less decisive. And all of that makes them worse as leaders. Now, there can be women that are good in particular leadership roles in certain circumstances, and individual women might. But as a general rule, because of their nature, they don't make good leaders.
Okay, thank you so much for your response there. Let's talk about it all. One of the reasons that you gave me that men are better at leading than women is physical strength. That is a totally and completely moot point. You would not be able to name me one social category in the world today where leadership is determined on purely physical strength. I also bet that you would not be willing to vote for a 15-year-old on steroids that can bench press 600 pounds over Donald Trump just because he's physically stronger. Another point that you brought up is that women are more emotional than men. I'd actually say that's false. 72% of people who commit suicide are men. 85% of people that abuse hard drugs as an emotional reaction to like particular external stimuli are men. We see that 95% of violent crimes are committed by men. We see that men are much more likely to start wars, to start genocides. We see that men are much more likely to engage in irrational, risk-adverse activities such as drunk driving, reckless driving, or gambling. Meanwhile, we see women have a higher IQ and EQ on average. Women outperform men in the context of school, going to it more, getting better grades and better degrees. And we see that women can actually deal with stress better than men. And that's one of those
women can deal with stress better than men.
Women have thicker dendrites in their neuroanatomy.
Women can deal with stress better than men.
That evolution has designed women to deal with childbirth. Okay, right, and that made them deal with stress better as well. That's why we see that female surgeons outcompete male surgeons. The JMA and the AMA did a massive study on 1.7 million patients on 6 continents and evaluated that if you're operated on by a male compared to a female, that you're more likely to die as a result of your surgery and you're more likely to experience postoperative outcomes. So, just a quick recap. Physical strength doesn't mean shit. I have bigger biceps than you. I bet you think you're a better leader. Emotional maturity. Women are more emotionally mature than men. Then about intelligence and all the other shit you brought up. We could get into that, but I'll let you respond to the points that I brought up so far.
Damn it.
Yeah, so you said it was risk averse to gamble and drunk drive. It's the opposite. You said men are more willing to drunk drive and gamble. Those are risk-taking activities, and risk-taking is fundamental in leadership.
Yeah,
that's why, yeah, well, fair enough. And that's why, you know, the richest people in the world are all men, because the entrepreneurs are men, because an entrepreneur is a risk taker. And, you know, one man's gambling is another man's entrepreneurship. One man's drunk driving is another man's self-destructive, obsessive, maniacal quest for, you know, building the best company or being the president or anything like that. It's absolutely essential. With regard to higher IQ and EQ, it is true that on average women have a higher IQ, but it's also true that the distribution is different. There's more geniuses among men. I mean, the curve, if you will, is flatter. So there's more men that are on the left side of the curve. There's more men on the right side of the curve. Although the average for women is higher, they don't have those outliers and those extremes.
My dice just fucking
That's why you don't see a lot of female geniuses, and that's just true. I mean, earlier today in preparation for the debate, I asked ChatGPT, I said, name some female geniuses. They got to like 3 before they had to name a feminist. They did like Marie Curie, some ancient Neoplatonist no one ever heard of, and then it was like all the like first and second wave feminists. There's no female geniuses. There's very few female billionaires that didn't get their wealth outside of divorce. There's very few female heads of state. People say that's oppression, it's misogyny. We all know it's because they're not risk takers, they're not tough. With regard to they handle stress better, Yeah, maybe certain kinds of stress, but I think we all know women, and I think we all know that when women are put in stressful situations, they
my
crumble.
God.
They
So,
cry, they get upset, they freak out, they call their boyfriend, they call their father. Hang on. I'll let you go on. I'll let you go on, and you said that ridiculous stuff. Hang on, let me finish. I'll wrap up, but I let you finish, and I let you say that women handle stress better. That's insane. Okay, and with regard to physical strength, look, I said today physical strength is not a qualifier because of techniques, because we have missiles, we have tanks and things like that. But the point is, it used to be the case that what qualified you to lead is that you would go out there and be doing the fighting and all of that. And that is still true. It's not necessarily true in the United States, but it is still true in other countries. In countries like Israel, for example, or Iran, their presidents and their ministers are frequently military leaders that are actually having to be in the tanks and in the battlefield. And, it's hard to be in the battlefield when you get your period. It's hard to be in the battlefield if you're pregnant or something like that. Men don't get pregnant. Men don't get their period.
It is hard
men
to be in the battlefield
stronger.
if you're pregnant.
Men have more endurance. That's why, by the way, it's not just that they're stronger, they're faster, they're all the above. That's why women don't compete with men in sports. That's why men make better soldiers. And so, it kind of does matter that if there's a war, men are going to be the ones fighting and dying it, and that's why they're leading. And there's something deeply related to their biology there as well. But go ahead, since you want to interrupt me already.
Yeah, let's do something here. I've kind of felt this way the entire time that we've been having the discussion. I feel like we both like to talk a lot. I think that that's been evidently clear. We just kind of go at each other with these 2 to 3 minute responses. Can I ask something from you?
What is it? Depends on what it is.
I kind of want to break down each point you've brought up and demonstrate to you why it's flawed instead of just giving these long-winded responses.
You want to do a fact check?
5 minutes,
and I want to do that point by point with our last 5 minutes. The first point about physical strength. Who would you rather vote for? A 15-year-old that can bench press 1,000 pounds or Donald Trump?
But that's not what I'm not saying that the most physically strong person should be the king.
Right here, boys.
I'm saying that
what are you saying?
as a category, women are not soldiers. They're not tasked with defending the country, and that is effectively what the king or the president is supposed to do, is defend the realm.
Why is my multiplication not fucking doing it?
Okay, so are we just going to do the resistance liberal thing now? I said the United States, techniques notwithstanding. Are you capable of understanding a concept?
Can non-soldiers defend the country?
President Bone Spurs. We're talking about whether women should be leaders if they can't physically defend the borders.
Okay, so you'd say the weaker you are.
I have one ring that is taking me the whole way.
So then what the fuck is your argument?
Yeah, it's like you're not even listening. I said as a category, because sex is
a category that's not going to be indicative of leadership ability. When the question is, why are men better at leading than women? Why do you name a category where we see these general biological distinctions between men and women if it's not indicative of men being better at leading than women? I asked you to name the specific biological differences between men and women that make men better at leading than women. You said strength was one of them, and now you're saying it's not. You're saying that emotional intelligence was one of them, then you conceded that women are more emotionally intelligent than men. Another point that you brought up was intelligence, specifically IQ, with the highest geniuses of the men being smarter than that of the women. I'd say there's going to be some social some social aspects thrown in there. I mean, if you look at the average IQ of an Arab individual compared to a white individual at home here in the U.S., the white individual has a higher IQ. But then if you go to an Arab-dominated country in the Middle East, you'll see that the Arab individual has a higher IQ. What this means is that socialization, access to opportunity and resources can play in, right, to your deviated IQ. So of course we'd see more men having higher IQs at the end of the spectrum compared to women, just because they have more opportunity, resources, and access to education.
Oh, it's because of misogyny. It's misogyny, right? Women are dumb because of misogyny.
Well, actually, I'd say that not being in the top 10%
let me ask you a
question.
You asked me questions. Let me ask you a question. I want to ask you a question about leadership. What do you think are good leadership traits? Can you give me some examples of what good leadership traits are?
That's a great question, and I think I'll give you a great answer. We could talk about a good morally virtuous character. We could talk about ability to get along with other people, bring people together, and get them to follow
what
you.
the
Another thing that I'd
hell
say, a good
is
leader
happening
isn't
with
just
my
someone who can bring people
rolls,
together,
man?
but a good leader is also someone that can lead those people into a positive direction. The reason that leadership exists in the first place is because when you take a large group of people and you set them on their own paths, they're not going to get shit done. Thereby, you choose one of that large group of people to lead them all in what? A positive direction. So you're looking for someone with a good character, you're looking for someone that could bring people together, you're probably going to be looking for someone that's pretty damn competent as well, and someone that could like achieve like the highest level of eudaimonia for the group of people that they're leading. I'm sure there's other attributes that we get assigned to leadership here, but there's going to be a general sense.
Bro pulled out eudaimonia. Look,
Wait,
Nick, this is where you're wrong.
Nick, let's do do you need to respond, or could we, let's do a 1 minute closing statement here?
Can I just respond and then we can do
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So just to respond to that, I mean, and this is kind of the whole essence of the debate. Is
Didn't Sligo cut me off last time? Funny. Go ahead.
You fundamentally misunderstand human nature and you know nothing about leadership. You say it's about bringing everyone together to move in a positive direction. It's like, this is a problem with Gen Z. It's like this kind of kindergartner. Hang on, can I finish, please? I didn't interrupt all that nonsense. It's just sort of like, hey, everybody, let's all hold hands and let's just create, you know, like everyone's being nice to each other.
You fucking nihilist.
The world is a mess, okay? The world is a knife fight. On the global scale, when you're talking about leaders and armies, it's a knife fight for existence. We're talking about companies, it's a knife fight for existence. We're talking about anything. Human competition, it's practically homicidal between people, and anyone that's serious about anything will tell you that. Anyone that's obsessed, anyone that's ambitious, anyone who is ruling, who is actually the leaders in society, who earn their role there, they'll tell you the same thing. It's cutthroat. And yeah, like there are some abilities, like you said, like, yeah, you need to inspire people and things like that. But more than that, you need a willingness to do what it takes. You need an ambition.
Okay,
you need to take risks. You need to be willing to make decisions and stand by them.
Now.
These are all qualities that purely because of gender and hormones, because of their biological role, women don't have those things. Because women have to have a baby grow inside of them for 9 months and then hear it scream and cry and take care of it and feed them from their breast and have like basically a dependent. They're just not made for that kind of competition.
They
have a completely care-based ethics. They're totally dependent. Men who are individuals, risk takers, aggressive, men who can exist independently of women, when it's really not so the other way around. They alone have the ability to do what it takes to lead. And that's why, even with all the DEI in the world, you're still going to have men running everything. The private sector, the public sector, the military, because men are the ones that can lead. And thus, they do. It's only through ideologically motivated policies from human resources departments that you get women doing fucking anything other than like creating schedules and being nurses and being fucking teachers and stuff like that. That's just reality. Everyone knows it. And you could give me 100 studies. How am I supposed to be? That's human nature.
I can't have a dice face greater than 6.
Yeah, it's funny how you're saying that you can't get women to do anything. If a woman didn't do something, you want to be sitting here having this debate with me right now. But I would just wanted to respond to that. You're saying men are so much better at leading than women, and I hate women because I haven't touched one since conception. Sorry, that's not what you said. You actually said, because they're not aggressive.
I touch them. I just don't. I don't have sex with them. They're not my wife.
I don't know about that. Anyways, so
you're a rapist.
I'm not gonna
Orange man bad. Orange glad.
So anyway, no, you're good, man. What I was gonna ask, well, if like ambition, risk taking, and aggressiveness is what makes you a good leader. Hitler was an incredibly ambitious, aggressive risk taker. Given your qualifications, would you thereby say that Hitler is a good leader?
It's indisputable he is. Indisputably. You could even say he's evil. He made Germany great again. Even if you believe he's evil.
Who would you rather have run our country right now? Your wife or Hitler?
Hitler! Hitler! Of course.
That's a classic.
Of course. I don't have a wife, but if I did, she would not be fit to run the country. I could tell you that much. She can run the kitchen. She can't run the lawnmower. I'll put it that way. And I think anyone would. One's in the chat if you'd rather Hitler over your wife. Two's if you prefer your wife. We'll let the fucking numbers do the talking over here. I don't think I'm alone in that.
Okay, let's do 1 minute closing. Let's do 1 minute Nick and then 1 minute Dean. Nick, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my closing statement is that, look, it's human nature. I am not an empiricist. I don't think we need to consult the studies. I think we know our nature. I think God created a man and a woman. We're created with two different reproductive faculties. We're created with, as a result, different anatomies, different natures, different dispositions. We're made
Only
with
being able to
complementarity.
roll
Men and women are not only made differently, they're made to complement each
I'm
other.
not gonna lie.
Which doesn't mean that they're necessarily opposites, but it does mean that there's like reciprocal differences. As a result of these essential immutable differences, we should treat men and women differently, and we do. That's why we have things like chivalry. That's why men don't hit women. That's why men and women don't compete in the same sports. And, a lot of people understand that, but then they don't understand why we would say we don't want a woman president, or why we wouldn't want to send women into combat, or why we think that men aren't badass bikers and whatever in the same way that men are. But it all proceeds from the same essential complementary natures that the two sexes were given by God. To pretend otherwise is to ignore our eyes and our experience and what we know about ourselves and the people in our lives.
Dean, 1 minute.
Yeah, first of all, you said that's why men don't hit women. Men do hit women. It sucks. Second of all, let's talk about why men are not better at leading than women. Every single point that Nick Fuentes has been reduced to him telling us all that Hitler is a better candidate for America's president today compared to Kamala Harris or his very own wife. I don't give a shit about
he's
the
not
12
married,
or
but
13-year-old little boys spamming 1 in Aiden's chat. Anyone with half of a fucking brain cell can tell that this logic is not immutable, and it leads you to being a fucking incel RNC droid repeating the same alternative media
Dude, he's so
talking
mad.
points that you got
He's
from
so
Andrew
mad.
fucking Tate. Okay, right? The facts of the matter are, this guy said men are better at leading than women because they're physically stronger. Physical strength is not indicative of being better at leading. Go talk to the biggest guy in your gym and see who would be better at leading. This guy also brought up levels of emotion. Men are more emotional than women. We all know this. That's why they commit vast majority of violent crimes. That's why they commit vast majority of suicides. That's why they abuse hard drugs more. Right?
It's
That's
about
why
time,
they
Dean.
DV, kidnapping, etc. more. Another point that he brought up was intelligence. Women have a higher IQ on average. Let's face the facts, folks. There's no evidence to believe that men are better at leading than women, and I suggest you treat the women in your life damn well and don't tell them to stay in the kitchen or you're not gonna get a wife.
That's
Just
time,
like
Dean.
28-year-old Nick Fuentes over here hasn't been able to get a girlfriend since he was born. That's why, folks. That's why you're an incel. But we're gonna go ahead and move on now.
Okay, let's go back to Trump Kamala in the beginning. We'll say who's stronger on immigration, Trump or Kamala?
Is it Kamala or Kamala?
We'll start with Dean. We'll give you let's do 2 minutes. We'll keep this one a little short. A 2-minute intro.
Yeah, sure. Kamala Harris is stronger on immigration. Well, this one's just evidently clear. Donald Trump is pro-open borders. Huh. Why is Donald Trump pro-open borders? Because he torpedoed a bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years ago, drafted by a Trump-endorsed Republican by the name of Langford. Okay? Trump is pro-open borders right now because he knows it's going to increase his chance of winning re-election. Another thought here, if I was a conservative and I cared about immigration, Donald Trump wouldn't be my guy. He essentially passed no policy that effectively mitigated increasing numbers of border crossings and entries into our country under his term. The wall didn't do shit. The Remain in Mexico policy didn't do shit. If you look at the graph behind Donald Trump at the rally that he got shot at, he claimed that his clampdown on the southern border started with Title 42 and COVID. The big public health emergency that Nick Fuentes over here probably thinks was a common cold is the only reason that we had as low of border entries under Trump's administration as we did. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, right, she wants to send more funding to the courts on the borders to expedite the asylum-seeking processes to reduce undocumented migration in our country. She's the only candidate in the race to prosecute transatlantic gangs. But the moral of the story, the one point that I want to stick for Nick Fuentes over here to respond to, is that Donald Trump is pro-open border because he torpedoed good border policy in the House and the Senate 2 years ago because he wanted the crisis to continue and make the Democrats look bad.
Nick, you got 2 minutes.
All right. Yeah, that's just like obviously out of touch with reality. I knew he would go there, and that's why I want to talk about immigration. I mean, you could make that case if history started in the year 2024 that Trump torpedoed the border bill, and that's why the border is bad. But of course, time didn't start in 2024. It started with immigration a long time ago. Trump had a number of executive orders that curbed illegal border crossings. It wasn't just the migrant protection protocols. It was a number of others meant to close loopholes with catch and release. And so they could return immigrants to third-party countries. It wasn't just Title 42. And the Biden administration undid all of them, literally on the first day. Trump built a border wall. You say it did nothing. Department of Homeland Security says actually it reduced crossings, reduced drug trafficking over the border, reduced human smuggling over the border. That's all true. He built 386 miles of physical infrastructure, and he did it, by the way, after Congress refused to give him the money, after the Supreme Court, rather a federal judge, tried to hold it up in the court system. Finally, by the end of his term, he was able to get the money from the DOD to build the border wall. Biden stopped building it on day one. Biden also effectively ended deportations. There was a policy under Obama where they said they weren't going to prioritize most illegal immigration for deportations. Under Trump, they put an executive order that said we're going to prioritize all illegal immigrants for deportation. Biden rescinded that executive order. Trump had an executive order that said while you're waiting for your asylum claim to be adjudicated, you wait in Mexico, not in the interior of the United States. Biden rescinded that executive order. Trump said, we will return you to one of the Northern Triangle countries, a third-party country. Biden rescinded that executive order. As a result, illegal immigration under Biden is higher than at any point in history by far. In the 10 years between 2010 and 2020, illegal border crossings, only 1 year on average, on a day-to-day basis, were over 3,000 per day. Under the Biden administration, it was 4,000, 6,000, and now it's over 7,000 border crossings. So it's almost 3 times the 10-year average, and that's because they removed the Trump-era policies. Now they want to blame it on a Senate bill this year? I don't think so.
Thank you for all the information, Nick. I'm going to have fun with this. First of all, it's funny that you think you're so educated about the border, and then you say that Lankford's bill was in the Senate in 2024. No, that was 2023. It started drafting in late 2021. Secondly, you mentioned all the policies that Trump enacted that Biden repealed. First of all, if you look at the border crossings under Donald Trump's presidency, they went up year by year by year until Title 42 is implemented. What does that tell us? Immigration after these great policies didn't go down. What else do we know is that these policies weren't in place under Obama's administration. Did we have a border crisis to the same degree that we have now under Obama's administration? No, at points we had lower crossings than we had under Trump. Phenomenal. What does this tell us? Is that Biden repealing those policies didn't cause the crisis to start. So what did? That's a great question. Well, let's treat Title 42, the total and complete shutdown caused by or implemented because of the public health emergency, like a dam on a river. Okay, and that dam sat on the river for a year and a half, 2 years, however long it was. When you remove the dam from the river, what happens? Water gushes through. When Title 42 expired, guess what? All of those migrants that had been backlogged gushed through. This was natural, normal, and expected. We should evaluate the responsibility and the efficacy of our current administration based upon their response to this crisis being caused by the revocal of Title 42.
Onion ring,
and what was their
extra
response? To implement bipartisan border legislation, and the first step they took was to influence exactly that.
I'll take an onion ring.
Senate. That was Lankford's bill. What happened next? Trump calls the Republicans in the House and the Senate, tells them to vote against it, torpedoes the bill. Nick over here knows the story. But I would like to ask you a very crystal clear question, Nick, and it is in the sense of a hypothetical. If your house is burning down and the fire truck shows up to put out the fire, and you tell the fire truck to turn around because you want the house to burn so you can claim the insurance money, Nick Fuentes, did you care about the house?
Well, it's an incorrect hypothetical because the bill would actually concretize the Biden-era policies. The bill does not secure the border, so the premise fails on that alone.
And the way that I'd respond to that.
Do you know? Wait, let me ask you. Do you know the details of the bill? Can you tell me the provisions that are in the bill, please?
I could tell you a handful. Like, what was it? Like an additional $500 million towards the courts on the border to expedite asylum-seeking claims. Then we also had like some rolling average daily caps and weekly caps in which the president could then step in and close the border down. I think it was like 5,000 a day for like the weekly cap. But here's my response to that. You said that the average over the administration was like 7,000 or 9,000 a day, whatever you said it was. If you were starving and I offered you a hamburger, would you take it? Or would you say, no, I want a bacon wrap filet? You take the damn hamburger. So when the border crisis is exuberantly high and we have this bipartisan border legislation that the alt-right, like Nick Fuentes, isn't happy about, any rational, sane person would take the bill to decrease the impact of the crisis.
All right, now let me respond to that now, because you went on your whole thing about, you corrected me on some of these things.
But you never answered my question.
Well, because the premise of the question is wrong. But I'll answer it now.
You how it wasn't wrong.
You want me to answer these like false hypotheticals and syllogisms, but that's not really how a debate works, actually. Or if passing this bill is like putting out a fire, would you pass the bill? Okay. So first of all, you said the bill was from 2023. The bill failed in 2024. And that's because it resulted from the impasse over appropriations in September 2023. There was an impasse in Congress over 12 military appropriations bills. The deadline was October 1st. That's why Kevin McCarthy was removed, because the Freedom Caucus, specifically the MAGA caucus within it, insisted on what they were calling...
It insists upon itself.
I forget the name of it, but a certain border provision in the spending bill. McCarthy wouldn't go for it. And they kept passing continuing resolutions until a bipartisan agreement was put together in the Senate. But at that point, and that was in February, Mitch McConnell said, my first priority is Ukraine, because that was the other sticking point in negotiations. So the Republicans, because they wanted Ukraine aid to pass, which was another subject of the impasse, they said, fine, here's your border concessions. And I'll tell you the provisions because you don't know. It said that it would only mandate enforcement of the border when daily apprehensions hit more than 8,000 per day. Again, the average of the past 20 years is 2,000 to 3,000 per day.
Okay, we might have something going here.
Enforce. That's what the bill says. The bill says 8,000 per day. It says that the administration can get emergency authority at 5,000 per day on average over a 7-day period. But it only mandates not a lie. It mandates enforcement at 8,000.
It's 5,000 for 1 day for a lockdown.
Excuse me, I let you finish your nonsense when you said it was in 23 when it wasn't. So you're wrong about that. It mandates it at 8,000 per day. What's more, again, the daily averages for 20 years, 20 years, was 2,000 to 3,000. Under the Biden administration, it goes up past 7,000. They want to say, well, 5,000, you get emergency powers. 8,000, you have to use emergency powers. That's far too many.
For every 10.
And this whole argument about a backlog because of Title 42, 10 million illegal immigrants have come in under Biden. Title 42 is implemented. When did the lockdown happen? March 2020? You think 10 million illegals were trying to get in the 9-month period between March and December of 2020?
Right,
Biden undid all the policies in January 2021. So that's just like an ad hoc, just fishing around for an answer. With regard to the Trump administration, you can see very clearly cause and effect on immigration. When Trump was elected, illegal immigration went down because foreigners anticipated that there would be enforcement.
Thank you, Nasty. Thank you, Nancy.
And you can see throughout the history of the country, when they threaten enforcement, illegals don't come.
Once they
when
finally
they think they'll get amnesty
stuff.
or they think they'll get in, more of them arrive. So they thought Trump was going to be a hardliner on immigration. They didn't come. Then in September and October 2017, Trump floated a DACA amnesty. He said, we're going to give amnesty to all the deferred action on childhood arrivals. The reason that matters is because children being brought over the border is one of...
Give you a hot take about what they're saying. This is all the reason I brought this up is because we watched the new Jubilee video that had Dean in it. The rightoid that they had this fucking blonde chick. So Dean's on the left, the blonde's on the right. And she was just like not good, bro. Like that's like she was just not good at all. She could like everything that he said. She was like, "Well, I don't really care about that." It's like, okay, so why are you even here? Because the part where you stop listening to her is where like she's like, "You're not gonna change anybody's mind." And it's like, and Dean's like, "Well, you get on a debate to change people's minds. If you don't," and that's what I was saying earlier too, if you don't believe that you can change people's mind, then why are you up there fucking debating anyways? Say what you want about Nick Fuentes, say what you want about Dean, but both of them genuinely believe that they can change people's mind. They have something that they believe in, and they'll conversate about it. Dean was like 18 during this, did so much better than the chick that they had on there today. It was so embarrassing. The end of this, if you haven't watched this, I talked about it earlier. So Nick Fuentes is never going to have a good faith argument with you if you start slinging mud at him. As soon as you sling mud at Nick, it's over. So if you watch debates or if you watch conversations with like him and Sam Hyde, if you watch conversations with like him and Dave Smith, you won't get the clips that you'll get like from this. Who would you rather have be the president of the United States, your wife or Hitler? And Nick goes, Hitler. Like, you won't have shit like that in something like a Dave Smith, a Sam Hyde. I don't think he even really got there with Candace Owens. It's just when people try to get you in these, he calls them like TikTok gotchas. You want me to say something that's sexist or racist. You want me to deny the Holocaust. You want me to do all these things because you see me when I do my things. You see me do a bit. You take everything I say as gospel. Like, he really means everything he says. Everything that he says, he means. When you take him as that, and so you want your TikTok clips, you're not going to get anything out of him. So now Dean, by the end of it, is pissed off because he's not getting anything out of Nick, but you're not going to get anything out of Nick. Like, as soon as you asked him, as soon as you said, so if God asked you to rape a baby, you do it? And then he's like, yeah, he's like, if God told me to, he must have his reason, so sure. And he's like, okay, so Nick is saying that he'd rape babies if God told him to. And that's when you can tell at the beginning, like, Nick checks out. So, like, now Dean is getting pissed off because fucking Nick is just fucking joking on him the whole time. It's like, you're gonna ask these retarded questions, and then you're gonna want me to give you real answers or debate you at all. Like, I'm just not going to. It's fucking stupid.
The three big loopholes for how illegals are caught and released into the country. They bring children that aren't there, and all kinds of other things. So Trump said, we'll give an amnesty. Then all of a sudden they started getting.
But I do think that Dean, like I said, he's very young here. Like I said, he's 18, 19. I think he learned a lot after this, and he'll tell you. He's like, yeah, he got debated. Like, fucking Nick, he fell for the shtick. He didn't play the game correctly, and so he just looked like a fucking idiot because you're on stream with these two chuckle fucks, with this chuckle fuck. You're trying to get these gotchas. None of the people in these chats give a fuck. Like, oh my God, you called him racist. Oh my God, he's homophobic. He's saying, like, he said men are better than women. Can you guys believe this? There's nothing but ones in the chat on Nick's side because he's just going to say this shit because he's playing to his audience. You're not playing to the audience. You're being like, you have to, you're slinging the mud incorrectly, and you slung the mud at the incorrect times. Every pitfall you fell for. But again, he's 18. He didn't know any better. He did way better. Dean, I fucking hate Dean, but he did so much better in the new Jubilee video. So much better.
Getting caravans from the Northern Triangle in the spring of 2018 because he said amnesty. They heard it, they started to
That's
come.
What I'm saying.
Trump maintained a zero-tolerance policy promulgated then by Jeff Sessions, and they said, we're going to separate the children. We're going to treat them as unaccompanied minors. There was a huge media outcry before the election. They had to reverse it, and then after they reversed it, it exploded. And May and June 2019, they hit a peak. Trump implemented the migrant protection protocols by threatening sanctions, or rather tariffs against Mexico, and then it came down again. And that is the story of illegal immigration in Trump and the Biden years. It
No, I
has
see very
everything to
differently.
do.
I see very differently.
Hang
I
on.
can
It has
explain why.
everything to do with the Biden policies. They let in 10 million people, and then they float out this half-ass bill that
Wait, what
doesn't
policy
fix.
did
Hang on,
Biden
hang
enhance
on.
influence to get passed?
Let me finish.
Bro.
They put out this half-ass
spent too much money.
bill in the last year
This
because
is Dice a
everyone
Million,
agrees
and
the
it's
border's a
based as
crisis.
fuck,
They
bro. Dice a
concretize
Million.
it and basically
I mean, it's gay because
make
it's
legal,
fucked me
make in codifying federal law Biden's
3.5
policy to like
hours now,
5,000
but
people a
it's
day
so
on
good.
average here.
It's like
And then when
Balatro with
Republicans
Dice,
voted against it,
and
they
it's
said, oh,
very
Republicans
good.
are against border security. It's a political thing. Even Democrats acknowledge that. It's totally fake.
Oh,
You
he
can
fucked
keep
my
going with it,
rings.
but everyone knows it's fake.
Okay. Well, apparently Trump doesn't. He said at a rally in Nevada to blame it on him if the border bill fails. So I think that Trump's big mouth actually does him a lot of harm because I just used Trump's own word of
hold
mouth
on.
to debunk Nick Fuentes supporting Trump. So yeah, see that's the face of a losing man. And you said that you were
What you're
perfectly
saying is just
painting this-
retarded.
Okay, well
Go ahead.
I don't appreciate your use of the slurs, but I guess that's what emotionally immature men.
That's where
when
you're gonna
someone's
lose
smarter
every
than them,
time.
lays-
I don't appreciate your use of the slurs. You sound like a fucking nerd, bro. You sound like a nerd, and you're on these two fucking idiots panel. You're gonna lose every time.
down the truth. Isn't that right, sir?
Jesus.
10 minutes on this topic.
We make jokes. Men are funny. Men are funny. Women are not funny. That's another advantage.
Based.
But that's the other debate.
Are you a woman?
You could call it emotionally immature. Oh my gosh, he said the R word. That's what happens when an emotionally immature male.
I'm
Go
just
ahead,
sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
According to your
Go ahead
logic,
on immigration.
according to your logic. But I would like to specifically clarify that your comment
there we go.
about men being more funny than women
There we go.
was just
That's
another
true.
unfunny, false fucking comment by an immature
fact.
man. I
That's a
didn't
fact.
find it that fucking funny when you were telling.
I didn't find it that fucking funny. Nobody gives a shit. Like, no, that's the thing that is always so funny to me about people, like when they're talking about comedy. Well, I didn't find it funny. I don't give a fuck. There's other people that do. You are not the king of comedy. Why the fuck? If you are not my target audience, why the fuck would I care if you find something funny? I don't respect you. If I was chuckle fuck Nick over there, that's exactly what I would say. Dude, I don't respect you. I'm saying things that I know is going to offend you and hurt your feelings because I don't respect you as a person. Like, I don't give a fuck if you find it funny.
Us that the Holocaust was fake and that
It's
6 million
man.
He's still talking about how Nick denied the Holocaust. He's still going on about it. I don't find it funny.
that Trump's big mouth actually does him a lot of harm because I just used Trump's own word of mouth to debunk Nick Fuentes supporting Trump.
Good
So,
night,
yeah, see, that's
lethargy.
the face of
Good
a losing man.
night.
And you said
Good
that you were
night.
What you're
perfectly
saying is just
painting this-
retarded.
Okay, well,
Go
I don't appreciate your use of the slurs, but I guess that's what emotionally immature men, when
Good
someone
night.
smarter than them, lays down the truth. Isn't that right, sir?
10 minutes on this topic.
We make jokes. Men are funny. Men are funny. Women are not funny.
I
That's
don't
another
appreciate
advantage,
you
but that's
guys
the other
going to
debate.
bed.
Are you a
It
woman?
offends
You
me.
could call it emotionally immature. Oh my gosh, he said the R word. That's what happens when an emotionally immature male.
I'm
Go
just
ahead,
sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
According to
Go
your
ahead on
logic.
immigration.
According to your logic. But I would like to specifically clarify that your comment about men being more
Now
funny
that
than
the
women was
women
just
is
another
gone, we can
unfunny,
talk.
false fucking
Now that the
comment
men
by an
can be
immature
men.
man. I
That's a
didn't
fact.
find it that fucking funny when you were telling us that the Holocaust was fake and that
It's
6 million
ma'am.
Jewish people didn't die. I didn't find it.
I didn't find it that fucking funny when you denied the Holocaust. Also, oh yeah, this is before, I forgot. This is before leftists turned on the Jews. I forgot.
That fucking funny.
My
when
bad.
You
This
sat
was
here and you
2024.
told me that Trump didn't torpedo the border bill, even though he said he did at a rally in Nevada. If men were so much more funny than women, then why are you the most unfunny fucking specimen that I've ever had the displeasure of sitting across the damn phone with?
Why are you mad, dude? Why are you?
I'm
We're
not
just
mad,
having
I'm
a debate.
passionate.
Wait, who's funnier, Trump or Kamala?
I'm not mad, I'm passionate, bro. You got you baited. It's okay, man. We all flew off the handle in our younger days and we could not handle our emotions. It's okay.
Who's funnier
It's
than
okay.
Trump?
honest.
Trump is funnier than Kamala Harris. But
Case in
that doesn't.
point, I win the
Okay.
debate. Men funnier than women.
Oh, okay, but
You heard it here first.
You understand the reason I'd say that
We
Trump
know
is
you
funnier
do.
than Kamala Harris?
We know you
is
do.
Yeah,
he
because
has
he's a
the
guy.
No, because he has the IQ of your fucking family pet, and he sits on Twitter all day.
I don't have a
and
family
he
pet.
rants about how much he hates Taylor Swift just because he endorsed Kamala Harris.
That was funny.
She endorsed Kamala Harris. It's not a funny and a ha-ha. It's a funny and a look at this guy fucking burn.
Dude, why? It's always like this diminutive. It's funny because it's sad, because you're a sad little. It was, dude, the president tweeted in all caps, I hate Taylor Swift. You don't think that's funny? You don't think that's not hilarious?
Wait, the president, do you think that Trump won 2020?
I said the former president.
But do you think Trump won 2020?
100% he did. That's a fact.
Can you name one court case that would find?
No, because they threw all the cases out because they lack standing.
Okay, so is it okay believing things without evidence?
There is evidence. You asked about court cases, but the court cases weren't lost. They were thrown out because they didn't have standing. There's a difference.
So there's not any evidence, but there's
no, there is evidence.
So what's the evidence of the widespread voter fraud in 2020?
The evidence is this. Do you know how many people voted early in the 2016 election? Do you know what percentage?
Significantly less than in the 2020 election.
Correct. Half, 35%, and in 2020 was 70%.
Okay, so that's your evidence that Trump had the election stolen from him?
Well, let me. Whoa, why so hasty? Let's just talk about it.
I'm sorry, I'm having fun.
The amount of I can tell. The amount of early voting doubled because they changed the rules. In all the states, they changed the rules. In Pennsylvania, North Carolina, they illegally changed the rules with state election boards, with the state Supreme Court. In Wisconsin, they changed indefinitely confined status to mean anybody because of the pandemic. They solicited ballots. I literally got a ballot in Illinois for my uncle who has been dead for 20 years because they were soliciting ballots. And I would just say, and let me ask you this. If democracy is so sacred, which you believe, Kamala is going to protect and preserve our democracy. We're not going back.
Only because Trump tried to overthrow it with a fake election.
But if democracy is so precious, then a ballot is a precious thing because the ballot is the currency of the election. Do you think that it's good practice to ship out ballots to every voter and then tell them to dump them off in a drop box in a park unsupervised for a month at any time during the day? You think that's a good way to run an election?
Yeah, okay. I mean, then Trump shouldn't have.
Because it's got like a nasally.
I'm asking you, is it? That's what happened.
Yeah, I think that mail-in ballots can be made secure. I understand like your immediate response to them, saying that, oh, if I use the.
Is Destiny nasally? I'm trying to think of like Destiny's voice. Asmund is definitely nasally. Nick is nasally. Is Destiny? I don't think Destiny's nasally.
The auto pen doesn't count.
The auto pen, they dropped that investigation because it was complete and total, right?
He is nasally. Okay. I couldn't remember. I'm not a Destiny guy. I was not taken up for Destiny. I don't want to sound like a gay cuck or anything. I just could not remember. But you're right. He is nasally. My bad.
Dump them off in a drop box in a park unsupervised for a month at any time during the day. You think that's a good way to run an election?
Yeah, he's nasally.
I mean,
you're
Trump
right.
shouldn't have voted, right?
Well, is it? I'm asking you, is it? That's what happened.
I haven't watched Destiny in a while.
I think that mail-in ballots can be
there was a while there where I was watching a lot of Destiny. Because he had some really, really fun drama, bro. He had a lot of really fun drama. I mean, that was just the best pig slop I've been in a long time. Because he's terrible with women based. It's funny because he's like a far leftist, and normally, they care about women and all that stuff, but he's just terrible with them. So I was like, well, that's unique. I'll give him a view. But after a while, he got away from the fun stuff and then just would not shut up about Trump. Like, even if you agree with him about Trump, I don't want to hear it every day. Like, let's hear something different. Like, come the fuck on. Like, okay.
Like your immediate response to them, saying that, oh, if I use these words in this particular way, this doesn't seem like.
Well, just answer. I mean, do you think that's a good way to run an election?
Obviously not. Destiny's wife or something like that.
It is, and the empirics would agree with me. There's no sufficient evidence of widespread voter fraud. All the audits that were done on the outcome of the 2020 election indicated that it was a safe election in recorded U.S. history.
Where do they conduct audits?
One moment. Donald Trump went to 63 handpicked hand-picked courts.
You remember? So this was the leftist angle before, that there's no such thing as voter fraud. What do the leftists believe now?
With 34 of those judges being Republican appointed.
It's always funny,
17 of
like,
those judges being
it's so fucking funny watching, like, going back and watching leftists and rightoids, like, back a bit. Like, Nick Fuentes the whole time is like, tariffs is going to be good for the economy. It's not going to trickle down to the end user. It's not going to trickle down to the people actually paying for the stuff. The companies are going to eat the cost. And we see how that went. It's like, yeah, man, well, that's really what's going to happen, is the company's going to eat the cost. No, Trump is going to fuck us with these tariffs over and over and over. And now we see fucking Dildo Dean over here talking about, let's go back just a little bit so we can hear.
Voted right.
Well,
Talking about there's no such thing as voter fraud. Like, there's no voter fraud on record. Meanwhile, leftists now, Trump obviously stole he rigged the fucking things. Like, come on, man. They got this guy, he paid for these things. He knew the guy who makes the polling things. Like, so, okay. So sometimes there's voter fraud, but not always. But now there's no voter fraud. But before, there definitely was no voter. Like, when is the voter fraud? It's fucking insufferable how much, like, the flipping happens, and it happens all the time. And it's so hard to keep up with these people.
I'm asking you, is it? That's what happened.
Yeah, I think that mail-in ballots can be made secure. I understand, like, your immediate, like, response to them, saying that, oh, if I use these words in this particular way, this doesn't seem like.
Well,
a
just
real
answer.
fake
I mean,
vote.
do you think that's a good way to run an election? Obviously not. It's obvious.
It is, and the empirics would agree with me. There's no sufficient evidence of widespread
How?
voter fraud. All
There's
the
no
audits
such
that were
thing
done on
as
the
voter
outcome of
fraud,
the 2020
guys.
election indicated that it was a safe election in recorded U.S. history. Donald
Where
Trump
do they
went to
conduct audits?
63 One moment. Donald Trump went to 63 hand-picked courts, with 34 of those judges being Republican appointed, 17 of those judges being appointed by himself. All 63 of those courts ruled that there was no sufficient evidence and threw it out on the basis of no standing. And then Donald Trump even tried to form his own election integrity committee and bumped millions of dollars into them to find absolutely anything. They came up with a 2000 Mules movie, which the producers admitted in fucking court that they were lying. And when he found out that he had no evidence, what did he do? He went to the DOJ with Bill Barr and tried to pressure him in to falsely announcing widespread voter fraud when there wasn't any. And if you know anything about your history, Bill Barr had to resign from the DOJ because half of the DOJ threatened to quit if he didn't. Donald Trump not only tried to rig the outcome of the 2020 election with the fake electorate plot, sending 7 different slates of fake electorates to 7 different states to cast fake votes into Congress to either be certified as real by Mike Pence or to be or to be accepted by the House if Mike Pence were to claim ignorance. But he also lied about the outcome. Your conspiracy theory that Donald Trump won has no evidence for it, and the only thing you could come up with was Pennsylvania changing their voting rules because of COVID, which, by the way, was ruled as legal by the Supreme Court.
You're just like not even listening. It was Pennsylvania.
I wonder what Dean says now. I haven't listened to Dean's standing on voter fraud recently. I'm guessing that it's probably changed, huh?
North Carolina, Wisconsin, and basically every and they all did it illegally. Basically every state changed rules of the election. And I would say, you're telling me, putting 70% of the voters voting early by putting them in mailboxes a month out from the election in an unsupervised drop box. You're saying that is a good idea. You're just putting words in a particular order. Look, they don't do it like that in France because, and we didn't do it here in America. The absentee voting was so rare up until like 20 years ago, up until 4 years ago, because it's so prone to fraud, obviously. When you vote in person, you got to present in certain states. Hang on, I let you just go.
Right. You let me out.
You got to present your ID. You receive your ballot. They watch you. You go into a room with curtains on it because there's privacy involved too. You fill it out and you submit it. It's called a chain of custody, meaning a supervisor watches the voter get their ballot, fill it out, and return it. It doesn't happen when you're doing so-called in-person absentee voting, and that's how 70% of people voted. That's a big problem. It's a big problem they changed the rules without doing it in the constitutional way. It's a big problem that those cases weren't even considered in the Supreme Court. It's also a big problem, by the way, they didn't do an independent ballot audit in almost any of the states. They did one in Arizona.
False.
It was flawed.
False.
They still found.
Georgia.
Where did they conduct an independent ballot audit? Where did they conduct an independent? It wasn't independent. They did a recount.
Georgia, Idaho,
Nope.
Indiana,
Wrong.
Kansas,
Wrong.
Michigan,
Wrong.
New Jersey, and
Wrong.
Oklahoma.
That's
and in
just
fact,
wrong.
I knew
You're
that
just
you
wrong.
would say
Google
that this
it.
is wrong. I knew that you
Google
would
it.
say that. I knew that you would say this is wrong. Search up U.S. States Election Assistant Commission election audits across the United States. It'll give you an entire PDF.
They're not
that would
independent.
include
That's
the
the
types of
problem.
audits, the timing, the policies, the case studies, and the state-specific information indicating that yes, these were independent.
It's like you're
audits.
just not
Nasty's
even
playing
listening.
Mega Bonk.
I
What
didn't
the
say they
hell?
didn't do audits or recounts. No, in no state other than Arizona did they conduct an independent audit of the ballots. Of course, if the same people that oversaw the fraud and were covering up the windows in the stadium in Detroit, of course the
Not
state is going to
again.
cover its own ass. That's why
Not
it needs to be
again.
independent. And they didn't do it in any state, even though that's what we were asking for. And by the way, about fake electors, they're
What
not
do you mean
fake.
by independent?
Independent meaning
Misindependent?
not conducted by the state.
Oh, okay. Independent of the state. So I just want to
Yes.
clarify. So you think that Donald Trump shouldn't have went to like the 17 judges that he appointed because those weren't independent
So now you're just
judges?
gish galloping onto
Fuck
something
me,
else.
I
You said,
didn't
"Oh, I was
enchant
waiting for
what
you
I
to
wanted
say
to
that.
enchant."
I have all this evidence. Oh, I didn't
Fuck.
listen, and you said independent. Anyway,
I needed
how
to
about
enchant
judges
that.
or something? Anyway,
no, responding
Let's get back on
By the
topic,
way,
Dean. Hold on. We've been going back and forth about January 6th. This topic is about immigration. Let's go to closing statements here. We'll do 1 minute from Dean and then 1 minute from Nick. So closing statements. You can bring up January 6th, but let's keep it to immigration if you can. Actually, I'll give you 90 seconds to reel it back a little. 90 seconds each.
About the specific ballot audits, I didn't know what you meant when you're referencing independent
Ooh,
audits.
I'll take
I
that.
understand that you are
He's
now
not listening.
referencing audits independent of the state. I asked you to define your term, and I understand that. Yeah, they were
because you're
only
on
done in
Chat
Arizona,
GPT
you're right.
Democrat mode.
Nick, let's give him 90 seconds. Let's give him 90 seconds and uninterrupted. I'll restart your time, Dean.
No, I just don't think that like an audit done by a state can automatically be discounted because you exist in a echo chamber of conspiratorial hearsay, and you start
Six
off with the
faces.
basis Trump
Six
can never
faces.
lose. You move to the basis when Trump loses, no, he didn't, and then tangent of that, you say all of these audits done by independent states are thereby null and void, and I shouldn't listen to them nor the 63 courts. It's just conspiracy theory. That's what you are. Your mind's been rotted. Everyone agrees with me. No one agrees with you apart from Donald Trump. Not even his old VP Mike Pence or 44 of the 46 former cabinet members. And that needs to be pointed out. Now, closing statements about immigration specifically, was that what you asked for, Sneeko?
Yeah.
I thought
Yeah.
it was 90 seconds each on J6 and then closing
Yeah, I'm down
statements.
for that. I'm down for that. I kind of like this conversation.
Sure, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, let me do mine now on J6. So, you know, here's the thing about the Trump election. They doubled the number of early voting. There's obvious flaws with chain of custody. Like, it just doesn't even pass the smell test. On that basis alone, you just can't take the authenticity of the election. And people say it's about,
Damn.
you believe Trump can never lose. I don't think that at all. I think Trump may lose in 2024. But you have to recognize that 2020 was an anomalous election. So when there is an anomaly, when every state changes how they conduct their ballot, when there's an unprecedented, the former peak of early voting was 35%. It was 70% in 2020.
Oh my God.
It was different. When something is different, you have to investigate it. That's the basis of an inquiry. Problem is, nobody wanted to investigate it. As quickly as the election happened, they wanted to shut it down. They censored people for talking about it. They didn't conduct independent ballot audits. And there was even a Time magazine piece that came out in January 2021, and it said, this is the conspiracy to shut down the election deniers. And there was like a full spectrum attack from the Democrats and the left on protesters, on people that were investigating this to prevent them from trying to decertify, trying to send on over other slates of electors. And I would point out, it is the state legislature's constitutional
Oh my
authority
God.
to send electors.
Oh my God.
If they throw out the
Oh my
election
God.
because they don't want to certify
Oh my
and
God.
appoint a different slate of electors, that's their constitutional right to do so. That's just the law. And I would just say, look, if you really believe that 80 million people voted for Biden, that the 2020 election had more voters than any election in history by far, and it just happened to be the one where there was all mail-in ballots.
10 seconds, Nick.
Then, yeah, I just think you're dumb. I mean, so that's kind of my closing statement on J6.
Let's go closing statements on immigration. Let's do 1 minute each on immigration. Go ahead.
Oh my God, are you fucking
I'm
kidding
just
me,
gonna
dude?
Take this off of my time. Well, you told me that your whole theory here is reliant on a smell test. Nick, I fucking smell bullshit. We shouldn't be relying on our intuitions and our emotions to tell us who won the 2020 election. I think that conservatives are so funny because they'll be like, listen to the science, trans women aren't women, I don't care about what you think or feel, you have XYXX chromosomes. But then sit over here and give me some bullshit smell test to dictate who won in 2020. About immigration specifically, I think it's evidently clear that Donald Trump doesn't care about the southern border, or else he wouldn't have torpedoed the bipartisan border bill in the House and the Senate 2 years ago. I think that it's evidently clear that he's not about getting shit done. He's repeating the same
fuck my multiplier right here. It's gonna fuck my multiplier.
Quote unquote deport them all. My question to you would be, why didn't Bush? They can't do it. It's practically infeasible. I say that we deport all violent undocumented migrants and then give the rest a pathway to residency and citizenship, fix our southern border, make it faster, make it quicker, and make it safer, and then crack down further on undocumented migration when our legal systems are up to par.
10 seconds, Dean.
Either deport them all, like get rid of $1.7 trillion from our economy over the next 10 years. You don't care about the jobs.
It's
You don't care
having
about
my
the state of the economy.
multipliers.
You don't care about the workers in the economy.
Oh
All
my
that you
God,
care about
I'm
is fueling your
fucked.
fucking prejudice. You're doing the same thing with undocumented migrants now that you did with gay people and women 30 minutes ago. Take it away.
Closing statement, Nick. 1 minute.
Basket of deplorables, right? Or it's just a basket of deplorables. With regard to immigration, everybody knows Biden threw open the border. He rescinded every Trump executive order on immigration. He stopped construction of the wall. He effectively stopped deportations. Guess what happens? You get a lot of people. You get 10 million illegals in 4 years. That's insane. 10 million people in 4 years from Venezuela, from Haiti, from Africa, we don't even know who they are. The people that are coming here, they don't buy health care. They don't have a high school education. They have no resources. They're a massive drain on the economy. When they need health care, they go to the emergency room. They send their kids to public schools. It's a huge drain. And many states are eligible for SNAP.
Wait.
They're eligible for other benefits.
I am gonna win.
And they work low wages. Because they're not educated, they work low-skill, low-paying jobs. They will never in a million years, maybe in a million, but they won't pay off in taxes what they receive in services. It's a big fiscal impact. They're, in many cases, they're criminals. They don't share culture. They're low IQ. And we can, I mean, it's just obvious that this border bill thing was an ass-saving move. They poison-pilled it with a bunch of nonsense so that they could blame it on Trump. But we all know the reality, and it's wrecking our country.
Okay, thank you. That was 5 topics. I think this was a good spirited debate overall. I appreciate both of your time. Aiden, do you have any thoughts?
You guys were, I would say about 90% of it, you guys respected, each other's time speaking and stuff, and it was awesome. It was great. Great conversations, great defense, great offense. It's the first time I've ever done one of these, and it felt really, really cool. I'm definitely gonna do more of this. How do you guys feel? We'll start with you, Dean. Like, how would you feel overall about this debate?
Yeah, I mean, like, you got a little bit of echo there.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, dude, you're all good. I mean, I think overall, like, I'll first just kind of give my thoughts about, just having the debate on your platform. I think that was, like, really, really, really cool. I like the idea of exposing more people to what I believe in and why. I ultimately think if everyone thought like me, the world would be better off, and you kind of gave me more of an opportunity to achieve that.
Of course you do.
All things considered, it's good to have, like a conversation about why people disagree. These conversations need to be held more. I'd say that you're overall doing a good thing here. I think that I did pretty well as well. Nick, specifically to you, I think for a lot of it, you're a pretty disingenuous debater, but I'll keep my personal qualms to myself. I appreciate you for the conversation over the course of the last hour and a half. And then Aiden, maybe you're at the end. I wanted to throw my socials out there for all the people in chat that may want them after watching me debate, but I'll leave that off until later.
Cool. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that, Dean. All right, and what about you, Nick? What would you like to say to the people and last words to Dean? Go ahead.
Well, thanks for having me on. I thought it was a lot of fun. Good. It's very informative. People get to learn about the topics. That's how you learn about an issue. You have to hear both sides. That wasn't nice. I don't think I was disingenuous. I'm funny, okay, and I'm a little sarcastic sometimes, but I think it's pretty clear to differentiate. You know, I think he's a young guy. I fundamentally, I think a lot of the partisan debates are they're too shallow. I think that we all kind of go through a phase when we're young, and not to like son you, I'm unk status now, but like we all go through a phase when we're teenagers, we're precocious, have a political disposition, and you know, we kind of rush for like, I'm a Republican, I'm a Democrat. The Republicans are good, the Democrats are bad. The reality of politics is that Democrats and Republicans are really on the same side. And Republicans are one wing, and they're meant to create the illusion of opposition or dynamism where there really isn't any. And the personnel and the policies turn over from one administration to the next with very little difference. And I think that's even largely true in this election. And people get caught up in rhetoric and these appeals to emotion, slogans. People have to really follow the money. They need to look at things like imports and exports. They need to look at energy. They need to look at institutional capture. That's where you really discern the truth. So these kinds of intramural debates are fun. We go back and forth, but it's so much deeper. It's such a complex subject.
Hey, now he's
but it's
saying
good that people are interested in it, and I appreciate Dean for coming on. I hope that he keeps reading.
I'm getting
keep reading,
fucked, bro.
keep learning. You know, in 10 years, I guarantee you have a totally different viewpoint. Maybe you're still left wing, but you'll have a different viewpoint for sure. I heard that when I was young. I didn't believe it, and then it was true. I only became more right wing. But you have to have that curiosity.
I was a
I'm sure
Trump
you will.
supporter when I was 16.
I'm sure you will. But, yeah, so I thought it was great.
Wait, sorry, Dean, you cut off. You said you were a Trump supporter when you were 16?
Game fucked me in my game cooked me.
I used to be a vehement Trump supporter. Like Aiden, I was like big Trump fan, like Andrew Tate guy. I was like all of that shit. You know, we could delve into the reasons why not super necessary for the live, but I guess like the point is the only reason I brought that up is because seemingly I've had a more progressive trend the more that I've matured.
I gotcha. Okay.
Well, you were gonna ask him about a previous debate that Nick had on Twitch.
Nick, did you?
Right, it's Justin's fault.
About something
he
as well.
said he wanted
Nick,
to see
did
the
you
end.
previously debate Hassan Abi on Twitch?
I did, yes.
And someone told me that that resulted in you getting banned on Twitch.
Yeah, that was the reason for my ban. Destiny mass reported me because he was on the debate as well.
Who won the debate in the people's eyes?
Me. Well, it was me and Sargon of Akkad. Remember him? It was me and him. We won.
Gotcha.
How did I do compared to Destiny?
Not as well. But Destiny is probably your top guy, I think.
Well, hey, let me but Nick, I'm gonna let Dean. I'll be real, man. You're 1920. Like you're probably like the best.
All right, I'm going to bed. I had already seen all this shit before. I'm calling it. Good night, guys.